I'm joined by Pablo Cozinero, the Chief Commercial and Operations Officer of GE Vernova, a company at the forefront of the global energy transition. With over 20 years of executive leadership, Pablo drives the enterprise strategic growth and operational excellence, powering the global energy transition. Pablo, welcome to the show.
Upton, thank you.
Thanks for
Pleasure to be here.
Yeah, our first guest right at 9 a.m.
Fantastic.
How's your VivaTech been so far?
Very, very good. Great conversations. You mentioned 180,000 people participating. What an incredible opportunity to engage.
Absolutely. Now, reflecting on the last decade, I want to know what major shifts have elevated the energy sector to become the critical backbone of today's digital economy?
Well, I mean, energy, which, let's just say in the last 10 years, especially in the developed world, has been a bit in the background of everything that's been happening. Today is in the forefront of everything that needs to enable things like artificial intelligence, which is being discussed widely at this show, and all the electrification of things that the world needs.
Yeah, absolutely. You've framed the AI race as an energy race. How is GE Vernova adapting its operations to meet the unprecedented grid demands of tech infrastructure we're seeing right now?
That's a great question. So we talk about artificial intelligence as being a very powerful technology, but it starts with power. Is artificial intelligence, everything that is compute powered, this requires a lot of energy already on top of the world's electrification needs. So today, the energy system, the consumption, about 23% of that comes from electrical energy. The rest is from coal and heavy fuels and the rest. We're seeing massive needs from the electrical heating, industrialization, vehicles, including artificial intelligence, that now depends a lot on the growth of electricity. We expect that to be about 50% growth from here to 2050.
Wow.
Here's some staggering numbers. $400 billion a year spent in growing the electrical system to date. We think that that number in the next, from here to the end of the decade, could be as high as $750 billion per year. That's 650 billion euros per year invested in the needs for electrification.
Wow,
staggering
incredible.
Numbers.
Absolutely. You know, people often argue that we have to choose between reliable power or decarbonization. How does GE Vernova's approach, combining gas, nuclear, and renewables, prove that we can actually have both?
Well, that's at the core of what we do. We don't think that these are trades that have to be made at one or the other. We are highly focused on electrifying the energy system in our mission statement so that the world can thrive and decarbonize. And by virtue of investing in the electrification grid, you are simultaneously decarbonizing the energy system. So the movement of the fuels and the coal to investments in the grid, by virtue of doing that, you're already decarbonizing the system. Now we have over 200 scientists, these are PhDs, that every day wake up, they're not trying to sell anything, they're working on invention that ties to how do we drive more electricity on a path to greater decarbonization at a value that makes sense for consumers and the world. Examples of these are how do you use carbon capture on existing gas infrastructure assets, decarbonization of carbon that's in the air through our DAC systems. Hydrogen is a fuel for providing energy, and nuclear, you just mentioned that. Super exciting environment that we're in today, where we're developing the world's first, in the Western world, 300 megawatt small modular reactor, and a recently announced collaboration between Japan and the United States, where we're being allocated $40 billion to do 10 SMRs in the United States, which will enable a scale of the supply chain that is needed for this technology to progress.
Absolutely. Looking ahead, what is the most critical hurdle to ensure the physical infrastructure can actually keep up with the pace of compute?
Well, the hurdle is, given the surge that the world is experiencing in the need for more of an electrical system, the coordination required, not just from the supply chain, the products themselves, but how they're constructed, how this is partnered with regulators, the entire ecosystem coming together to grow the electrical system from 20% energy consumption from the grid to 50% growth. That's a massive undertaking. So this is very much moving from a transactional environment in energy to a strategic collaboration involving so many key stakeholders. So the investments that are going in, the money is there, but the throughput to get things done, that's the challenge that everyone has to work on together.
Final question here. GE used to be viewed primarily as an equipment manufacturer. How does your current strategy, especially with massive investments in R&D, redefine the role of a power company in the global economy of the next decade?
Oh, that's I go back to this transactional environment that energy has been in. Today, we're having discussions with the end users, the consumers of electricity, to make sure that we are designing the systems that meet their demands. An example of that are the hyperscalers. Artificial intelligence, the way it consumes energy, is very different than an industrial use or a household. The technology requires movement of energy in milliseconds. The fascinating part, the exciting part for us and our 85,000 employees is sitting with these end users and talking about how we design the most efficient systems to enable power that ultimately delivers what the world needs, which is this very impressive technology. And that applies to all technologies. And I'll tell you, for the 180,000 people visiting VivaTech today, and I see a lot of young people that are focused on technology, there isn't a better place to be than in energy today. Because powerful technologies start with power, all the innovation that's required to decarbonize the world and allow and enable the continued growth and prosperity starts with energy.
Yeah, absolutely. Pablo, fascinating conversation. Thanks so much for joining us here.
Thank you, it's been a pleasure.
All right, it's 9:07 here in Paris. The doors have opened. Thousands of people have made their way into the Porte de Versailles. Let's head out to the main floor and go inside VivaTech. All right, let's bring in Allison. Allison, every year the robots are getting smarter and cooler and cooler. What can you tell us?
Absolutely, Upton. I'm in one of my favorite corners of VivaTech. This is on the second floor, and it's where you will find many, many robots. I'm with William Shi, the president of Agibot for Europe and the Americas. They're a robotics company. They have all kinds of robots. They're from Shanghai, of course, China, one of the leaders in humanoid robots. A couple of them just started a dance right next to us. William, can you talk us through the various robots that you have on your stand?
Yeah, sure. That all these robots, we call that humanoid robots. Not just because they look like a human, but they can also move and speak, act as a human. Yeah. So now the dance that you have seen, they are programmed. They're not fully AI, but soon they can do a lot of homework and also the manufacturing tasks. Yeah. So we come from Shanghai. That's our first time to participate in the VivaTech. We are very pleased and very happy, to participate. This innovation event.
Yeah. So the first time you're seeing these robots perform at VivaTech this year. Talk us through some of the other robots that we have on display here.
Yeah. So we bring different robots. So what you have seen dancing on the stage, they call that Lumi. Yeah, this is one of our series X2. And on my right side, the four-side robotics, this is Luca. He is supposed to be to write, the calligraphy and also to give you some guidance to present your product. Yeah. So this is just very early stage for the capability of the robotics, and our company are only 3 years old, but more and more capacity will be showed in the future.
And you also have robots that are perhaps less fun for viewers, but that are designed to work in factories.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, today they design only for the fun. Yeah, but very soon you can see that the robotics, we call that the Genie. Genie is a robotics, supposed to be working in the factory very soon. Now we have a plan to first have a try in China to deploy more than 1,000 robotics in the factory in China, and we will see how to work maybe in Europe in the future. Yeah.
And can you talk about why you think China is such a world leader when it comes to humanoid robots?
I think maybe China has a very good today in the ecosystem and also very environment for innovation. A lot of young people you can see on our stage, they are maybe just 20 years old and less than 30 years old. They are very keen to invest themselves, to have the innovation in the new stuffs like robotics and also the physical AI. But France, I think, is also a very good ecosystem. This is the reason why we come to France and try to find a collaboration with a French company, for the innovation. I participated yesterday on the main stage, to see the opening speech, which happened by the Maurice Levy and Bernard. Yeah, I think even they are the very big guy, but they are very open-minded and to encourage the young people. I think this is the reason that we come, to find a French and also European partner.
Well, congratulations on your first VivaTech, William. We wish you the best. And if you, of course, are interested in robots, do come down and check out Agibot and see a little dance, Upton.
Absolutely. I think those robots can already dance better than most of us humans. So very impressive. Thanks so much for bringing us that story. All right, let's do our next interview here with the VivaTech on set. I'm excited to bring in our next guest now. We have Axel Bolo as well as Joanna Kay. Welcome to VivaTech News.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thanks for being here. How has your VivaTech been so far?
Oh, it was amazing. It's a really great experience to do. We have seen a lot of people, different people. It's exciting.
So you're CEO and co-founder of CircleMind.
Exactly.
And you're CTO and co-founder. Tell us, what is CircleMind and why is it innovating?
Yes. What is it, CircleMind? CircleMind is a new innovation technology for adaptation for the neurodivergent people, so dyslexia, ADHD, and autism.
And what are your objectives here at VivaTech?
Our objective here is to make to raise awareness about invisible disability people, because it's a real subject for us. We translate and adapt documents for the enterprise. So here we are trying to talk about this subject with everyone, with every enterprise, with everyone.
And when you think about having these conversations, what sort of, Joanna, has been the reception like when you're meeting investors or different people? How do they perceive the product?
Yes.
So we're looking for partner B2B first, because CircleMind have just 5 months, so it's a dream for
very new.
Yes,
yeah.
yes. So partner B2B and the visibility for the neurodivergent people and for the startup.
What are the key trends or topics that you find are the most important when it comes to like neurodivergent people? I mean, do most people know what that means when you say neurodivergent?
It depends. It really depends a lot. To say numbers, there is 1 on 5 people that are neurodivergent, but
in
it's
the world.
Only
1 in 5 people in the world.
Yes, but is diagnosed. It's a real subject, but not if you are not in the sphere, in the circle, you don't know about it.
How are you guys utilizing artificial intelligence to drive more of your effectiveness of the product?
Comment c'est la technologie? La technologie.
So we are a first developer. We are tech, and we make a new technology for that. And after that, we're training the model in ER for automatic in B2B port.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us here at VivaTech News.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Speak to you.
Thank you.
All right. Let's head out now to the main action floor and go inside VivaTech. Let's bring in our tech reporter, Simon Harding. Simon, I see more robots. What can you tell us?
Hi, Upton. Yeah, day 2 at VivaTech here, 10th anniversary. Robotics is a really big theme, and also specifically how AI and robotics have that synergy, how they work together, how they're able to develop together to bring better conditions. And manufacturing is also one of the areas where specifically robotics is looking to improve things, and that's why I'm here at the stand of Embodied AI, and I'm joined by Armin Avai, the head of product here at Embodied AI. Armin, thank you very much for speaking to us on VivaTech News. Tell us a little bit about your product. How does it work, and what is it that you're trying to achieve?
Of course. Hi, good morning, everyone. We are Embodied AI, a fairly young startup, about a year old, and we are automating hard tasks in the manufacturing environment with our physical AI stack. And our mission is to bring robots into human spaces. So how we achieve that is through inherently safe hardware. So our humanoid is built on the philosophy of it to be compliant and work collaboratively in environments where humans are already active and operating. And we have the physical AI stack behind it to give it the intelligence that's needed to automate tasks in unstructured environments.
Now, Armin, it's safe to say, I think, that robotics has been, in the manufacturing sphere for quite a long time. It's obviously always been evolving, as we know. But how is this different? What makes this special? What is it really changing? And maybe you can show us some of the features.
Yes, for sure. So if we look at robotics in manufacturing, the traditional robots are already taking care of the simple tasks. So what's left and whatever doesn't fit this mold of highly repetitive, pre-programmable operations is still not automated. And that's about 80% of manual tasks that remain in manufacturing today. So we really have the privilege of going and automating these hard tasks. And how we achieve that is so the first layer is physically safe systems that I mentioned. So if I interact with our robot that's in gravity compensation mode now, you see that it shows full compliance to my interactions. And also we have designed the robot to put all of the heavy components in the chest of the robot, and we control the arm through the tendons, which makes for a very light arm that also adds to the safety layer of it. At the same time, we then combine this with teleoperation and our own proprietary AI stack that makes the robot really fast to deploy. So for your high mix production, where you have a lot of different types of objects and SKUs that you need to handle, you need systems that can integrate fast and seamlessly into existing production, and that's where air comes in. And then you also have your delicate, dexterous tasks. We also have our stack fits those type of challenges quite well.
And in terms of, the benefits for businesses, where you guys are at in terms of your journey in production, you're telling me there are pilots that are actually out there, the mobility, the amount of loads that it can pick up. Tell us a little bit about those aspects as well, please.
Yes, so we are already piloting the robots, two of our different hardwares with European manufacturers and Korean manufacturers. And in this environment, what we do, we really have a collaborative approach into these pilots, and we try to arrive at a healthy business case with the partners. So we aim around 1.5-year return of investment on our robots. And yeah, in terms of payload, you mentioned at the moment it can carry 5 kilograms per arm. This is, it can address like most of these delicate tasks that I was mentioning. And in terms of mobility as well, from day one we start to map the environment, and there's an autonomous navigation stack behind it that the robot then can operate autonomously in the shop floor.
And for you guys to be in this space, in this sphere, how exciting is it? Obviously, a young startup, as you said, a company based in Lausanne. We can see some of the pictures there behind you, maybe something which is more in terms of the act of it. How exciting is it for you guys also to be here at VivaTech and to be able to showcase this?
Yeah, it's very exciting. It's actually for us the first time that in a public event we are showcasing the robot and sharing about our technology and our unique approach to physical AI. So also VivaTech, it's been a great event. We get a lot of interactions with customers in the corporate sector, but also investors. So as a startup, it's been a great experience so far, and looking forward to the next 2 days.
Well, Armin, thank you very much. And I think I can also shake the hand of our little friend here. So I'll come and give him a lovely handshake. Here we go. Beautiful. There we go. So there you go, Upton. That is embodied AI here at SwissTech, trying to change as well how we look at robotics in the manufacturing world. Very, very interesting and very topical subject at the moment.
Absolutely, Simon. I think next year we'll have to bring on the robot on set for an interview himself or herself. So thanks so much for that. All right, let's do our next interview with the VivaTech here on set. I'd like to now welcome Maya Noel, who is CEO of France Digital, Europe's leading collective of startups and investors. Maya, welcome to VivaTech.
Good morning.
First of all, tell us about France Digital and what is the mission?
Yes, so France Digital is an organization created 15 years ago by entrepreneurs and investors in France. At the beginning, the idea was really to gather this ecosystem together because it was blooming in France, and also to be the representative toward the policymakers, both in Paris and Brussels, because what we can see is that policymakers, I mean, the situation is improving, but they tend not to really understand what is going on in the tech ecosystem. So we are there really to describe and to give some insights so that all the regulation or legislation is okay and fit with the priority of the growth of our startups.
And what have been the regulatory trends that you've been saying? We're going to hear from Prime Minister Modi of India as well as French President Macron today. So are you seeing more improvements from regulators regarding the ecosystem?
I think that people tend to understand a bit more what are the consequences of the tech revolution around our society and the economy, for sure. When I see the change during the last 10 years, 15 years, I think that we came from a point where technology was a tool, and today they really understand that it is a real infrastructure, and depending on the way that you are able to produce your own technology, it also depends also your sovereignty, your independence from a political, economic point of view.
The U.S. is spending billions on AI infrastructure. How can companies and startups in Europe compete?
Yeah, that's a tricky one. For sure, they have more capital than we do. They invest way more than we do in Europe. But if we play as European, and if we what we need to really have a strong AI ecosystem is some great talents, and we do have them in Europe, but we also need some capital, as you say, but the capital can come from the investors and also from the buyers. And this is something maybe that we haven't understand enough in Europe. We have been, I would say, a bit naive, is that we do buy a lot of American tools in terms of digital, AI especially. But if we choose to also buy some Europeans AI, I think we will have to grow. But I don't say that we have to. I think that we do need a European preference. It doesn't mean that we shouldn't work with any other countries, not at all. But I think that we have to maybe learn not the mistake, but what we have seen during the last 10 years, especially in the cloud industry. We are very dependent as European from the American. Almost 80% of our purchase are on American cloud providers. And the way of not doing it with AI is to choose to have a stack where you can choose different models from different countries to really build it with a resilient point of view.
Is the EU AI Act helping to build safety or holding startups back from actually competing globally?
I think that the idea and the philosophy behind the AI Act is pretty strong and very, I would say, it's a good one. As you say, it's the idea behind it is really to build a trustworthy AI. And I think that what we do not do enough as Europeans is promoting as a real path, something that we are proud of, and make it like a marketing asset, you see. Today we're really focusing on the fact that it's a bit complicated to be compliant when you build some AI, because the text and the execution of the text is not easy, and so it can be seen as a barrier at the entrance. But I think that we can improve it. But still, we have to really think about the purpose of the text and promote it. I think it's very important to really build like a third voice of AI in Europe by working on a very trustworthy AI, yes.
Yeah. Maya, thank you so much for joining us here at VivaTech News.
Have a
great
nice
time.
day.
Thank you.
Bye.
All right, you're watching VivaTech News live from the 10th edition of VivaTech here in Paris. Stay with us. We got a huge action-packed day ahead. We'll be right back.
What began as a bold bet to put Europe's tech ecosystem on the global map is now the place where the future takes shape. VivaTech 2026 isn't looking back. It's launching the next decade.
AWS AI is moving business forward. It's how Audi takes vehicles from concept to customer. Delivers real-time match insights to Bundesliga fans. And how small businesses grow online with GoDaddy. How will AI revolutionize your business? AWS AI is how.
AI is changing everything. But that's your thing. Change. Like changing frenzy into fearlessness. And Adobe is here for it because we're turning AI promise into marketing reality, where personalization feels more human. And customers feel more connected. When AI meets marketing, ROI changes for the better. It starts with Adobe.
Power. Force. Passion. Wisdom. Faith. Knowledge. Chemistry. Strength. Courage. Force. Intensity.
Welcome back to VivaTech News, your early dose of everything you need to know here from the 10th edition of VivaTech here in Paris. It's a very exciting day too. Yesterday we heard from Jeff Bezos, a massive name, and today we're going to hear from multiple other big names, including India's Prime Minister. It's going to be an absolutely incredible event. He's going to be speaking on stage at 2 p.m., so we'll be watching that. We'll be bringing you all the live coverage, whether you're in Paris joining us here on site or watching from anywhere else in the world. We have you covered. And now let's get to our next interview with the VivaTech on set. I'm excited to now be joined by Ricardo Barberis, Regional President for Northern Europe and France at Manpower Group. Welcome to VivaTech News.
Thanks for the invitation. Happy to be here.
Now, Ricardo, you're a leading voice on workforce trends and labor market shifts here in Europe. I want to talk about talent shortages, skill challenges, and workforce transformations that are changing Europe's future. So we have a lot to discuss. Europe has relatively low unemployment, yet many companies still struggle to actually find the right talent. How would you describe the state of the European labor market right now?
Yeah, it's a great question. I think Europe is living in a paradox because, as you mentioned, and also our last research shows the difficulties of employers to find talent. Then we have our quarterly predictive hiring intention review that says that 60% of the companies are still looking for hiring new people, and on the other hand, they don't find those people. So the problem is not that we are lacking of jobs or we are lacking of people. we simply have a labor market that is highly inefficient because there are not the skills that are needed by the business needs.
Wow, interesting. Talent shortages remain high across Europe. So what is driving the gap between available jobs and available skills, especially when all we're hearing about is AI?
Yeah, I would not consider AI really the driver of this. I think that there are demographic trends, especially in Europe. There are aging population in the workplace. And I would say also some need of a more fluid labor market to foster mobility. I think that those are the causes. AI, of course, is accelerating those structural changes, but they were already happening. AI is just showing them in a more clear way. So it's a call to action for us, how to keep pace with the technology evolution. This is what we are looking at now. Technology is evolving faster than the workforce adaptation. This is the challenge that we need to face.
Your latest workforce insights is showing that employees are looking for more than just a salary. What are people expecting actually from their employers today?
Yeah, this is another great angle to look at the labor market because the model that has been valid for many years, recognition, job stability, pension, healthcare system, is absolutely not anymore updated. The new one, especially for the Gen Z, when we look at our talent barometer, is talking about a meaningful job, is about purpose, is about work-life balance, seamless tech. And those are the new name of the game for who's looking for a job. And this is why we need to understand better the expectation of the younger generation at work. For instance, when we look at our talent barometer, they think that they are ready now with the digital skills, but they think that they won't be ready in 2 years with the same skills because they know already that they will change. So how to keep pace with the change and help them to continuously keeping the skills at the right level to continue to be marketable is the new challenge.
In an AI-driven world, Manpower Group talks about the importance of, quote, the human edge. What skills will matter the most in years ahead, especially for, let's say, Gen Z?
No, absolutely. We talk a lot about this AI replacing job. We don't think about it. We think that tech is just a tool. We think that tech is not creating growth for itself. And there are already starting to be data that are showing that just the automation is not creating better productivity and better job. The combination of human and tech, augmentation, creates innovation. This is why we think that critical thinking, learnability, so what we were curiosity, those are the soft skills that we were used to call soft skills. I would say now they are strategic skills because they are part of the business prerequisite to be in the labor market.
How can Europe ensure that it has the talent needed to turn innovation into long-term economic growth?
Europe has everything to compete in the global scenario because innovation has always been one of the key assets of the European culture in our society. What we need today, thinking about short and longer term, is first massive investment in upskilling and reskilling because this will be the name of the game for a long time. And so to make sure that we are helping our people to live in technology, in new technology world, considering this a support and not an enemy. And the second is contribute to the educational system reform to make sure that those educational systems are closer to the business needs in order to close the unemployment gap, right? And I think also a labor market with more fluid rules in a way that the talents can have better mobility within Europe. Because just those three things done, as Draghi document would say, those will be fueling the economic growth of Europe because it's not technology that will create jobs. It will be the amplification of the human potential that will create the growth, thanks to those three things.
Absolutely. Ricardo, thank you so much for joining us here on set.
My pleasure.
All right, so yesterday here at VivaTech, one of the biggest guests to come on stage was French swimmer Léon Marchand, Olympic and world champion and LVMH ambassador. He revealed the secret to his success in the pool. It's actually discipline. Take a listen to what he had to say.
I think motivation is a thing. I think a lot of people can have motivation. It's emotional. That's not how you reach a goal. I think discipline really changed. Self-discipline, but also structured discipline when you train in an environment where everyone is reaching for a goal. Probably like 80% of the days that I've been training, I didn't want to show up. I didn't know how like any motivation to wake up at 5 a.m. and like jump in the water. But you do it. You show up because your training group is, your coach is asking you to do it, and it brought you. That's how discipline works. And I think when you do discipline on a daily basis, it becomes like a routine, and it becomes like easier and easier as you keep going. It also like keeps you on the right track on your goals. I like to like name a goal at the beginning of the year, and I know that discipline will bring me there if I follow it like closely.
All right, I'm excited for our next guest interview. Let's do a VivaTech on set. I'm excited to be joined now by Luc Demant, President of EMEA at Adobe, where he leads growth across Europe, Middle East, and Africa. You're a veteran software executive. You joined Adobe in 2016 after senior leadership roles across enterprise tech, and today you focus on how AI and the customer experience are reshaping digital growth for businesses at scale. Welcome to VivaTech News.
That's right. Morning, Upton.
How's been your VivaTech so far?
Amazing.
Amazing. Wow. So many companies have spent the last 2 years experimenting with AI, but what does it take to move from pilots to real enterprise-wide execution?
Well, right now, all CEOs we talk to really are done with pilot. They want to move fast to scale and production. And I think there is a misconception that AI is just a tech rollout. It is much more than that. It is actually a business transformation and a cultural transformation. So, you can think, and I think the success we see in companies deploying it at scale is that they see it as a lever for growth, but they see it as well as a way to reinvent themselves as well. So you can think of AI as building efficiencies, right? Accelerating tasks that you do, right? But if you rethink your business model, that's where you get the edge and the competitive advantage. So as such, there are three really key components. First, that means it needs to be driven by the top. CEO sponsorship, executive sponsorship with clear vision on what is the business outcome that we want to drive. And when it comes to customer experience, it's really about growth, loyalty, and fundamentally establishing competitive advantage. The second aspect, which is less glamorous, but establishing a foundation that is robust. And that foundation is made of trusted data. There is no AI project with a strong trusted data foundation, a robust governance. And when it comes to customer experience and leveraging AI in that context, brand control is absolutely top of mind. All the CMOs we talk to want to ensure there is brand consistency while you develop AI at scale. If those three components are met, you can scale your AI initiatives. The third one is really also change management. It's rarely what fails in AI projects, not the tech, it's the change. It's the leadership, the ability to embark the whole organization behind that, including intermediate layers, and rethink. We are proud to really rethinking the operating models with some of our customers, including people like Tesco, to really think ahead of how they need to adjust their skills, how do they need to operate differently to get this. So it's really a mesmerizing moment of acceleration right now.
Absolutely. So you mentioned customer experience. When it comes to customer experience orchestration, it's been referred to as the next big shift in the AI area. Yeah. I want to know, what does it actually mean in practical terms, and what business challenges does it actually solve?
So for context, Adobe has been pioneering digital marketing, which we shaped after that customer experience management, and today we are leading the way in what we call customer experience orchestration. It's a direct response to the complexity that our customers are facing. Complexity of their own landscape with multiple platforms, models, fragmented data, content, and teams sometimes. But it's also the complexity attached to this new world, which is both human and agentic, right? So to cope with this new reality, it is imperative right now that you orchestrate customer experiences across the full life cycle from prospect to loyalty instead of having disjointing function on the spot. And we are really connecting three key domains in this. The first one is automating the full content supply chain to cope with the exponential demand for high quality content. That is absolutely a mandate. Second is brand visibility in this world where LLM are reintermediating the customer journeys. Having the ability to keep your brand discoverable in this new world is imperative, so that's the second aspect we're working on. And the third one is really customer engagement, which is the ability to deploy personalization at scale and conversational experiences which will be relevant in real time to build loyalty in the long term.
Personalization drives growth, but it also creates a huge content challenge. I'm curious, how can brands deliver real-time, one-to-one experiences at scale while also protecting quality, trust, and brand authority?
Yeah, that's absolutely top of mind for all of our executives today. I think the first thing to achieve personalization at scale, you need a combination of three things: content, data, and AI. The content part and the creativity is what's going to help you exist in a world of digital fatigue. You need to build content that stands out. That is absolutely a mandate. The second one is the data part of the house is going to help you be relevant and build customer journeys that are going to be meaningful in the instant, right? That is the key right now. And the third aspect is AI brings the scale that was missing so far, the ability to really scale the effort. So when it comes to content, personalization drives a huge exponential surge of content and high quality content. That is a bottleneck for a lot of CMOs today. And we are helping them through that by automating the full content supply chain. Gen Studio is a solution we use to automate that full process. And it starts from leveraging AI from content ideation, production, to workflow and collaboration, as well as asset management and analytics that will help you analyze how your content is performing. So streamlining this has a huge impact on content velocity, time to market. That's great. But to our earlier point, brand control and the ability to make sure like your initiative scales with the peace of mind is absolutely key. So on that, we are working as well on what we call brand intelligence, which helps you make sure like you stay on the brand guardrails that are implemented across a group at global scale.
Final question here. You lead Adobe across a highly diverse Europe, Middle East, Africa, massive region. Walk us through the trends you're seeing with customers when it comes to AI adoption.
So first of all, we are pleased to see a huge acceleration in terms of, again, what we said, experimentation to production, and the field of marketing and customer experience in terms of workflows is probably where you'll find the biggest levers for not only efficiencies, but growth. So that's really something that we see accelerating. It's thinking of how do you reinvent an area, a vertical. We're working with Tesco, which I just mentioned. We are co-innovating together. So there's a huge appetite to build something that's going to be uniquely differentiated for brands. We're building co-innovation labs. We are really adjusting to the custom needs of those customers to really be competitive. That's one. I think the second aspect that we see is that the brands in Europe are deploying scale, but with a responsible approach to AI. And it's very attuned with our DNA of making sure that AI is an accelerant, but it amplifies also human ingenuity. If you stop by your booth, you will see L'Oreal, who is there, and that's exactly what they are doing. They are deploying AI at scale, accelerating content production, but by staying true to their brand DNA and the creativity aspect that attach to each of the brands. So I think we are very excited to see the acceleration in Europe and leading the way on responsible AI.
Luke, thank you so much for joining us here at VivaTech.
Thank you, it's been a pleasure.
All right, you're watching VivaTech News. We are reporting live from the grounds here at VivaTech, the 10th edition of VivaTech, where, as you can see that live shot, we have thousands and thousands, tens of thousands of people who have ascended onto the Porte de Versailles here for day 2. We're going to hear from many big names today. Yesterday, we heard from Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon, talking about space and the future of space. Today, we're going to hear from French President Emmanuel Macron, as well as Prime Minister Modi of India, so it's going to be a huge day. I'm excited now for my next interview for a VivaTech on set. I'm now joined by Maurice Levy, who is the business leader who transformed Publicis Group into the global communications powerhouse it is today, and also co-founded VivaTech. Welcome to VivaTech News.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
It's great to have you. So 10 years ago when you launched VivaTech, what was the original vision here? And looking around today, has that reality lived up to your expectation?
Exceeded my expectation. I had a big dream, but I didn't think that I could bring VivaTech to that level. And I was hoping that it will become probably the most important gathering on tech, innovation, and startups in Europe. But when you look at what VivaTech is today, it is a much broader than European place. You have all the big names who are eager to come, and we have an extraordinary development of innovation which are displayed everywhere, and people coming from more than 150 countries. Somebody said 171. I don't know if it is the exact number. And you have the pavilion of all those great countries. You see Germany just behind you, which is country of the year. So it's absolutely staggering to see how we have evolved, and I'm very proud of what the team has done, because it is something that you don't do only because you wish to do it. It's hard work with a lot of people sweating a lot, and at the end of the day, something absolutely fantastic.
Absolutely.
So I'm very pleased.
Absolutely. You know, over the past decade, we've seen the rise of AI, quantum computing, climate tech. It's an entirely new startup ecosystem out there than even just 10 years ago. What has been the single biggest tech shift in your mind since the first VivaTech?
Clearly, it's about AI, so it's a little bit commonplace to mention AI, but we started to speak about AI at the first edition. And at each edition, we had a lot of discussion regarding AI, and today AI has taken off to a level that was absolutely unexpected, including by the people who created generative AI, like OpenAI or Anthropic. And today, it's clearly the new oil, if I may. It's the new electricity, if you prefer. And it will be bigger than internet.
As the global race for innovation accelerates, where do France and Europe broadly stand today?
Okay, to be very honest, we are laggards, and we are behind the US and China, and there is no question about this, because unfortunately, we have not been able to build the kind of platform and the kind of companies that the US and China have been able to build. However, we are speeding up since 10 years, and I would say that the ecosystem in France is very different from that of the other European countries, and France is clearly leading the development and the growth in startups. Our ecosystem is very complex. It is mainly based on entrepreneurship and also on education. So with these two pillars, you have highly educated people, a lot of mathematicians and people who are very good in physics, etc., and people who want to achieve a dream by being entrepreneur. With the help of President Macron and the French tech, we have created something, and VivaTech is part of what has been created, which really epitomizes the world of the future. And there is no doubt that an acceleration is needed, and I believe that the disruption created by AI will give an opportunity to the French system, but also the European system, because if we want to compete against China and against the American, we need to do it at the level of Europe.
Absolutely. Startups have always been at the heart of VivaTech, but why is it important to keep giving the next generation of entrepreneurs time on stage?
I think it's very important that you have a new generation of leaders, a new generation of entrepreneurs. The former generation has to give a hand, to help, and to make sure that the new generation has all the possibility of realizing their dreams. But the one who will be creating the future are not the one who have created the past. And you don't build the future in the container of the past. You build the future by being disruptive, and only a new generation can get rid of legacy and create something new.
Absolutely. Final question, when we look ahead at the next decade, what's your vision for VivaTech and the role that it can play in shaping the future of innovation in France on the larger stage?
I have great ambitions for VivaTech. I believe that we have been able to be a catalyst, and we have been able to bring together the best of what is the CES, the best of what is Davos, and the best of all the startups events like the Web Summit, etc. And in the future, the only thing that we can do, which would take us to the next level, is to enlarge what tech is all about. We should not consider tech as only the tech world, but automotive is tech, mobility is tech, domestic operations are mainly driven by tech. People's jobs are also impacted by tech. So I would like that VivaTech become really the place for the future, the place where not only you meet the future, but you build the future. And that is where the new generation of entrepreneurs are coming.
Absolutely. Thank you so much. I know you're quite busy this week, so appreciate you joining us here at VivaTech News.
Thank you for having me.
All right, AI is helping to bring clinical trials down from years to months by finding drug targets humans may have missed and catching disease systems before they appear. Take a look at exactly how they're doing that.
With AI drug discovery, algorithm-predicted disease diagnosis, and biotech advance, healthcare is hurtling into a new era. Medicine is going beyond treatment towards prevention and even personalized enhancement. Paris-based Sanofi is one of the clearest examples of how this new era is taking shape. Aiming to become the first biopharma company powered by AI at scale, they are applying it at every layer from research to manufacturing. Meanwhile, supply chain management has been given by the Ambient AI listens to consultations and generates clinical notes, integrating into existing health records. Others are pushing the boundaries of what tech in healthcare can achieve. The latest frontier of personal enhancement is becoming visible. Longevity clinics using AI-driven biomarker testing, brain-computer interfaces for cognitive augmentation, and advanced gene editing. Yet one major question remains. Who actually benefits from these breakthroughs? One company trying to address that challenge is Copenhagen-based Radiobiotics. The company's trained its AI on millions of medical images from more than 1,300 hospitals. Within seconds, the software can detect fractures or subtle injuries on an X-ray. AI's promise is not just smarter medicine for the privileged, but better diagnostics and care across the board, helping reduce inequalities in access to healthcare.
All right, it's time for our VivaTech Fireside Chat. Let's bring in our reporter, Will, who can share an interview with us. Will, over to you. And it seems like we are just going to work on Will's audio there, and we will give that a second and before we come back. But if you're just joining us, it's day 2, and I think we have Will's audio figured out. Let's try that again. Will, over to you. All right. I think... All right, we will be right back. Let us figure out that audio, and we'll be right back with way more VivaTech news.
Scan badges, network, and do business. Use the interactive map to navigate the halls. Explore VivaTech tech trails for a deeper immersion.
People always assume.
La SNCF, c'est le train.
When actually,
la SNCF, c'est bien plus que du train.
Ça change tout.
SNCF Group does more than trains because it's a major player in all types of sustainable mobility. Over 40% of SNCF's business is not in rail.
C'est presque la moitié.
For passengers, there's SNCF Voyageurs and its trains TGV Inouï and Ouigo, Intercité, TER and Transilien. But there's also Keolis with its buses, trains, metros, trams, coaches, driverless shuttles and bike sharing.
Nous opérons partout en France, dans chaque territoire, mais aussi dans le monde.
For freight transport and logistics, there's Rail Logistics Europe.
Nous, c'est le transport ferroviaire de marchandises européen.
And Geodis, a world leader in global transport and logistics.
On est au service des entreprises et des marchés.
And to manage the rail network that carries our trains and our competitors' trains safely, there's SNCF Réseau.
C'est pour l'exploitation, la maintenance et la régénération du réseau.
For stations, it's SNCF Gare et Connexion.
Nous gérons et exploitons les 3000 gares de France.
With all its activities in France and around the world, SNCF Group has to meet a major challenge. Maintain, renovate, and modernize the rail network without losing money or taking on new debt. How about some numbers? SNCF Group reports revenue of over 40 billion euros a year. And like any business, these come from its customers. For TER and Transilien trains in France, and for Keolis in France and abroad, customers are local authorities with public service contracts. For Intercité, which operates trains that keep regions connected day and night, the customer is the French state. For TGVs, which are not run under public service contracts, the customers are passengers. Finally, for Geodis and Rail Logistics Europe, customers are businesses. Public or private customers? All group transport businesses are now open to competition.
C'était déjà le cas du fret depuis 2006. C'est aussi le cas de TGV et TER depuis 2020.
That trend is accelerating.
Et nous, ce que l'on souhaite, c'est que nos clients continuent à nous choisir.
Above all, for several years now, SNCF Group has been profitable, allowing it to invest over 10 billion euros in rail each year, alongside the state and regions. Lastly, while SNCF Group is a champion of sustainable mobility, it's also a group that is useful to society.
En reliant les entreprises, les territoires,
en inventant la gare de demain,
en créant de l'emploi, directement mais aussi indirectement,
chez nos 20 000 fournisseurs.
For all of these reasons, here's what you need to know. SNCF isn't one company, it's a group. A group with 290,000 employees, present around the world, actively working for a dynamic, caring, and sustainable society.
Scan badges, network, and do business. Use the interactive map to navigate the halls. Explore VivaTech tech trails for a deeper immersion. Consult the program in real time and catch top sessions.
Welcome back to VivaTech News. You're looking at a live shot of day 2 here at the 10th edition of Europe's largest startup and tech event. We have a huge day. Let's get straight to our next interview, and let's go out to our reporters who are standing out on the floor. I want to bring in Will Hildebrandt. Will, let's try this again.
Third time's a charm, Upton. In the words of our next company, AI is good at small tasks like chess, but it cannot get the chessboard out and set the pieces. With me is Karim Noura, mathematician and founder of Superintelligence Computing Systems, or SICS. Karim, thank you for joining us here at VivaTech. I'm just curious, you say your team is more rocket engineers than rocket scientists. Explain what that means and a little bit about what SICS does.
Yeah, sure. So we're building next generation AI, a world model-based AI, and we worked from day one in industrial environment and built this AI, a true AI innovation from first principles in close collaboration with a client. And in that aspect, it's not a product of a research project. It's I would say, we are more rocket engineers and rocket scientists in that aspect.
This is your second time at VivaTech. Your first time was last year. You're back again here in 2026. What are some of the goals for SICS?
Yeah, our goal for this VivaTech is to close an investment round. We're looking for 10 million euros. We already 60% of the round covered. We hope to find a good top-tier lead investor.
And when you're looking at your sector, any trends you're seeing in your sector?
Yeah, I would say the trend probably is that more and more are realizing that large language models is not the end game and not a viable way forward in order to produce true intelligence. And we can see that with these world models coming into consciousness. It's been an obscure type of technology, but now it's the engineers are realizing we have to do something very differently. And that's what we're doing.
Yeah. And Karim, when we're looking at the journey of SICS, of your company, tell us a bit about how far you've come and what's next.
Yeah, so we have an AI word model in commercial operation. That means something that's not a large language model, and it doesn't rely on reinforcement learning. So it's an AI that learns more like a child, that learns from interaction, feedback with the environment. So the AI deployed today at our customer site is better today than it was yesterday, and even better tomorrow. So every action the AI is controlling the robot to do is training data. So both positive and negative feedback will enhance the performance of the AI, and this is unique. And the result for the client is that the training cost of the AI is very, very low, and also the generalization ability is beyond everything we know on the market. So, for example, we had IKEA showed up with 30 different IKEA products. We had 0 training on IKEA products, 6 different categories, and we managed to pick these products with a robot. 93% of them without any prior training, and IKEA, they were amazed. So we can manage, I would say, high variation very smoothly, and also with industrial precision standards, so close to 100% success rate. This is unheard of in industry. I would say with an end-to-end AI, our peers in the space, they have hybrid solutions with partly AI and partly legacy code, in order to handle the mitigations, to mitigate the hallucinations of today's AI, and also adding extra flexibility, adding human heuristics, handling special cases, and so forth. We don't need that. We have an end-to-end AI that does the picking, the placing, and we're also controlling the robots all the way down to the joint angles. So the AI learns and controls the trajectory, the speed, the acceleration, the gripping force. So we get a lot more flexibility, can handle different objects in different ways.
IKEA is not the only one amazed. I'm amazed as well, Karim. Thank you very much, Karim Noura from SICS. Back to you, Upton.
That great interview. Let's head out now to another part of the show floor and do another VivaTech inside VivaTech. Good morning, Carrie. So what are you tracking this morning?
Well, I'm really in the heart of the action here. I'm at the BNP Paribas stand where notably a number of startups are being highlighted. I'm here with a man who knows a lot about startups, Florian Berlia, who's the program manager at BIUP at Bivouac, which is the hub of open innovation at BNP Paribas. Tell us a bit more about what you do at BIUP.
Yeah, for sure. BIUP is a support, end-to-end support program for BNP Paribas with a structured access to businesses and function. Its objective is really to be able to test very quickly the solutions and to support the contractualization phase. Thanks to our internal partner, we are able to offer a tailor-made solution for entrepreneurs at all stages of maturity. You think about, for example, to les espaces entrepreneurs, where innovation or way bunker. BNP Paribas supports more than 90% of startups in the next 40 and 80% of startups in the next 120. We can also do the entry into relationship with our investor, like BNP Paribas Development, Operatech Venture, or Solar Impulse, for example. And for sure, we rely a lot on AI to improve our capacity to help entrepreneurs in their development on a daily basis.
All right, so many tools at startups' disposal there. Tell us more about this VivaTech then for you at BNP Paribas.
Yeah, BNP Paribas has been a founding partner of the largest European event dedicated to tech and innovation since the beginning, 10 years ago. And here at VivaTech, you can discover our tour in Café des Innovations, where you can exchange, anticipate, and discover the future with our experts. You can discover also 15 startups on various topics like defense, energy. And I propose you to come to discover the first one, Habs.
Habs AI. Okay, looks very interesting. I'm here with Tamara from Habs.
Yes, I'm Tamara. I'm the business director of HABS, and here we're developing Neuro AI to very precisely predict the cognitive and emotional state and respond to any type of product or asset. And we prepared a short demo for you here to showcase it on video.
All right, so I think we're going to take a sneak peek inside the inner workings of my mind. I hope everyone's appropriately excited for this. I'll hand it over to you. You can explain about what we're going to see.
Perfect. So here we will set her up with augmented reality glasses where we're going to show a short trailer and a headset that here measures at the prefrontal cortex to measure your regulation of emotions, working memory, attention, and engagement in response to this video. So here we are going to show the emotions in real time that are responding at every second of change in this video. Our AI model has been trained on neurophysiological data, not only of these channels, but of a 64-channel headset and pupillometry data, eye tracking data, respiration data, heart rate data across 15,000 different stimuli. And we have a proprietary calibration step that enables us to understand how your emotions are really changing compared to what your emotional state was before. That is really superior to declarative traditional user testing metrics that are biased because of the inability to really look at how your emotional state in the moment is affecting what you say about what emotions it's triggering. So what we see here is also a neat little thing we do for a demo where we have a art piece that is created for every individual based on their brain data, and the colors and the particle size, etc., change based on their data. So I think we can take this off now and show you.
Let's have a look. Can you tell us about what this is?
Yes, so here in the top corner we can see your results. So you were somewhat comfortable, but not the most comfortable. Usually we see that people are more comfortable. Again, your concentration was okay. You weren't fully immersed in the experience, which is maybe normal, given that we are live here. Your curiosity was very low. This did not seem to be the most interesting video for you. Joy was okay, but not very strong. The strongest emotion for you was actually nostalgia, where it seems that this made you think of other things and made you feel nostalgic.
Okay, super interesting, Tamara. Thank you very much for that. So I can see, Florian, that BNP supports startups in a number of ways. I am interested, though, about one more thing that you do, which is Wero. Tell us about that.
Yes, Wero is our mobile payment application to receive money. As you can see just here, you can discover our Wero bar and experiential spaces to discover with our expert what is the application, and don't hesitate to come and maybe discover what is the key feature and what about the deployment in Europe.
We've only just seen this here at BNP Paribas, but I'll throw it back over to you, Upton.
All right, Karis, thank you so much for bringing that interactive segment. We'll have to check out their booth later today. All right, it's time for our next interview for a VivaTech on set. I'm joined now by Bruno Zerbib, who is Chief Technology and Innovation Officer at Orange, one of Europe's leading telecom and digital service companies. So we have a new series this year called Tech 10 Series. So you're going to join us to discuss how AI, co-invention, and tech sovereignty could reshape the next decade. Welcome to VivaTech News.
Thank you for having me.
When you look ahead to the next 10 years of tech, what do you think will transform businesses and just everyday life the most?
So maybe to answer that question, I need to take a step back and look at what happened the last 10 years. I think the last 10 years, the most important thing that happened is the cloudification of everything. The fact that we essentially transform application into software as a service. Everything is being delivered as a service. And the offshoring, the outsourcing, a lot of those capabilities somewhere, somehow, and the transformation as a service, I think, has completely changed the way companies work. If I take a step back and I look at what lies ahead of us, I think this is going to continue to be in many, many ways. This notion of services everywhere, which is cloudification, it's not over. But the biggest change is that what we used to call the cloud is going to become primarily AI-defined and AI-powered. And I think the biggest change is going to be what we call orchestration of agents and the intelligence and the control points and how we're going to make sense of thousands, maybe millions of agents that are going to have to work together in a very dispersed way.
So co-innovation, that seems to be at the heart of your approach. Why is collaborating with external partners like startups or researchers so critical to staying ahead in today's landscape?
So again, if you look historically, people who have been successful, companies, countries, what have you, are those that have been working with the best and have been learning from the best. We think that we are like a sponge. We love to absorb best practices coming from a startup, a well-established technology company. We also believe in diversity. The fact that we have people with a different mindset, different kind of approach. We have strong core values at Orange, but we really think that co-innovation is this context that we can learn from everybody. And then at the end of the day, you build ecosystems that give you the power of scale, and that's the reason why we want to work that way. We think that's the only way, that's the only sustainable way to innovate.
You're also focusing heavily on agentic AI. How do you see this new generation of AI changing the customer experience and the way that employees work and collaborate internally?
So today, when you go on your phone, you have an application that you use. That application has been training you. You've learned how to develop, how to adapt to the workflow of the application. But if you take a step back, what do you really want? You want the other way around. You want that application to understand how do you think, what is the user experience that you have in mind. And so we think that agentic AI is going to profoundly change
the notion of application and transform that with something that's going to be way more dynamic, that's going to be based on who you are, and every user will have a set of agents that will work in the background to provide you a unique experience that will be tailored to who you are, the needs that you have. And so the notion of application might, to some extent, fade away over time and be replaced really with hyper-personalized experiences that have been created just for you.
Human in the loop is a concept that is essential for Orange. Why will responsible and efficient AI become so important in the years ahead? And how do you ensure that human oversight is remaining like part of the process?
So it's a very tough question, because I could tell you we want to keep humans in the loop, but the question is how? Because obviously we want to leverage the power of AI as much as possible. If you look at, for instance, at people developing using Claude today. So what are the control points? Well, code review. Except that over the last few weeks and months, people are telling me they are doing code reviews now with AI as well. So the notion of control points keeps evolving, the notion of humans in the loop as well. And you have tons of agents working together, making decisions in milliseconds. So I think what you need to do is really have very strong set of rules at the very onset of that orchestration that is defined and reviewed constantly, continuously by humans. And then you need to give yourself the kind of insights, continuous insight, that allow you to understand that what is being produced makes sense, but that discipline is going to evolve extremely quickly over the next weeks, months, and years.
Last question here. Tech sovereignty is becoming seen as a long-term structural challenge. How are you positioning how are you positioning the company to address it both today and in the future?
So I think sovereignty is, again, I think is, it's not black or white. You know, you have like today GPUs, you have servers, you have LLMs, you have orchestration layers, you have different kind of control points. I think to have strategic autonomy takes decades, it doesn't take months. But we think there are like control points that are really important for some of our customers that have like very sensitive workloads. We think, for instance, that running a large language model is problematic when it's delivered as a software as a service, because you have no control as to where the data is going. So at the very least, if you could control the data, that's one step in the right direction. And then you want to make sure that that layer of orchestration, how all of those agents are controlling what we call the harness, is also under control. There are so many things. We really believe in open source. We think that the best path towards sovereignty is working obviously with the European ecosystem, but it's using open source wherever you can and replacing those proprietary control points with open source.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here at VivaTech News. We'll be sure to see you throughout the week. All right, you're watching VivaTech News. Let's go now on to the main floor where we have a fireside chat. All right, let's welcome Stacy to the morning show. Stacy, what are you following this morning?
Thank you so much, Upton. I'm here for a fireside chat with Eleanor Crespo, who is the founder and CEO of Pigment, which is one of French's. We're so proud to have a startup like Pigment at VivaTech. Eleanor, my first question for you: what are you doing here at VivaTech this week?
So I have plenty of things happening. Next is a panel on agents and how agents are changing the way we work and especially the way we take decisions in a very volatile world. So very excited about that.
Wonderful. For those watching that don't know Pigment, can you tell us about the company?
Sure. So you have to understand, first of all, going back to that volatile world, volatility is a new norm, and every company has to be more agile than ever today if they want to be competitive. It's really the new competitive advantage. They need to make super fast decisions, and this is where we help with Pigment. We are an AI business planning platform that really helps you take faster, smarter decisions. So we work with customers like Anthropic, Siemens, Unilever, Coca-Cola, and we really help them navigate this very complex macroeconomic environment. And our agents, obviously, efficiency help you not only automate the work, but help you take faster decisions and be really much better at reacting to this environment. So to give you an example, if there is a supply chain shock, we can help you update immediately your P&L, think about your cash forecast, etc., in real time. And it's extremely powerful for any organization today to use that type of technology.
Wonderful. Could you tell us about the key foundational elements businesses need to have in place to leverage AI effectively? And what's Pigment doing about this?
Right, so I think you cannot just think about using agents in silos. So you need a couple of things to make sure that AI is extremely effective. So first of all, you need the right data foundation. This is what we provide with Pigment. You need the right infrastructure to have the right governance around your data. Second, you need a very powerful technology, because if you really want to use AI at scale, you need to have a technology that can scale with you, where you can deal with very complex workflows, a lot of collaboration, etc. But you also need some very strong processes that have to change with AI, where now you think more about what is the goal that you want agents to do for you, more than you really need to completely reshape basically your processes. And finally, you need change management. So you really need your company to completely change the way they would work, because now humans are going to manage teams of agents and are going to think completely differently about where we need them, to validate data, etc., more than really doing the work themselves. And so you need, probably these 4 elements if you really want your company to be effective in using AI.
And Eleanor, how can companies move from experimentation to using AI at scale? What has Pigment seen on the ground?
Yes, that's a very good question, and I think this is what all companies are trying to do right now, because they need to find true ROI coming from AI. And so if you want to go from a pilot to true AI at scale, first of all, you need this data foundation. It's absolutely critical, because if you do not have that, you're going to have a lot of individual projects that are done in silos within your company, but you need everyone to work on one infrastructure with the right governance and the right context. Second, you need to really embed these pilots into your business workflows. And this is what we do a lot with Pigment, is really help you completely automate fully end-to-end your business workflow. And then the third one, I think, is that you need the human in the loop. You need to be able to really completely understand what's happening. You need a lot of explainability, transparency, etc. around the models if you really want to put AI at scale and not just experiment on your side.
Okay. Thank you so much for your time, Eleanor. Pigment doing wonderful things. We're really happy to have you at VivaTech, and we're wishing you a wonderful event. Thanks.
All right, Stacy, thanks so much for bringing us that great interview. All right, let's do our next interview with a VivaTech on set. I'm joined now by Benoît Fret, who is CEO at Chronopost, France's leading express parcel delivery company. Welcome to VivaTech News.
Thank you.
All right, so Chronopost is the first parcel delivery company in France to deploy an autonomous AI customer agent. Why was it important for you to invest in this technology?
Yes, with the expansion of e-commerce and second-hand purchases, the request of customer increased by 32% over 5 years, so it's really huge. And our goal was simple, to respond quickly to the consignee and efficiently from the very first contact. And for cheaper, we want to reduce the pressure to their own customer services. So we made the choice to develop this AI agent in-house, thanks to a robot factory team in partnership with Edwin Technology. It's a startup, in fact. And all those experts, whose mission is to improve the efficiency of the answer and of the response of the AI autonomy.
Unlike traditional call bots, your AI agent can actually solve delivery issues on its own. How does that work in practice, and can you give us some examples?
Yes, traditional call bots are only capable of give information. And our autonomous agent is based on generative AI, and it allows us not only to understand the customer issue, but including the context, but also implement corrective action. For example, it is capable to reprogramming delivery or integrating specific instruction of the customer's request directly with the operations. And the results are great. Requests are processed 40% faster, and 85% of the requests are solved end-to-end by the autonomous agent without the customer need to call us back.
Chronopost is also using AI behind the scenes with tools like parcel matching and digital twins. Explain how these technologies are helping to optimize logistics operations.
Yes, parcel matching and digital twin are two really different concepts. Parcel matching is a device who allows us to identify a parcel who has lost his label. So this technology is based on three expertise: machine learning, generative AI, and human who take the last decisions. The AI compares the photo of the parcel in question with all photos in our network. And in less than 4 seconds, we are capable to retrieve all the data of the consignee and finish the delivery. And the digital twins, which we are using since 2025, it's a technology developed by GeoPost, our parent company. It is allows the creation of a virtual replica of our network based on the parcels movement data, the tracking in the transport terms. And this visibility it's a major head to reduce the line haul we are not optimized and increase the transit time of the line hauls during the night.
So delivery is becoming increasingly digital. I'm curious, with tools like QR code, secure delivery, and digital proof of delivery, how important are trust and security in logistics innovation right now?
Yeah, our goal is to deliver the parcels on time, of course, but also ensuring the safety of the parcel. So we have developed the secure Chronopass. It requires the mandatory of QR code for the delivery of end-to-end the parcels. And it concerns about 1 million parcels with very high value. And this technology has already allows to divide the dispute of the consignee by 10 and for the cheaper to reduce the refunds to their own customer.
I see. Okay. And looking ahead, what do you think AI and automation will change most in the delivery industry over the next couple of years?
Yeah, for the next year, our priority is clear. We want to use AI where it helps us the most. That means automating simple tasks to work better and faster and making things easier for our customer. In 10 or 20 years, the world will be really different in transport. So at Chronopost, innovation is not to predict the future. It's really about staying flexible so we can to adapt to the big change. And so our role is to bring the right innovation technology at the right time. For example, like robots or humanoid for the sorting parcels, or autonomous vehicle for pickup and delivery. And of course, a lot of AI to improve the customer experience. So this is how we stay efficient, in control, and close to what our customer need. And tomorrow's real challenge is ability to adapt quickly, invest, of course, a lot, and support our teams through all these changes.
All right, thank you so much for joining us here at VivaTech News.
Thank you very much.
All right, stay tuned for more to come. It is about 10:30 here live at Porte de Versailles at VivaTech for the 10th edition. We will be right back with so much more.
VivaTech Festival, Saturday, June 20th. AI, robots and innovation, demos, discovery.
Optimism isn't sunshine and rainbows. It's fixing things, changing the way we fix things. Rolled up sleeves, breaking through, growing power to meet growing needs, working to run the world on smarter energy every day, taking power where the grid's never been, then getting up and doing it again. Because if optimism never stops, then change can't either. GE Vernova, the energy of change.
Everything begins with a beat, a vibration that starts the movement, a beat that connects people. More than 3,000 employees, over 60 nationalities, working together across the globe. From Europe to North America, from Africa to Asia Pacific, our presence is global. Everywhere we operate, security and trust are key. 46 data centers, more than 30 local zones, hundreds of thousands of servers. Produced, recycled. A global network, a united presence. And tomorrow, new locations, new collaborations, a stronger international footprint built on the trust of 1.6 million customers across 140 countries, powering millions of websites worldwide, and providing millions of cloud and digital services designed for our customers' challenges, always by their side, meeting their needs. We play in harmony with our ecosystem because only together can we compose the future. This is OVH Cloud, a global leader in the cloud.
Today, under our 3 brands, we're helping organizations activate AI quickly and safely with enterprise-ready tools and humans in the lead. At VivaTech, we'll explore redesigning work for the age of AI, creating the skilled workforce the world needs to help build the future we all want. AI delivered in a way that is human first, digital always.
Live from VivaTech 2026. Jumpstart your day with Upton Saidi on Tech Early Birds. Stay ahead of the curve with Marjorie Payon on Breaking Tech. Gain insights with Olivia Kinghorst on Tech Newsroom. This is where business meets innovation. This is VivaTech News.
Good morning and welcome to VivaTech News live from the 10th edition of Europe's largest startup and tech event here in Paris. My name is Upton Saidi and you're watching the Tech Early Birds. I'm excited for our next interview. Let's do a VivaTech on set. I'm excited to now be joined by Tim Denley, who is Global CTO of KPMG, the global organization of independent services firms providing audit, tax, and advisory services. Tim, welcome to VivaTech News.
Thanks for having me.
So there's been a shift from experimenting with emerging tech to delivering measurable, actual business value. How do you see the evolution playing out across operations in the next few years?
I think everyone has started to see this incredible shift from being able to interact with a chatbot to really be able to get into this world of digital workers where the AI is actually doing work for you. And what we're seeing is organizations that lean in hard in this space are able to unlock new potential that they could never really do before with the traditional types of automation and things that we've seen in the past. And that's really driving a new piece of value in most organizations.
Interesting. KPMG's big focus is helping companies move from an idea to actual execution. How are you helping companies plan for the future?
Well, what we're finding is that the biggest thing is not actually the tech, it's the change. The organizational change that goes along with this, thinking about the change in cost dynamics. So going from human-based capital and machines and factory floors into digital capital that is really driving a new cost dynamic for organizations. And that's a big leap for a lot of organizations as they think through how do they think about the cost of everybody's talking about token maxing, token economies. That's a big change for organizations. So we're really helping organizations to think holistically about what these changes mean in their organizations.
Interesting. I'm curious, what investments is KPMG making today to build the organization that it wants to be in, say, a decade from now?
I'm not sure I could say anything about what the world's going to be like in 10 years from now. I'm not sure I can even decide what it's going to be in 10 months from now. But I know we're making investments into driving consistency in our platforms. One of the differentiating things that I see if I look around the market is organizations who have consistency in their data, in their platforms, and have been able to break through some of the fragmentation that they have, pulling ahead. So we're making investments in becoming more consistent, more collective in the way that we're doing things, building on those solid foundations that's unlocking the knowledge and expertise that we have over 150 years of history in our organization.
Interesting. With tech driving so much change across the business, I mean, to your point, you can't predict 10 months from now. How do you plan to guide the company forward, actually, in a sustainable way?
Yeah, so there's a couple of really interesting things that I think we're doing that's driving this. We've organized our AI transformation around the shape of our business, and I'm a firm believer that if we don't organize transformation into the shape of our business, we're really going to struggle to make it happen. And so we've organized across the pillars of our organization that drives that transformation in a way that people are already familiar with. And then we've infused as much technical capabilities into the field organization as we can. So giving people the right tools at the right time in the place where they're going to bring value to our customers is what our focus has really been on. So it's really about making sure that we're able to transform across all the parts of our business in a consistent and homogeneous way that's driving this new potential in the market.
All right, I'm going to ask you one question. Again, it's hard because it's a prediction, but in 2036, what would success look like for KPMG's tech and innovation journey?
Oh, it's a great question. So we've been on this journey of bringing technology into everything that we do, and despite having been an early adopter of technologies for many, many years, our organization is really only at the point where we've really embedded technology in everything that we're doing. Now we're embedding AI in ways that will fundamentally change how we deliver value to customers. And that technology is driving new agentic and new digital worker realities that are actually amplifying what our people have been able to do. So for me, what I see is a workforce that's empowered with technology to let them do more with less and achieve more value in everything that they do because they're augmenting themselves with incredible capabilities.
Absolutely. All right, well, thank you so much for joining us here at VivaTech News.
Thank you.
All right. You're watching VivaTech News live from VivaTech. Let's go out to the main floor for an Inside VivaTech. Let's bring in Allison Sargent, who is tracking an interview for us this morning. Allison, what are you tracking?
I'm with the Minister of Economy and Industry for Estonia. This is Erkki Keldo. We're at the Estonia booth, and Estonia is often called Europe's most digital society. Can you explain how Estonia is showcasing that at VivaTech this year?
Yes, first of all, thank you for having me. It's a true pleasure to be here. The VivaTech is such a big event, so vibrant. You see a lot of innovation. The best of Europe, if I can say so, has come together. And the best of Estonia has also come here. So what we are showcasing, as you already mentioned, that we see ourselves, and a lot of others see ourselves as the most digitally advanced nation, not only governance, not only public sector, but the private sector also, because we're not such a big economy, let's be honest. So we always have to be more agile. We have to always look to the future and think globally. And that's what our companies are also doing. They are really active. They are always looking for the global markets to collaborate with French companies, and that's why they are here, looking for partners, talent, investments, and of course the key words are cybersecurity, cyber resilience, AI, innovation, green transition, looking to the future. So this is what the Estonian mindset is.
And as you said, Estonia is not the biggest economy, so why should investors be looking at Estonia?
So if you want to build the future, you always have to look to the future. So Estonia, as I mentioned, our companies, overall our nation is really agile. In Estonia, it's possible to do innovation that maybe some other bigger countries can't do. For example, Estonia still, to my knowledge, is the only country where all governmental services, 100%, are fully digitalized, accessible online. And these digital ecosystems, infrastructures, we have built up together with really good partnership with our private sector. So our companies know how to build innovation, how to drive innovation. So this is something what I say companies, investors who are looking for Estonia is the place to be. And it's also good to remember that Estonia is part of the European. So if you're already in Estonia, that means you actually have access to the European single market. That means over 400 million people. And we like to say that if you want to do business in Europe, the gateway to Europe is Estonia, because we have the best tax system. It's the easiest to do business. We have so little bureaucracy because everything's digitalized. You can start the company in 10 minutes. You can pay your taxes online. In the future, you don't even have to do reporting because every data goes seamless to the government, and you have no extra burdens.
And tell us a bit more about the startups that are with you at VivaTech. There's this very cute robot down here. Tell us more about this.
Yeah, exactly. As I mentioned, here is the showcase of the Estonian brightest and the best. So, for example, Estonia was one of the first. So these small robots, they are actually delivering packages in Estonian streets. So years back, we already changed specifically legislation. So these kind of innovative technologies could actually run through Estonian streets, in Tallinn streets. And this is something what we want to do, that we always want to look at for the future, because let's be honest, legislation is more conservative than technology. Private sector is more faster than the public sector. So overall, we want to create an environment where these kind of future technologies can actually work, even if nowadays legislation doesn't allow that. For example, another one, and actually trying to do collaboration with Total Energy in France here. Konrad, please, come here. He's the founder of Grideo. A couple of words to VivaTech as well.
Hi, I'm Konrad, the co-founder of Grideo. We are working to build the world's biggest digital battery out of electric cars. So we connect directly in partnership with car companies and helping customers like Total Energies to actually help charge at the lowest rates at the cleanest times. So very exciting times.
That's the Estonian mindset. As you asked, why should companies, big companies, come to Estonia? That's why you have such innovative partners who can solve problems that might even big companies can't solve themselves.
And I have to say, the booth has been very crowded this morning, so I think people are here. Thank you. Keldo, the Minister for Industry, come and check out the country's booth. It is quite impressive.
All right, Allison, thanks so much for bringing that interview to us. Definitely on my list of booths to check out after the show here. And now let's bring in our next guest for a VivaTech on set. I'm now joined by Jean Mueller, who is Executive Vice President of Sales, Marketing, and Development for JC Decaux, the outdoor advertising giant, which has just announced a major new alliance with Carrefour, Camilla Unlimited to reinvent physical retail media space. Welcome to VivaTech News.
Thank you very much.
So your company is launching a major new retail media alliance with those retailers. What is the ambition behind this partnership?
Yeah. As you said, this partnership is an alliance with 4 French companies, leaders in their respective market. Carrefour, leaders in large floor retail. Camilla, European leaders of property commerce. Unlimited, which is a JV between Publicis and Carrefour, which allows us to have the benefits of data, of checkout data, and JC Decaux, the #1 worldwide in outdoor advertising. So this is something very new, and with this alliance, our ambition is to create a full new medium. Why is it a new medium? Because it's a medium which is going to combine, on the one hand, the power of out of home, and on the other hand, the power of the retail media environment. And as you know, retail media is going to overtake TV advertising at a worldwide level.
Wow.
So it's and on the other hand, digital out of home is one of the most dynamic segments in the advertising market. And our ambition is to combine the power of each of these medium to create something very new for the brands.
I see. Retail media is being described as the third pillar, to your point, of digital advertising. So why is the physical store becoming such a strategic media space?
Yeah, as you said, it's a strategic media. Why? Because we should never forget that in France, 89% of the purchase are still made in the point of sale. So, of course, for brands, it's a location where the truth comes out. And for brands, it's very important to deliver message very close to the purchase act of consumers. But as I said, with this new medium, we are going to bring the powerful of out of home, being able also to deliver fame for the brands. And to deliver message all along the consumer journey, delivering message where people live, where people work, and now where people buy.
The offer combines DOOH screens, transactional data, programmatic activation, and AI. That's a lot of different things in one. How does that change the way that advertisers can actually target, measure, and optimize their campaigns?
Yeah, absolutely. That's also our ambition, because as we know now, advertisers, brands are looking for return on investment, and maybe that most of the media experts considered in the past that they had two categories of media. On the one hand, media that deliver fame, brand awareness, brand equity, and other media, especially the digital platforms, delivering drive to store and conversion. And with this new medium, as I just said, we want to combine the best of these two worlds. And we want JCDecaux to be perceived as a brand performance medium. A medium very strong in the top of the purchase funnel, in terms of brand awareness, brand equity, but also now, thanks to the data, the transactional data, able to measure the conversion. And that's possible thanks to Unlimited, which bring us transaction data, and thanks to their loyalty program, to the Carrefour loyalty program, we will be able to deliver the right message at the right person at the right moment.
Interesting. So you describe the offer as drive to sales, drive to store, drive to fame. Is the ambition now to cover the entire customer journey?
Absolutely. That's the ambition. That's absolutely the ambition. Being able to being efficient all along the purchase funnel, from the awareness to the conversion.
I see. Could this French alliance maybe become a model for physical retail media in other markets?
That's possible, and that's one of the... we start with France, and we will have a new program in Spain next year, and probably I think that retail media is something very strong today. Physical retail media is a fantastic perspective for JCDecaux all around the world.
Perfect. Final question. How do you see the future of advertising evolve over the next decade?
That's a tough question.
It's a tough one, but...
Yeah, but I think that probably that out-of-home is going to be the last mass medium, non-linear mass medium. And we see everywhere, of course, digital platforms continue to grow, but brands and advertisers need also a presence in the physical world. And desirability, brand equity is still very important. And so maybe that the future of the media is a large part of investment concentrated to the digital platforms, but also a very strong market share for out-of-home. As we can see in many countries, our market share is growing and has overtake the more than 10% of advertising expenses, especially in countries like Brazil, like Australia, very close to France, Belgium. So this is our ambition to increase the market share of out-of-home, delivering brand equity and brand awareness for brands and advertisers.
Fascinating. Well, thank you so much for joining us here at VivaTech News.
Thank you very much. Have a nice day.
All right, you're watching VivaTech News. Let's now head out to the main floor and do a VivaTech inside VivaTech. Let's bring in our reporter, Simon. Simon, what are you following this morning?
Hi, Upton. Absolutely. I'm here with one of our main partners here at VivaTech, SNCF, and in particular SNCF Réseau, because I'm joined now by Tien Tang Trong, who is the Chief Information Officer at SNCF Réseau. It's the company responsible for managing the massive network, 28,000 kilometers of rail, and he's leading the digital transformation of this very critical infrastructure. Tien, thank you very much for speaking to us and for being live with us here on VivaTech News. Now, this year at VivaTech, SNCF Réseau is inviting visitors behind the scenes of this massive network, an example of which we can see behind us. What can people expect to discover here at the stand?
Hi, Simon. I'm very happy to show what SNCF Réseau do as a company. And you know, when you see SNCF Réseau, you see track, you see iron, but there is a lot of digital. And that what we want to see. Why there is a lot of digital? For a simple reason, you said, with a very, very big network. And to manage this network, digital technology is very important.
And when we think about managing this network, in fact, you think about data in action. That's one of the big themes, right? So how is data, AI, digital technology helping SNCF Réseau reach the objectives that you want to reach?
Yeah. Just before doing AI, we have to have data, as you said. And we use a lot of core system to do the operation. What are the operations? We have the big infrastructure. We have to maintain it, to watch over it. We have a lot of people doing that. We have 50,000 people doing that and 30,000 people on the field, the workforce on the field. And they have to watch over the infrastructure, to maintain, to repair, to operate. And furthermore, we have train. We manage traffic, and 15 train circulate. The traffic is very heavy, and we have a lot of diversity on the rail. We have very high-speed corridor, you know, TGV, and we have, you know, very high density, like in Paris and Paris area, high density traffic, and we have beautiful region, you know, in the countryside, and we have to manage all of this. This is what we have so many people and so involved people doing that with technology, with digital technology. Then first we have core system operating for maintenance, for traffic management. And second, with the system, they provide data. And the data, what we can do optimization, we can do prediction. We are involved in what? In making a railway system safe, available, and on schedule.
You've spoken a lot about the workforce, the data, what's being used. If we talk a little bit about the tools, you know, you have connectivity glasses, you've got AI agents and assistants, drones. Climate risk is also one of the big questions that comes into it. So which innovation do you feel is going to have the biggest impact, the biggest benefits for you?
And, you know, as a matter of fact, today is very hot in France, as we know. And as a matter of fact, we observe a lot of weather events, severe weather events. And sometimes it's very hot, sometimes it's very rainy, sometimes it's very wet, sometimes it's very windy. And as we know, on the physical world, it has an impact on iron, on the ground, on the tunnels, on the bridges. And we have to take into account this weather event. And to do that, we use a lot of data. We have the weather forecast, of course, and this weather forecast, we know how in each area bridge, tunnel are made of, and we know what is the age, and we know how they can behave in the, these very, very high constraint with the weather event. And we have some system with AI that help us to predict what we have to do to prevent disruption, and we can make an operation before any disturbance of the network.
You've spoken a lot about this, but I suppose it also comes with challenges, because innovation, how do you balance that with the risks, with other factors, safety, reliability? I suppose it comes with challenges, doesn't it?
Yeah, it comes via a lot of challenges. It's a very, very good question, What we say that with technology just like AI, we say human judgment first. They know how to do. AI brings a lot of information to help to make the decision, but the human make the decision. Second, trust and transparency. How AI system provide information for making the right decision. We are very involved in that, and we have sovereignty too. We are very, very proud of sovereignty as a French company. And, there are some AI Act, and we want to, of course, be compliant with AI Act and all the regulation.
These are big challenges in the immediacy and with the current actualité, as we say here, with AI in particular. But if I can ask you, Chen, maybe to look into the future, over the next 10 years, what do you predict, what do you foresee could be other challenges that'll come in the future with as you develop, as you innovate, as we just said?
Simon, you touch my heart. Why? Because in SNCF Réseau and in SNCF Group, our purpose is to make a big and beautiful French railway system. That's what we have in the heart, what we have the purpose, what we are here. And we know that we have to do that. We know how the French expect us to do that. And we have to attract people. We have to share our purpose, and attracting people is to share that, French railway is not only iron, it's digital. And, we have some initiative that we had, where they would lead, just like UBI, it's an association with a lot of different companies working on rail, and we all together want to share our passion, our purpose, and to help people to enhance their skills on every area where it's important to be skilled for railway. UBI is just an example. And one example, we are not alone, and we don't want to be alone. We are very open to work with other industry, digital industry, railway industry, and we want to share. One biggest challenge is to share our purpose and to gather people around this magnificent purpose of the railways of tomorrow.
And I suppose technology is key to that.
Technology, yeah, and I have two passions. I have railway for passion and digital for passion. And technology, I see it takes a lot, big place in the heart of our different activity. And this is what we are very, very involved to share what we do, our digital challenges, and this is what we can discover here. And we are very happy to be here to say it to all the system.
Chen Tan-Trong, the Chief Information Officer of SNCF Réseau, thank you so much for that interview. Thank you for speaking to us on VivaTech News, and it shows how SNCF and SNCF Réseau in particular, who are looking to manage multi-thousand rail network in France, are using technology, innovation and partnership. That's a big word that's come out of this interview to forward and to develop the French rail network.
Absolutely, very exciting and fascinating. Thank you, Simon, for bringing us that interview. Well, if you want even more VivaTech, we've got your back. Follow our website and follow us across social media channels for the latest interviews, highlights, and behind-the-scenes content. I saw on the VivaTech Instagram there was a nice little interview with Jeff Bezos giving us 3 keywords. You'll have to check that out on the VivaTech Instagram. And for more live coverage, stay with us. Coming up next on VivaTech News, live from Paris. We'll be right back.
What began as a bold bet to put Europe's tech ecosystem on the global map is now the place where the future takes shape. VivaTech 2026.
Do you remember when people used to ask, what do you want to do when you grow up? Not easy to answer. Today, the Bouygues Group has thousands of answers to this simple question. Bouygues Group, 6 companies and thousands of job offers worldwide.
The future of business won't wait. Join the VivaTech Exec program. Discover breakthrough startups. Meet the leaders shaping tomorrow. Build connections in exclusive executive lounges and the Business Plaza. For CMOs and tech leaders ready to turn disruption into advantage.
Welcome back. You're looking at a live shot of the crowd ascending on to VivaTech for day 2 here at the 10th edition of VivaTech. This is Europe's largest startup and tech event. We have a very exciting day. Later today, we're going to hear from India's Prime Minister Modi, who's going to be joining us here at VivaTech. It's going to be an absolutely incredible panel. We're looking forward to covering that. We're expecting over 180,000 visitors over these 4 days, looking to be the biggest and boldest VivaTech yet. Let's get out now to the main floor where we're going to have a VivaTech, inside VivaTech with our reporter, Will. Bring in Will Hildebrand. Will, what are you following this morning?
Upton, I just want you to imagine green energy that is actually green. Data4 is a major European operator and investor in the data center market. This is their first time that the firm has had a stand here at VivaTech, and I find it really fascinating. I'm with Jérôme Total, the Strategy and Innovation Director. Hello to you, Jérôme. If I understand this correctly, you're able to recover some of the heat from that the data centers are giving off, and then what do you do? Tell us what's next with that.
Good morning, William. Yes, in fact, can we do it?
This is live, Jérôme. We're live right now.
Okay, thank you. So the idea is to use the heat from the servers in order to produce algae. So in this prototype is based on the roof of the data center in Paris. We have photosynthesis because it's outside, and we use the heat from the data center, from the server, in order to create algae. It can be used for food, it can be used for medicines, and also for other sectors. But our main idea is to use this in order to produce energy after the creation of the algae, in order to use the energy for the data center. That's why we call it biocircular data center.
Yeah, biocircular data center. My question is, though, when I saw this, first of all, I thought it was very interesting. But what is so special about microalgae that you would be doing this? What about that?
Yeah, because microalgae is very good in order to produce a lot of algae. With the temperature we are able to give using the heat of the servers. That's why we use microalgae, but we could use also other algae or a type of algae, but for this prototype, we wanted to use this kind of algae.
Yeah, and just to be clear, this is not the prototype. The real prototype's about 10 times bigger than this, but Jerome, this points to a sustainable, scalable future. What's next?
Yeah, so this is a prototype, and now the idea is to use the whole capacity, the whole heat of a single data center on a wall of a data center outside. So this is a project that we are launching just right now, and this will be live mid of next year. So if you want to visit this prototype in 1 year, you're more than welcome in Paris.
Sounds like a date. Jerome, thank you very much. Jerome Total from Data4. Upton, that's one of my favorite aspects about VivaTech is you meet people that have ideas to solve problems that we all know about, but their solutions are something you would have never imagined. Jerome, just one more question for you about this. This is a second year you've had your first year you've had the stand at VivaTech. What's the response been so far?
In fact, VivaTech is the biggest event in tech in Europe. And as a European and French player, we need to be in this kind of event for the tech, because we have all our customers here, but we are all our supplier, all the ecosystem is here. So it's key for us to be embedded into this kind of ecosystem, because there is no innovation, there is no AI without data center. So that's why we have a virtual tour that you can test just after this interview, in order to explain what is a data center, because a lot of people don't understand exactly why we need data center and how it is working. So Data4 is selecting site, is designing data center, is building data center, and is operating data center in order to allow our customers to bring their own servers, their own IT equipment.
That makes sense, and we're going to see more and more data centers in the future. Jerome, thank you very much.
Thank you, Williams.
Upton, back to you.
Thanks so much, Will, for bringing us that great interview. And now you're watching VivaTech News live from Paris. Let's do our next Inside VivaTech. Let's bring in Karis. Karis, who are you bringing to the show this morning?
Well, Upton, I'm actually sitting down with a finalist of VivaTech's 2026 Next Startup Award, Luca Gonzalez. Thank you very much for being with us. You're the CEO and founder of Notex, which is a B2B software as a service company focusing on transforming workplace health and safety. Tell us a little bit about what your company does.
Hi, thank you. My name is Luca and I'm the founder of Notex. Notex is the first completely safety ecosystem because we work in 3 times. The first part with training worker. We build what we call the Duolingo of the safety. And the second part is prevent. We have part to signal the high risk near miss of the thing that is not normal on the work. And the ultimate part is a badge that can react at an accident. We have all the medical information inside, and it's more facile to react at the accident.
And so this is Notex 2.0 that you're launching this year at VivaTech, right?
Yeah, exactly. Because at the beginning, Notex was just the badge with the medical information, and today we launched the 2.0 with the Gamify app. We have the unique people that have the Gamify app, and for that we launched that at VivaTech.
Yeah, and you're actually the first European company to gamify basically health and safety. Tell us about that.
Yeah, exactly. We have a lot of companies that gamify app in the B2C, but in B2B we have the first to have this type of product, and it's for that we are very happy to present that, and we have the finalists and the PwC challenge, and this is the 2 challenge we have in VivaTech.
Yeah, it's a big moment for you. Actually, you're still a student, and so basically you're here at VivaTech looking for fundraising, is that right?
Yeah, exactly. I'm still a student. I have my last project the next week for the architecture. I'm studying in architecture, and my last project, and I launched my fundraising around 300K, and it's fundraising in pre-seed, and we launched that in VivaTech.
All right, good stuff. Luca Gonzalez, thank you very much, and good luck for the next Startup Award. Upton, back to you.
All right, thank you, Karis, for bringing that to us. Well, we've had a lot of amazing speakers here at VivaTech in just the first day. One of them, Jeff Bezos, founder of Blue Origin and Amazon. Today we're going to hear from India's Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. That's going to be huge. I want to take a moment to hear what we heard from the general manager of one of the biggest organizations. Let's give that a listen.
Pavilion with Nicolas Dufourc. He's a managing director and has been driving the force behind BPI France since its launch in 2013. Nicolas has helped transform the public investment bank into the ultimate engine for French business growth. Hello to you, Nicolas. When we're looking at an event like VivaTech, what does that mean for BPI France in terms of attracting talent, capital, and innovation to France?
Well, it's all about reputation. It's growing the French reputation on our capacity to be a sort of other California. You know, by the number of entrepreneurs, by the depth of the capital which is being deployed, by the quality of the science. You know, only BPI France, we are financing 400 new deep tech startups per year. So that's the kind of volume. It's really more than burgeoning. It's massive now.
Yeah, and picking off that, I mean, BPI France often described the growth engine of France. What does that mean in 2026 for a company trying to scale?
What
does that mean in 2026 for a company trying to scale?
Well, for those companies trying to scale, the question is, of course, access to massive capital. And for that, let's recognize that we need French money, we need BPI money, we need European money, and we need American money, to be very clear.
Yeah. And as BPI is adapting its tools and investments to support AI-driven transformation across industries, how are you guys doing that?
Well, a lot, because, you know, equity-wise, we invest 4 billion per year. And then we add to that 20 billion euros of loans. And then we add to that 10,000 consulting assignments per year. So we are in and out. All those companies are our customers, and most of them we are shareholders also. So as far as AI is concerned, we have just half an hour ago launched a massive door-to-door program of deployment of AI for SMEs in France. So it's consulting assignments, it is financial tools, of course, and it is schools. We have created schools for entrepreneurs. And I inaugurated them yesterday, 3 schools. The entrepreneurs will join us for 2 years, and we will follow them week after week so that they really transform.
Yeah, in regards to that transformation, if you're looking at the ambitions of these AI entrepreneurs, what are you noticing? How are those ambitions evolved?
Well, we have crossed many steps already. I mean, we're not at the level of just burgeoning of desire. Everybody wants to do it. The question is the operationality of what they do, and then there is the cost, of course. So what they want is certainly not blah blah and big speeches. They want to have consultants helping them with attractive tariffs change their companies.
And if we look at a bigger picture for France as a country, we often call it a startup nation. Are we entering a new chapter where France is perhaps a nation of global tech champions? Are we there yet?
No, we're not there yet, but we've made an enormous progresses. I mean, the level of capital raised in France now is humongous. It is the biggest one in continental Europe. We're second to UK and London. I would say that the number of deep tech startup newly created every year is probably record high. The question that we have to face today is that those startups, the ecosystem, in the next, I would say 6 years, if they really want all of them to scale up, they will have to raise, we did the calculation, 35 billion euros of capital. Where is this capital going to come from? That is the challenge that we have ahead of us. It's going to be European money. It's going to be your money from our friends from the Gulf, and it will be also a lot of American money.
Indeed. All right, Nicolas, thank you very much. Nicolas Defork, Managing Director from BPI France. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We heard from some executives from CMA, CGM, as well as Total Energies present their offering views and differing views on the relationship between AI and the increase in productivity. Let's take a listen at what they had to say.
If the only criteria to implement AI is productivity, do something else. I think productivity is definitely part of what AI can bring, but it's not the only thing. I think AI brings much more than just productivity. I think it gives all the elements for experts or associates within the company to take decisions. This is what is interesting about AI.
I think there are two ways to be increased productivity. Is on one side to get the most of our assets, to increase the revenues. And I think honestly we are more working on this side, generating more revenues by having better understanding and using all these data. And on the other side, it's also shrinking costs, but in the way, for example, we try to make predictive maintenance to try to anticipate failures, which will reduce the costs that we can have. So it's on both ways, reducing costs, but it's not a matter of people.
All right, very interesting hearing from those two executives. We also had a guest tell our very own VivaTech reporter, Luke Brown, some interesting insights. Take a listen. Sure. So you're looking at a live shot now of VivaTech. This is day 2 of Europe's largest startup and tech event. The energy here is absolutely amazing. We've had some of the biggest names probably ever here joining us at VivaTech, the 10th anniversary. Yesterday we heard from Jeff Bezos, founder of Amazon, as well as founder of Blue Origins. Today we have a panel at 2 p.m. It's going to be at the main stage. It's going to be India's Prime Minister, Narendra Modi, as well as French President Emmanuel Macron, two heads of state of two of the world's biggest economies. This is going to be a massive panel. I know people are already starting to line up, and there you see the live shot. One thing that makes this year quite unique as the 10th year anniversary of VivaTech is that it is spread across 3 floors, making it the biggest and boldest VivaTech to ever be undertaken. And there you have shots of Germany, the country of the year. They have an absolutely beautiful pavilion. I highly recommend you check that out if you get the chance. We also have India, which is the AI country partner of the year. India has a massive exhibit as well, which is definitely worth checking out as well. I mentioned earlier we heard from Jeff Bezos, one of the biggest businessmen in the world. He was live on stage. Hear what he had to tell the attendees yesterday here at VivaTech.
Decisiveness is about speed, and speed matters in business. Amazon is a giant company, but we make decisions very quickly. And this is something that you need to be able to do. And I can tell you why decisions get slow, especially in large companies. And Blue is a pretty big company at this point. We have 14,000, 15,000 people. It's not a small company. And the reason is you start making all decisions as if they're all the same size. It's like one-size-fits-all thinking. And if you have a one-size-fits-all robe, it never fits. So there are different decisions that should be made in different ways. There are giant decisions which are consequential and irreversible, or almost irreversible, super hard to reverse. Those decisions should be made slowly with great care. And then there are other decisions which, even if they're consequential, they can be reversed. And those decisions should be made by single individuals who have good judgment. And so you have to remember that there are these different kinds of decisions and speed of decision making. When you go look at successful companies, one of the reasons that small companies can be so nimble is because a small group of people can be so decisive. And a company with 100 people and a really good founder or a leader, they can touch every part of the company, they can be involved in every decision, and they can be incredibly decisive and move fast. So that's an important part of culture. And in aerospace, I think often suffers from slow decision-making speed. And I know how aerospace gets there, but I mean, you're building things that often have, hazardous operations, life safety critical missions. And so, again, not every decision is like that, though. And so you end up making every decision as if it's life safety critical. And then you're going to move very slowly. And that's not going to lead to the results that you want. We want to move humanity forward into this next age, and I think we're in the middle of a bunch of golden ages right now, and I want to see companies succeed in all of them. Biotech, space is an incredible opportunity, all the things that are happening in AI. We live in the most incredible moment. It's never been a better time to be an entrepreneur, a better time to start a company. There's so many possibilities.
All right, let's bring in our debate now. We've got Rudy joining us. Rudy, how's your morning been?
Very interesting. I mean, obviously we saw Jeff Bezos yesterday with some very visionary things, visionary thoughts. I spent part of the morning at looking at some of the things that are going on in quantum computing and how we're making progress there to move away from classical computing. Still some whiles to go, but some interesting perspectives for how we can look at differently at material science and that sort of thing. We're going to have a discussion, obviously, about AI and productivity, so quantum computing doesn't play there yet, but who knows, maybe in optimization there will be some advantages there as well in the future.
Absolutely. And with that, let's start our VivaTech debate. All right, please introduce yourself for the debate.
Yeah, good morning, Fabrice Valentin. I'm working at Airbus and responsible for AI.
Good morning, I'm Katja Schröder. I'm from Columbia University, the Technology Management program, and I wanted to agree it's an amazing energy on the show floor.
All right, perfect. So based on your work around the world, what is the most common, okay, sorry, we're just getting some movement here. Rudy, why don't you take it away?
Right. No. I mean, let's first start. I mean, we talked about AI and productivity. Obviously, we are seeing changes in AI, where AI was previously rather a broad thing and very much a way to, for example, synthesize information. Right now, we are moving towards agentic AI, where we're really seeing AI being used to perform tasks. How is that going to impact, labor, for example? Because we're not yet seeing these things appear in the labor statistics, but do you think that will be an impact? Positive, as Jeff Bezos says, or negative, as many people are also concerned about? Who wants to take it away?
Happy to take it away. So we see lots of positives. The way we see AI in our context, so Airbus industrial manufacturing company, it's very much as a way to augment humans. And when you meant going from an assistant to agents automating some tasks, it's still the same challenge for us. How do we ensure the technology is there to help support, improve, augment the reality of our colleagues and collaborators? And for that, it requires to deploy it with a bit of a cool head, maybe not rush on every latest technology, but rather think of what are the safe way to deploy it, what are the guardrails you need to have in your company, and I'm sure you'll touch upon it, what the culture you need to bring in the company to make the best use of that tech.
And I can chime in from education. I mean, our goal is really to prepare the next generation for the workforce so that you don't have to, skate from scratch, that they come in, that they have the skills that you expect them to have. And so I would say that AI literacy is one of the hardest leadership competencies that you have to have. And when I think about it, it's not just like the technical expertise, but really knowing how, from understanding how to apply it and linking, like when you look at the different workflows that you have, where does it make sense, where doesn't it make sense, and also having the students come in or graduates come in and having that really critical thinking and the responsible approach to AI and in say 5 years or hopefully earlier for quantum.
So there is concern that AI may push towards what economists call a barbell economy, where you have very qualified people overseeing AI and where you have people in lower wage jobs or lower skilled jobs that are, for example, hairdressers or plumbers. Is that inevitable, or is there a way around that, and how can you prepare people for that economy?
I think there's a lot of opportunities also for smaller companies, and I'm not just talking about tech startups who are, natively applying AI for everything that, in there from starting and growing, but also for small and medium businesses to think about AI in the workforce, and that it makes it easier for them to start and scale. But however, I think it's not the great equalizer that we see. If you think about the digital divide, it can become the AI divide, and access to AI has costs. So there is leadership again, and governments that is important.
I have a question about the introduction of the agentic AI into the workflow, because one of the issues there is, of course, that at the moment you're handing a task to an agentic AI, you sort of get a bit of a black box. So compliance becomes more complicated, audit trails. So how do you deal with that?
And that's maybe the challenge in particular in a regulated industry like aerospace or aeronautics. And there are several ways. The first thing is to make sure you use good AI, you use good solutions, very robust solutions, and you know a bit in depth what are the solutions you are using. Then it's very much back to your point. First and foremost, a question of where does it fit in your process. If you're in a process where down the line you will again test very deeply every outcome of the previous computes. You are much safer than in a place where you go directly from an AI to a customer, for instance. So of course the first and foremost is be sure where you apply it. And then there are technical guardrailing you can put in place, but I think beyond the technology that's evolving super fast, it's the mindset of the people that will use it, the understanding, the pedagogy, so everything around the training, understanding why it fits in a place and not another place will take a bit of time, will take a different culture in some parts of our companies, but there is no other way than getting there, ensuring everyone gets there.
I'm curious, how does effective leadership even look like in the future when AI becomes a coworker for every employee? I mean, how do you differentiate yourself as a leader?
Yeah, so if you see AI as a co-worker, it's a team member, so you have to evaluate the strength and weaknesses of that team member. So there was that aspect, but also like you said, the culture is important. So one of the challenge of AI adoption is the fear of AI. AI is, like changing my work. I have to change. And that the human is in the loop, but also that the collaboration between AI has a governance process in place, and that ultimately we are the decision makers. And so as a leader, you have to evaluate how to use it, where it makes sense, but also how the collaboration with the team takes place, and that requires building trust.
Yeah, absolutely. Rudy, I have a question for you. When you look across the broader tech landscape, which industries are reinventing themselves successfully right now, and who's falling behind?
I think we're still very much at an early stage of AI adoption into the workflow. What we saw with technologies as different as the internal combustion engine or electricity or even the internet, actually for organizations to reorganize themselves to take this new technology into account will sometimes come well after the fact of that technology being introduced, and I think we're still in that readaptation phase, and maybe our guests can confirm.
Yeah, I confirm. We saw a very drastic change in software engineering because those companies are making the tools that they are using to actually make those AI. So of course it was the first step, but translating that into all domains of industries takes time, takes good quality data, takes employees who are upskilled in that front, have the right mindset, so it doesn't happen overnight.
Go ahead.
And the jobs are evolving, and I feel like one of the most important skills is to teach our students and graduates, whoever is in the workforce, to really manage that uncertainty and continues to adapt.
Yeah. I'm curious, how does the collaboration between the human expertise and AI precision ultimately create a higher standard? And do your teams use AI right now to push boundaries of what's possible? And do you encourage them to do that, or kind of cautiously?
Yes, I think you can very much see it in two stages. You have the first stage, which is around exploring more, faster, adding new features, doing things which were impossible without AI. This is a space we want to go super fast, because this space doesn't compromise the quality, the safety of what you do. It just gives you more options down the line. Where it's more challenging is when you start to apply the same technology to phases which are related with certification or with very detailed testing, and that's a place where AI is not yet mature at all. So we start where it matters and where we can gain maybe more speed, explore more, and develop new features thanks to the tech. So you need to encourage people to get there.
Rudy, is the biggest risk that companies move too slowly on AI right now, or too quickly, maybe without rethinking how it can actually impact their organization?
I think we're so early in the adoption stage that it's a bit too early to say, and that I think that if you would wait a little bit to see where things are heading, that's not necessarily a bad thing. I don't necessarily think that for companies at least there is a first mover advantage there necessarily, but maybe Fabrizio what I do think is very interesting is that maybe not all the progress that AI will bring in the workspace is going to be measurable in an economic way, because we saw that, for example, with the internet, that there's actually a lot of value created, a lot of quality of life, a lot of quality improvement that cannot necessarily be measured as economic output, but that does actually change the way that the world functions.
All right, well, 9 in 10 workers are now using some form of AI in their job. Let's see an illustration right now of what this actually looks like.
The debate over whether AI will replace jobs has not gone away. But within organizations, a more pressing question is how to get humans and AI to perform better together. MIT and Oak Ridge National Laboratory's Iceberg Index has found that current AI models are already advanced and cheap enough to perform work equivalent to almost 12% of jobs in the US. White-collar, knowledge-heavy fields are particularly exposed to having routine tasks replaced. But the MIT researchers say that AI capability does not automatically translate into job losses. The VivaTech Trust Barometer found that 89% of leaders say they trust AI to guide decisions across their organizations. 92% of them also said they were confident to retain headcount over the next year, meaning the primary factor in competitiveness remains human talent. The teams making an impact on that front are those that are rethinking how they operate. Dust is one of VivaTech's top 100 rising startups for 2026 and a solid example of what that looks like in practice. With a client list including some of France's most promising startups like Quanto, Alan and Pennylane, they build agentic AI assistants to accompany businesses in repetitive tasks and information retrieval. The MIT BCG Agentic Enterprise report is clear on what separates leaders from the rest: strategic oversight, ethical governance, and the ability to oversee human AI teams are becoming critical skills in the modern workplace. Using these skills to build new office cultures can turn AI implementation into a real competitive advantage.
All right, Fabrice, what's your reaction to that report?
There is one interesting point at the beginning around the fact you have a clear overlap for a certain percentage of activity. I think it was 12% of activity are fully replaced by AI. When you go in the reality of any job, I'm not sure that's what actually happens. What happens is that a share of your activity can be done with AI, but if yourself, you embrace the technology, you understand how you can use it, you will grow if you want the type of activity or the type of contribution you can bring to the company, because you might become more of an architect if you were a designer, or whatever, more of a strategic thinker if you were an analyst. That's what the tech actually brings for people who are using it properly. And we tend to forget that. We tend to just compare activity versus people. People can evolve with the technology.
Yeah. Katja, how about you? Anything that stood out?
Yeah, there was a mention of repetitive tasks. I think that's a section of it, but for AI adoption, there's more opportunities. And then I think we also have to think about how people use AI in personal lives and how they bring that experience back into the workplace. So because AI has become already our buddy, if you make decisions for shopping, travel, and how we can really take that experience and also to our jobs.
Absolutely.
I mean, I think that if you compare the progress over a few years, if we're in 2024, when we had the big explosion of awareness of AI, there was a lot of concern that this was going to eat jobs, and it's interesting to have seen over the past 2 years to see that that sentiment and that debate change, and that now people think that actually, despite the productivity gains, you would imagine, of course, that would have an impact on labor, but actually labor will be created with AI rather than
absolutely. At least for now, right? I mean, I think people are still kind of wondering to see how it goes, and at the end of the day, it's a reshuffling of skills, right? That's what's caused. But to your point, yeah, absolutely. 2 years ago, there was a much greater prediction and fear that the unemployment rate would be quite high in a year or two from then, and it's not. So that's a great sign. Well, thank you so much. This was a great debate, and I appreciate you guys joining us.
Thank you for having.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, you're watching VivaTech News. Stay with us. We will be right back after this quick break.
Scan badges, network, and do business. Use the interactive map to navigate the halls. Explore VivaTech tech trails for a deeper immersion. Consult the
What if the future of transport could be experienced right now? At CMA-CGM, innovation could be found in the warehouse and the sea. Step into tomorrow's car. Apollon de Malherbe brings you the news that matters to you. Meet the robot bringing Seva's R&D vision to life. Take the helm of a container ship on our simulator.
I gave a little bit. I gave a little bit of my life for you. I'll give a little bit. I'll give a little bit of my life for you.
Pizza? Again. Shouldn't someone care about this? Does it rhyme with veg tub bowls? I'm proud of you.
Welcome back to VivaTech. You're looking at live shots of day 2 here at the Porte de Versailles, where we are planning the biggest and boldest VivaTech in history as we celebrate the 10th edition, the 10th year edition of Europe's largest startup and tech event. We have many big speakers joining the stages and joining us here at VivaTech News today, and I'm now excited to do our next VivaTech on set. All right, let's bring in Valerie Bellew-James, Chief Growth Officer at Manpower Group. Welcome to VivaTech News.
Thank you very much, and thank you for having me.
So, building on a strong track record across tech and digital transformation and workforce solutions, you work on how AI is reshaping work, skills, and the future of talent. So let's get into it. AI is reshaping workplaces around the world. How do you see it changing jobs and the way people work?
Well, what we absolutely see is that AI is reshaping job today, not tomorrow. It's actually today reshaping job. When you see the speed of adoption, that tells you that people find AI as helping them in their daily jobs. So when you go at task level, we can see that adoption is very high, very quick. What we need to be very careful is that it's not about destroying job. It's really thinking about how you are going to transform the way that you work.
Absolutely. Manpower Group talks about the importance of trusted experts. So in a world that's increasingly driven by AI, why is human expertise becoming more important rather than less?
Well, thank you for that question, because I think what AI does, it's really redefine what expertise means. If you think about expertise as just a flat knowledge, probably you are going to be replaced by an AI, that's for sure. You can have Einstein at your fingertips, if I exaggerate. But actually, Einstein's genius was not coming from his knowledge. Einstein's genius was coming from his ability to learn from the data that he was accessing to, and his insight, his judgment, his critical mind, and his creativity. And I think what it's going to reinforce on expertise, it's not your expertise on flat knowledge, but it's your expertise in being able to interpret and create out of that knowledge. And an example I like to take is, for example, when I do market research, I'm also the growth officer of the Manpower Group. When I do market research, I get all these fantastic data about market from my preferred co-pilot. And the way that I interpret it is the thing that will make the difference. So expertise will be redefined, very much so.
Responsible AI is a term that we hear all the time now, but what does it actually mean in practice when it comes to hiring, workforce planning, and ultimately career development?
Yeah, I like that question very much, because very often there is this frenzy and sometimes this FOMO about, I absolutely need to adopt AI, whatever it takes, whatever it means. And I think what's very important for us to make sure that we harness all the power of technology is to build the trust. And you cannot build trust if you just look blindly at implementing an AI anywhere in any manner. So making sure that you are thinking about AI as, where do I apply it? Where I don't apply it, I think it's as important. Making sure that you are also transparent. If I am using an agent to screen your resume, for example, because you were specifically asking in workforce planning, I need to tell you I'm using an AI to do that. If you're talking to an agent, an AI agent, you need to know. And you need also to have the opportunity to opt out. The other thing that is very important for us is keeping the human in the loop. So as much as there are low-value, repetitive tasks like screening resumes of thousands of candidates, it's okay to use an AI for that. Yeah. But when you want to explain who you are, you want to talk to a real human. So keeping the human in the loop is very critical.
That's a good point. For both companies and individuals, where are you already seeing AI make the biggest difference right now?
Well, I think AI is making a difference for individuals, as we've just said. Like, I'm using AI, I'm sure you're using AI as well. So, as always in the history of innovation, humans have invented tools to make their job easier. So from the first days of inventing the wheels to today with AI. So I think we see individual looking at AI to just expedite some low-value task, answering, all these long tail of emails, for example, etc. So that's for the individual side. I think it's also an amazing opportunity to get learnings, because you can get augmented by your AI. So not only using AI transactionally to answer questions for you, but also learning how best to handle situations when you're a seller, for example, with digital profile of excellence. So I think individually you can also use AI to improve your own profile. Organization-wise, so for businesses, organization, I would say it's more about how you leverage AIs for ROI. And I want to insist on ROI not as return on investment, but return on impact. How do I use AI to improve not only my productivity, which was the early promise? Can I cut costs or cut jobs. No, that's not what AI is providing. It may in some occasion, but mostly what it provides is more impact, more quality of what you're delivering, more speed in the way that you're engaging with client, less error in what you're producing. And that's where we see the shift to really this return on impact.
Final question here. When you look ahead, what is your core belief about the future of work, and how do we ensure that tech remains human first?
Well, my core belief is human first, digital always. I am a technophile. I wouldn't be at VivaTech, and we wouldn't be at VivaTech for the last 10 years if we don't believe in technology. And I believe that AI is here to stay, and we are going to have it infused in the way that we are running business. But we will have to run it responsibly and ethically, making sure that we make technology what we want it to do and not fall victim of what it can do. So I am very optimistic of the future, and the future of work is right with AI to implement it.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for joining us here at VivaTech News.
Thank you for having me.
All right, now it's time to head inside VivaTech. Let's bring in our reporter, Karis. Karis, what are you following this morning?
Upton. Yeah, well, I'm here right in the heart of the action. I found some people actually who've traveled all the way from India to attend this VivaTech. Hello, thank you very much for coming. Tell us a little bit about why you came so far.
Actually, when we heard about this VivaTech 2026, there are a lot of startups, around 14,000 startups and 180,000 attendees. When we came here, there are a lot of people inside, and a lot of technology has been driven here. When we talk to the startups, like we are getting a lot of insights where we can integrate into our systems. One of the examples may be related to ADAS systems. They are integrating the data and finding out the modulation of the data. And the robotics also, it's very good. That's it.
And you actually just arrived in Paris just 2 days ago. So what have you seen at VivaTech so far, and what's exciting you today?
Yeah, Paris is very interesting, and I love the place. So coming to the VivaTech, there are a lot of startup pool here, and big companies gather together to share the knowledge, where the AI is becoming the reality. So we came to know many things in this about the agentic AI, how the physical AI is about to come into picture, and we are trying to analyze how we can implement this technology at India location. So I would like to see the key VIPs who are going to visit today.
Yeah, speaking of VIPs, we've got the Indian Prime Minister, Narendra Modi. Will you be trying to attend his special address?
Yeah, we are eagerly and we are excited to see Mr. Modi here. So, yeah, sure.
Thank you so much. That address from Narendra Modi at 2 p.m. here at VivaTech. Thank you very much for that. Back to you in the studio.
All right, Karis, thanks for that great interview. Elsewhere, we have a lot of action happening here across the 3 floors of VivaTech. Let's head out to another one of our reporters where we have Luke Brown standing by. Luke, what can you tell us?
Of course, here at VivaTech, it is all about technology having an impact, and the field of healthcare is extremely important too, of course, for VivaTech, especially this year in 2026. And I'm joined, and I'm very happy to be joined by John Volker of BrightSense Diagnostics. Tell us a bit more. You've got a world first to present for us. It's a small object, but it's a very important one, correct?
Exactly, so thank you. Yes, this is a real world first, so it is a real change in diagnostics. So that's the first rapid test molecular one based on LFA, and this is a patented, worldwide patented technology, and it will allow us in fact to test anyone in any conditions. So it seems that it can be in the patient's bed or even in the south of the Sahara, for example, in Africa.
Could you tell me a bit more about the technology behind it? What is unique about it?
Yeah, in fact, what it is unique is it is based on nanoparticles, okay? In fact, they are 100 brightness more than the competitors in the field, okay? That's the first point. And the second point is that the capacity to be developed on an LFA test, okay? In fact, this is a real mini lab in our hand.
Tell us a bit more about what this changes for the healthcare professionals, but also for the patients.
Yeah, so the thing is the quickness, okay? The quickness in terms of biological. So if you test in RNA, it seems that you can't have this information earlier. The second thing is more in part of logistics. It seems that a nurse, for example, can do the test without any exclusivity, any training, etc. So this is a benefit, a huge benefit for the patient because they can be taken in charge with the correct treatment maybe 2, 4 or 20 hours in advance.
And one of the other advantages you were telling me is just the simplicity. It does free up the ability of people in different parts of the world to be able to access better healthcare.
Yeah, in fact, normally to do RNA tests, you need to have a lab, use instrumentations. And then here we have something which is very easy to use, so no complexity, and also you can divide it by 2 the cost.
And perhaps to simplify things, could you explain your logo? The logo itself is a symbol of the work that you've been doing to produce this, correct?
Yeah, in fact, it is the core of the technology, which is the nanoparticles, that we can easily adapt to any targets, okay? So we can adapt and do in a new test in less than 4 weeks.
And finally, one final question. Could you tell us, this is your first time here at VivaTech, could you tell us a bit more what your expectations are for being present here?
Yes, so that's our first point and first participation, so thank you for the invitation. Yes, so now we are ready because this is a prototype ready to produce. And we are now discussing here to discuss also with companies specialized in diagnostics. And the second point is to do fundraising also to discuss with some companies to go in this way.
Okay, John Volker of Bright Sense Diagnostics, thanks so much for taking the time to explain your world first and what could be very much a pioneering and invaluable treatment in the healthcare field around the world.
Thank you.
Once more, an example of the impact that VivaTech and the business and the networking opportunities that go on here can have on the world and the society and healthcare.
Great interview, Luke. Thank you for bringing that to us. And now let's do another interview where we have our very own Stacey Binion standing by inside VivaTech. All right, Stacey, it is almost the end of the morning here on day 2 at VivaTech. What are you tracking this morning? All right, we're going to just get to her in a second. So today is a big day. It's day 2. We are going to hear at 2 o'clock, we're going to hear from India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi alongside French President Emmanuel Macron, 2 of the heads of state of 2 of the largest economies on earth joining stage. It's going to be a very watched and talked about event, no doubt. Yesterday we heard from the Amazon founder, Jeff Bezos, so we've had some of the biggest names on record here at VivaTech as we celebrate the 10th anniversary of Europe's largest startup and tech event. Again, we are expecting about 180,000 attendees this year, making it the largest VivaTech on record. So it's taking place from June 17th to June 20th. So if you're in Paris, if you're near Paris, we welcome you to join. The event runs until Saturday. This year we have 30% more exhibition space. Just imagine that. Last year was already massive. This year, 30% bigger than that. We have 171 countries being represented. Almost every country on Earth, nearly every country on Earth has some sort of representation in the attendees or exhibitors or startups. And this year's Country of the Year is Germany. They have a beautiful exhibit, definitely worth checking out. And stay with us here at VivaTech News. We will be back right after this.
Live from VivaTech 2026. Jumpstart your day with Upton Saidi on Tech Early Birds. Stay ahead of the curve with Marjorie Payon on Breaking Tech. Gain insights with Olivia Kinghorst on Tech Newsroom. This is where scan badges, network, and do business. Use the interactive map to navigate the halls. Explore VivaTech tech trails for a deeper immersion. Consult the program in real time and catch top sessions.
And welcome to VivaTech News. I'm Marjorie Paillon and you're watching Breaking Tech. We are literally on day 2 of VivaTech. As you know, the gathering turns 10 for this edition, and for the next 3 hours, we'll be taking you straight to the heart of the action. Startups, investors, industry leaders, they are shaping the future of business and industries. They will be with us on this very show. French President Emmanuel Macron and the Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi will join VivaTech this afternoon for some startup vibes. Well, fasten your seatbelts. Here we go. And as we begin this very first hour of Breaking Tech, we are going to dive into tech sovereignty, because guess what? It's not a myth anymore. It's a requirement and a competitive advantage, especially when it comes to the banking sector. To dive into it, I'm very honored to be joined live by Olivier Bitton. Welcome to the show.
Thank you.
You're the group CIO and Director of Technological Transformation at Crédit Agricole. You're literally leading the bank's strategy from digital sovereignty to critical infrastructures and the rollout of AI. So, what you call strategic autonomy seems to be the keyword for Crédit Agricole, especially for your 2028 roadmap. Technological sovereignty has become a critical issue for banks today, of course, but how come and how far?
Well, in fact, it's not only today. It's been critical for years. Yeah. And if you look at the roadmap we had in the previous years, we've already invested quite a lot in technology. We've invested in our own private cloud. We've invested a lot in developing our own companies for internal technology. And today it's something like 6 billion. It's 20,000 people across the world. So it was already there. But what's been changing now is that we need to look at this in terms of dependencies. And when you were talking about AI, if you deploy AI without a strong look at technology, strategic autonomy, you're up for a big dependency and you're up for big surprises in terms of cost and so on in the long run.
Speaking of which, there's a kind of a European paradox, if you may, when it comes to AI. We are accelerating on AI adoption, but at the same time, we need to reduce some tech dependencies. So, do you see any contradiction out there?
Well, of course, the easy way is a dependency. So I don't see a contradiction, but we have to be clear that, yes, it's not the easy way, but it's the way that will create value in the long run. If you look at ourselves, we are a worldwide bank, so we will not go for only European tech, but we have European roots. So we look at it both sides. We want to have strategic autonomy. We want to have our own tech control as much as possible. And when we have partners, we want to be able to challenge in the long run how it works, the cost, and so on. So for that, you need to be strong in tech. But we also have European roots. And when you have European roots, you have to spend your money somewhere in your ecosystem, because now it's becoming a matter of developing our economy in the long run.
And with this push for technological sovereignty, does it really change the way you build and manage your critical infrastructures?
Well, it will be even stronger in terms of infrastructure. So far, we've invested a lot in creating a private cloud, which is today running more than 80% of our own compute capacity, basically. But when it comes to AI, we are looking at it differently. We are reinvesting to extend our compute capacities, because it's getting crazy now with AI and GPUs and so on. But we are also looking at making strong partnerships with European partners. And that's why, for example, you maybe saw us in the AI-on consortium to build Gigafactory in Europe.
interesting. So AI deployment is indeed a question of industrial transformation, but what does it mean for a group as large as Crédit Agricole while being deployed?
Well, when it comes to AI, we have to stick to what it's done for. And today, sometimes it's looked up as something that you must do, but you don't know why. So first thing is, we want ROI. We want return on investment because it will cost a ton of money. So we want to be strong in terms of transforming processes and so on. And that's basically why you need to look at it as industrial, because you need to have strong roots. If you want to deploy AI and master your cost in the long run, you need to master your infrastructure, with whom you're computing inside your company, outside your company. You need to master your way to challenge the models. You need to master the way you deploy your agents, trust, and so on. And that's why we decided to create a company inside the group that will deliver AI capabilities to all our internal companies and maybe broader in the long run.
Looking ahead, can Europe build competitive AI ecosystem, in your opinion, while maintaining at the very same time strategic autonomy over critical infrastructures and technologies?
I'm sorry, I didn't get to that.
If we just look ahead, I mean, so there are so many different questions when it comes to Europe. We can build competitive AI ecosystems, that is for sure, but can we do it at the very same time we're trying to maintain a strategic autonomy over critical technologies?
Yeah, but for me, there's no, it will be done now that everyone is getting aligned. I mean, for way too long, people have been waiting for each other, saying it has to be a public initiative, it has to be private initiative. In fact, now that all the sector, as you can see, VivaTech today, is moving forward in the same direction, I'm pretty sure it will be possible. And we have the chance, it's not for everyone, to be big enough to invest in mastering technology. So it's not for us a matter only of buying technology. We hire a lot of people in tech in Europe and in the world, and we'll keep doing this. So I'm really confident that this is feasible and this will bring value in the long run.
And I can see literally here the label actually of the French Tech that you're like wearing proudly. 10 years of French Tech. Is it also about the past decade? And as you know, VivaTech turns 10, so we're also celebrating and trying to get some takeaways of what happened over the past decade and trying to jump into the next 10 years. What means to you French Tech 10 years after it's been created and built?
Well, in fact, if you look at just for fun, I'm wearing today because we signed yesterday French Tech. So we've been using French Tech. We've been building what we call the village that are bringing startups, French startups and European startups to grow. But we've been doing this for a year, but we were not officially part of French Tech. So yesterday we signed because we need to make sure that there is a global commitment in terms of bringing value to all of these startups. What is changing today, what we need to change is that we are not here to do POCs, we are here to scale. And that's really something I'm really worried about, is that we need to make sure that each time we work with a startup, it's not to show some proof of value. We're here to try to make something big and to look at production, security, and so on, in something that fits with Crédit Agricole and 50 million clients, customers.
Absolutely, because again, as we are trying to figure it out here, when it comes to the banking system and the banking industry per se, AI and security are critical. If you actually want to deploy AI faster and stronger, you need to make sure that your foundations, meaning the infrastructure, are definitely safe, even in terms of cyber, isn't it?
Absolutely, and if you want to deploy it fast, and you want to be able to maintain it long. That would be the two key points, because you can do fast and dirty, but if you want to make it available in the long run, yes. And cyber now is, as you know, really key. Things are moving really fast. We've been patching like crazy for the past few months, like all companies, and it's only the start, so we need to get more and more industrial.
And again, as the group CIO, when it comes to Crédit Agricole, you know technologies by heart. You're also following the trends. Where do you see AI heading in the next 10 years? That's kind of a crystal ball question, I have to say.
Well, it's not an easy one because no one knows exactly how it will go. For me, the big question is not about technology, but usage. How will we transform our organizations with AI in the next few years? It's already quite powerful. For me, the big benefits in the short term will be on IT transformation, and then we'll deploy faster and faster. So the question will be, what will be also quantum in this, being more on top of AI, and I think in the next 3 years we will be part of this adventure as well.
Thank you so much, Olivier Béton, for your perspective and insights. That was Olivier Béton for Crédit Agricole here on Breaking Tech. And now, as you know, our reporters are literally all over the place here, scooting around the 3 different floors of VivaTech this year. We are going to try to see what they're up to with our Fireside Chat, actually, segment. And to lead this discussion, Alison Sargent is actually waiting for us. Does the future of computing run on light, Alison?
That's right, Marjorie. I'm with Dr. Michael Furch. Did I do that well? He's the founder and CEO of Quant. They do not do quantum, though. They are a German-based company that aims to transform computing through photonics, and he is fresh off a keynote speech here at VivaTech that was titled "Is Photonic Computing the Answer to AI's Power Needs?" I'm going to want you to answer that question, but first, can you explain what photonic computing is?
Well, thanks. So the most simplest version I can give you on that is that we have processors where at the core we compute using light and not electricity. And whenever we probably cross across questions, the answer always is going to be light. Light makes a lot of things easier. And when you think about back in history of data communication and processing, whenever things became tricky, we switched into light. We did this with the internet, when we went from copper electricity to light-based cables. We do this now in the transport of data in the compute stack, so co-packaged optics is a big deal. Currently, there's a lot of investment flowing into photonics just to move data faster. And what we are targeting is basically replacing the inner core to not longer compute with electricity, which is power hungry, and you have to cool it and all these kind of things, to replace it with light.
And when you say light, where does the light come from? Are we talking about daylight? What's the source of the light?
Oh, it's a laser. So basically it's a laser, it's a chip or multiple chips in a row. Light is just being streamed across these photonic chips, which we build, and then in the end it's going back into the memory and you see the result.
And you mentioned it's less energy consuming than traditional, the way we do traditional computing. Can you talk more about that? How is it the answer to AI's energy needs?
Well, so first of all, there are very intuitive pictures, right? If we turn on a light bulb or a laser, you don't have to push the photons from A to B. They're just propagating. So obviously things are much easier to move. Second, light is not heating things dramatically up. You don't push things against the resistor. So when you look on our processors that we install, there is no advanced heating system or cooling system on them. It's just the chip and the photons doing the math. The second one is, and that basically goes more on the technical but to the problematic side of AI, these chips, photonic computers, can crunch the very complicated stuff needed for AI at the same energy as they would do the simple stuff. So what we for the first time can do is we can start trading amount of data reduce and increase the function's complexity. And because I know it's a complicated trade, but this trade in the end results in numbers like that we can have 30x, 50x more performance at a fraction of the energy, because the energy is used by the data. And when we are in the position to reduce the amount of data that you need to describe something, that's the true leverage in terms of energy reduction.
And are there any downsides to photonic chips?
That's a very good question. So we're still searching for them.
Okay. That sounds promising.
So at this point, now, seriously, I mean, what we really like to see, so there will be limitations. Every technology will have limits. But as of today, we have a performance improvement of around 10x every year. We produce the chips locally in our own pilot line. Chips, photonic chips particularly, don't need these sophisticated 3-nanometer structures. We built them on refurbishing old legacy foundries. Currently, we run one of these pilot lines on our own. So when you walk through that, there are more than just the technological pros on this technology. There are, even in terms of sustainability, you see a lot of pros when it comes to light-based computing.
And how widespread is this technology at this point?
Well, proudly to say we're the first mover. So we've been the first company in the world who accomplished to build a functional system. This was in 2025. Since then, we have taken installations across nearly every HPC, high-performance compute center in Europe. Plus, since a few months, we can proudly say we're also installed in a cloud provider at Ionos, where regular customers now can book services based on photonic computing.
And just very, very briefly, can you talk about the sovereignty element of your company?
Yep, well, at VivaTech, it seems to be the topic, right? And what I can say is, at this point, we control it from end to end. So we control from the design of the chip to the production of the chip to the software stack, everything, and this across partners in Europe. So just recently, we had a very cool demo together with another company from Germany, which built a compiler basically tied into our chips, where we could directly pour it from PyTorch onto our processor with zero recoding. So in that stack, everything currently is owned by Europe.
That's very interesting. Thank you so much. We'll have to leave it there, but we wish you the best at VivaTech. Again, that's Michael Fürch, the founder and CEO of Quant, not doing quantum, but doing photonic computing, helping to solve the great, great energy needs of the future of AI.
Thank you so much, Alison. Now we know all about photonic computing. Thanks to you. We are back on set now for a brand new segment, Tech 10, as VivaTech celebrates its 10th edition. We are actually willing to know more about our guests' takeaway about the last 10 years and what they're looking ahead in terms of jumping into the 10 years to come. Well, Tech 10 is now. And my next guest company is aiming to orchestrate marketing's future, just not plug into it. Rachel Thornton, it's great to have you on the show.
It's great to be here.
You're Chief Marketing Officer for Adobe, and actually not just a tool provider, if I can say so, an engine behind modern marketing. That's definitely how Adobe sees itself today. What does it mean for brands exactly?
So the way we think about it is we are the AI platform created by and for marketers so that they can do everything that their brand needs, from brand visibility, so how they show up in not only SEO, which I think we all know, but this new world of agentic engine optimization, so how your brand shows up in places like ChatGPT or Gemini, Perplexity, but then including how you build the right AI-powered content supply chain, and then how you really deliver personalization at scale and great customer experiences for your customers.
And actually, marketers have talked about that very same idea, personalization, for years. Can we say that AI makes it reality?
I think that it does, yes. And I think there's two big things that have been the unlock around personalization at scale. So I think the first thing is, more than ever, you have the ability to take not just your customer data, but customer signals, so how they're interacting with your brand. And then build customer journeys that really help that customer, engage with your brand, take next best action, but more importantly, map that content onto that customer journey. And what's powerful now about personalization is that, previously it might have been, hey, I personalized my journey or my content to a segment, and now really you can do it to a segment of one. So a brand can understand what you want, what you like about that brand, and really deliver to you the creative, the content, the message, the brand experience that really entices you and engages you.
Yeah, because one thing brands can't afford losing actually is control over quality, relevance, or even creative impact. How can they scale content production, preventing all of the above?
The most important thing when you think about content and creative production, and especially now as you look at the proliferation of channels and this thing we just talked about, personalization, you want to make sure that your training models on your brand, your creative assets, your brand voice, and making sure that as you do that, your creative guidelines are embedded, and that's something we've also worked with creatives on, building AI brand guidelines, embedded in the tools your creative team uses, so that whenever they create, a campaign, content messaging, and they scale it, that it remains true to what the original purpose was, that they maintain that brand integrity. They don't get what we think of as brand drift, where it's really drifted from what its original sort of creative or content purpose was.
Yeah, because again, on the other end, brands want to protect certain type of things, especially in the age of generative AI, that is brand identity, governance, or trust. How do you make it happen?
So on the trust and responsibility, Adobe takes that very seriously. We don't train on anything we don't have the rights to. But more importantly, I think for every brand now, they're asking themselves, how are they using AI, both with their teams internally, but also externally? To your point, how are we using it to create content, to create campaigns? And every brand has to ask themselves, where does AI play in my processes? But more importantly, where does it play in my output, in the assets that I'm creating? And as we've worked with a lot of customers, they're really deciding that for themselves. So if you think about L'Oreal, for instance, they're a customer, they don't use AI to sort of change skin colors, change hair color. That's important for them. It's part of their trust. It's part of their brand. So when we sit down with customers, we really do understand where do they want to go with AI. We also think hard about how do we help them, how do we help give them the tools they need for this. We just actually launched a tool, Adobe Brand Intelligence, that helps you build sort of brand models we have brand ontology, knowledge graphs for brand. We have visual tools for ingesting brand assets to make sure that as you build this creative, it stays on brand. It is trusted, it is responsible, and I think that has really resonated with our customers.
And final question, Rachel, you're one of the most famous chief marketing officer in the industry. What skills will define the most effective CMOs in the next few years?
I think it's similar to what's always been. CMOs are always interested in how do we connect with customers? How do we make sure we're representing customers, engaging customers, we're hearing their voice? But I think now with AI, how do you lean into that and understand, your processes in your teams, and how you make sure that your teams are skilled up and ready? How do you make sure you're understanding your business processes so that you can integrate AI into those processes and get the absolute most out of it?
Rachel Thornton for Adobe, thank you so much for actually being here with us on Breaking Tech and VivaTech News.
Thank you.
And now, in 2026, or is actually 2026, the year Europe's startup ecosystem can think bigger and act more unified, European policy begins to match that exact ambition. Let's watch how the next decade could be the most promising yet for the continent.
Europe's 27 countries should be a hotbed of innovation with so many perspectives and cultures interacting with one another. But these facts have also stunted the continent. In the global startup ecosystem rankings, Asia is accelerating fast. Singapore has climbed to 4th place. 60% of the world's global startups are based in North America, and only 8% are in the EU. Global startups are rare in the EU because companies have often been built for national markets instead of European scale. And many of Europe's biggest success stories eventually leave. Nearly 30% of European unicorns relocated outside the bloc between 2008 and 2021. Now, as demonstrated at VivaTech 2026, this year's Country of the Year, Germany has framed its entire delegation around building a stronger Europe through joint innovation and digital sovereignty. This vision closely aligns with France's long-term ambition to transform Europe into a single market for startups. And these ambitions are being matched by the European Commission, which launched its Choose Europe to Start and Scale strategy in May 2025. At its core lies a streamlined legal framework for companies covering the whole continent. Market fragmentation and labor regulation are often cited as the biggest barriers to scale. VC funding in AI is almost entirely split between the US and China. And yet these factors have not stifled the will for scale on the old continent. Europe has the ideas, the startups, and the talent to succeed. Going forward, global markets will need to find a common ground, a solution that VivaTech and the companies attending could help to provide.
And now it's time for our segment, Fireside Chat. And Simon Harding is actually waiting for us with his next guest. Simon, what's on your radar right now? I think that actually new ideas are pouring into bio and deep tech.
Absolutely, Marjorie. Absolutely right. Dermatology, health tech in general, big points here at VivaTech, 10th anniversary in this edition here in 2026. And I'm actually joined by one of the Halion Pitch Studio finalists, Alexander Borva of Autoderm. Alexander, thank you so much for being with us. It's your second year here at VivaTech. You're in this Halion Pitch Studio final. How's it all been? How's the experience been for you?
Well, thank you very much for having me here. I mean, this has become one of my favorite conferences, and actually one of my favorite cities in the world right now. Paris is happening. Now I can feel the movement. You know, everyone's like want to be entrepreneurs. Everyone's like moving the needle forward, and I think this is something that we need for Europe, definitely. So I'm enjoying myself. Yeah.
As I said, this is your second year at VivaTech, and for Autoderm specifically, which is all about dermatology, using artificial intelligence with pictures in particular to recognize over 70 different possible problems with your skin, including skin cancer and a lot of other things. There's been a massive change over the last 12 months. Talk to us a little bit about the company, how the company's grown and developed.
Yeah, so all of this, you know, this is nothing I built in my own garage. So actually, you know, there's been a lot of research behind this. I'm a medical doctor and also a PhD a student still. And I have written like 9 scientific papers on this. And it all really started back in 2018. So I have like a huge database of skin diseases, which have been annotated, that are AI engineers that they use to build these large, these image recognition models. And one thing which is quite funny, so back in 2018, we already had models that worked. But when I demonstrated to my colleagues, other doctors, or other people, they're like, nah, artificial intelligence is not going to happen. I'm like, yeah, but it does work. Yeah, but that doesn't happen. It's going to be like another 20 years. And then 2022, November, when ChatGPT like exploded, people are like, Alex, didn't you do something like that in skin diseases? Yeah, but I did that like 6 years ago. But luckily, I had done all the research, all that stuff which you need to do to get like a medical device, like all the regulatory. So I have one of the companies that have all the regulatory set. We're very transparent. We're not perfect, but we are very good as a triage service or informational service to get that first thing is like, should I go to the pharmacy, buy cream? Should I go to the GP, or should I go to the dermatologist? And that is what we have been proven, and that is what we're working on now, and then that's what we're scaling at the moment.
I think that's very interesting, and it's actually to your credit. You know, you say you're not perfect, you're constantly developing, but one of the big things I think is as well, clinical AI is very different to perhaps a lot of the things we see online at the moment with influencers, with other things that aren't tested. Like you obviously, you have your approvals, you have your certificates. How significant is that, and how important is it to emphasize it, particularly in the medical community, where, as you say, it's all about research and all about being able to prove the method?
So it's very important, and it's also, people can use ChatGPT or all the other large language models, or what people have done before, they actually Google their skin disease and they look at the images and then they look through. So we had like kind of a reverse Google. You upload your image and then we give you text back. So that is what we're trying to then show, that we don't give false positives or like make people more worried. For example, let's say, you know, skin cancer. If you have like a toddler that's like 1 year old, you take a picture, it says skin cancer on it. Toddlers don't get skin cancer, you know, it's older people. So that's what we can like kind of safeguard with our information that we give it back. It's controlled to the user.
Dr. Borva, just more of a general curiosity to finish off, but as you said, you're very well published. I think you've been one of the pioneers of digital dermatology specifically. How have you seen it evolve? You said your colleagues had reticence in 2018, 2022, the explosion of artificial intelligence. Now 4 years on, how is that journey, and do you see it continuously evolving as we go forwards?
Yes, it is evolving, and what's quite funny is that, so I'm an orthopedic surgeon. So I'm not a dermatologist, but my PhD is in dermatology. My ex-girlfriend was a dermatologist. So I saw the problem when she went to dinner parties that everyone's like, what's this, the Swiss? And then she gave the answer. The dermatologists have not been very friendly with me developing artificial intelligence. But the funny thing now, my ex-girlfriend, she wants to open her own clinic, dermatology clinic, and she wants it to be all AI. So she wants to be the gateway to her clinic. These guys don't have to come in, only have serious patients. She's going to have more patients and faster patients, so she can treat people with skin cancer within 24 hours instead of waiting 6 months.
It sounds absolutely fascinating. Alexander Borva of Autoderm, thank you very much for joining us. Big strides in health tech in general here, Marjorie.
Well, Simon Alexander, you should always trust your ex-girlfriends, don't you? Well, and we have another announcement actually here for you at VivaTech. Earlier ago, the Minister for Research, Technology and Space of Germany, Dorothee Bär, was actually on stage here. Germany has built its own federal agency for disruptive innovation. Its name, Sprint. It aims at financing groundbreaking tech. Let's take a listen.
To be allowed to fail is not in the German DNA. So if you are failing, then you're failing. Everyone says, oh, you are failing. And no one says, oh, that's great. You have an experience and next time you're going to do it better. And so the Sprint, now it's already 7 years. And in the last 7 years, they really got a lot of trust from so many people outside the government, inside the government. We have a Sprint Freedom Act where they can operate by themselves. Not everyone likes that, but I think that is crucial that they can work like that. And to give you one example, to get the best fusion researchers, for example, and combine Max Planck with our startups, that is really a big breakthrough, and I'm sure that when you see our fusion roadmap now to 2030 and to 2040, that will be the biggest breakthroughs we are going to have on that page.
And that's all we have time for now, but you can always take a closer look at VivaTech. It's live energy, it's announcements. It's happening every time live on our website and social media platforms. You can also catch up with us in a few seconds. We'll be back right after this.
What began as a bold bet to put Europe's tech ecosystem on the global map is now the place where the future takes shape. VivaTech 2026 isn't looking back. It's launching.
Today, under our 3 brands, we're helping organizations activate AI quickly and safely with enterprise-ready tools and humans in the lead. At VivaTech, we'll explore redesigning work for the age of AI, creating the skilled workforce the world needs to help build the future we all want. AI delivered in a way that is human first, digital always.
Live from VivaTech 2026. Jumpstart your day with Upton Saidi on Tech Early Birds. Stay ahead of the curve with Marjorie Payon on Breaking Tech. Gain insights with Olivia Kinghorst on Tech Newsroom. This is where business meets innovation. This is VivaTech News.
Welcome back to VivaTech News. I'm Marjorie Paillon and you're watching Breaking Tech. As you know, VivaTech turns 10 and this is day 2 here at Europe's largest gathering. We have so many different interviews, guests, reporters being live on the floor in store for you, from breakthrough innovations to emerging trends. We are going to take you straight to the heart of the action today. Well, fasten your seatbelts. Here we go. French AI provider Mistral AI is multiplying partnerships, and one of the latest is actually with La Banque Postale. Does AI help them fulfill their mission as a citizen-driven bank? We're going to ask their Chief Digital Data and Innovation Officer this question. Antoine Pichot, it's great to have you on the show. La Banque Postale has signed a large-scale strategic partnership with Mistral AI. What made it the right partner for long-term AI strategy for you?
Actually, after experimentation phase where we explored different technology, different models, we came away with 2 convictions. The first one is that given the extraordinary speed of technological development, we needed to partner with a great actor in the field of AI. And second, we wanted our strategy to be developed within a sovereign and secure framework. And crossing those 2, Mistral was definitely a clear choice for us.
Yes, because it was central actually in your decision-making process is this idea of digital sovereignty. So how does it translate in practice for La Banque Postale?
Yeah, you're right. We've been having this strategy since the beginning of our digital development, actually. So it's really at the heart of La Banque Postale strategy. And so that's why we turn to a local French European leader. But not only, we ask also Mistral to deploy its solution on-premise, meaning on the servers, on the data centers of the bank. That means that through this partnership, not only do we accelerate the deployment of a high-performing solution, but we keep full control of our data, especially customer data, and we are able to meet the security compliance requirements we have as a bank. And also, we are very consistent with the strategy from Groupe Caisse des Dépôts to support digital sovereignty.
And in terms of high-impact use case, what do you expect, where actually do you expect to see the biggest value?
Actually, in many areas. We have classified our different uses into 3 main categories to make it more simple. The first one is what we call AI for all. It means to give all the employees access to Mistral Le Chat, no Mistral Vibe solution to support them on the day-to-day business, their day-to-day routines. Second category is what we call AI for IT, which cover all the solutions we use, or IT people use, especially developers, and we are around 600 people using solution right now, so it's quite huge already. And the third category is what we call AI for business. Here we're talking about tailor-made solution embedded in the business process of the bank. For example, recently we deployed a solution to help our advisor to draft responses to client complaints, for example. So then they can really focus on the substance of their job, which is to analyze the situation, to get the right answer to the client and not the writing itself. And we also spending a lot of energy to address the issue of handling the request we receive every day from customers. We're talking about 18 million customers, so you can imagine the number of requests.
Including me, if I may.
Yes, congratulations. So especially your request. And so it's a huge, it's something huge for us to be able to address those very, very much efficiently.
And actually this partnership goes even further because from what I understand, Mistral's AI teams are embedded with your own. How far does it help accelerate innovation?
Actually, this is a very important point because we wanted to mix teams from Mistral and from La Banque Postale. First, as you're saying, to accelerate development because we are very much more agile and we reduce the time to market. We are very close together, so we can discuss solution and so on. So it's very convenient and very efficient. But second, and also very important for us, it's a way to upskill our people and our staff at La Banque Postale. Because yes, we are very proud to partner with Mistral, but we don't want to be dependent on Mistral solutions. So we have to have our people having a full understanding, a full control of the solution we are deploying. So that's partnership, and the way we organize this with very mixed team is very important for us.
And now beyond productivity gains, and now that you know I'm a customer though, how do you see generative AI transforming the way La Banque Postale serves us?
That's a good question. Actually, we are exploring a lot of different use cases, and definitely we see generative AI as a key element to improve client interaction. That's really the focus we are working on, and I mentioned the client demands, the client complaints, how we deal and how we ease the relationship, the day-to-day relationship with our customers. But it's also for us a lever to support our strategy as a citizen bank. You were mentioning it, that it's very important for us, and more specifically, for example, to support a role towards banking accessibility. I talk about the 80 million customer we have, including you, and among those people, we have people which are not speaking very good French, for example. So we are working on translation solutions to help our advisor locally to better serve those kind of people. And that's really at the heart, putting AI at the heart of a citizen strategy.
And that's definitely what you're doing every single day. Thank you so much, Antoine Pichot, for La Banque Postale. And now we're going to dive inside VivaTech with Will Hildebrandt. And Will, it actually seemed that the sound of AI is music to the ears of your guest.
Yeah, that's right, Marjorie. I'm at the stand of Sonade, and this is a product that I think millions, perhaps billions of people around the world wish they had already had at some point. What Sonade does is they use AI to recognize what we call distressing acoustic signals. So think of someone's falling, or if they're moaning in pain, it can use this data to possibly save their life. With me is the company founder and CEO, Nicolas Trompeau. Thank you for joining us. Just real quickly, tell us a little bit about what Sonade does in your own words.
So what Sonade does is what human does since like thousands of years. Before we could even speak, we were hearing the danger thanks to our ears. And then later and later, the society developed some sounds to alert other people that there is a problem. And I can even detect if someone has a problem by hearing it, even if I don't speak his language, right? If there is someone from somewhere else in the world, I can detect it.
Yeah, different languages and different accents as well.
Different accents, exactly. And so what Sonade does is we make sure that every IoT device can actually hear this sound of danger and can detect this distress situation, like call for help, moaning in pain, really with the intonation of the voice, the thud, the fall, or alarms that would be like, imagine your IoT device can't even hear there is a fire alarm. It's crazy.
Yep. Well, let's look at some of the devices and give us some real-world examples.
Yes, so one of the devices that we have that are already at home is like this one. This one is from Arkea, for example, and it's a bank company, and they sell that to elderly people. Usually it goes with a watch, and you have to push the button, and now with that you can actually detect the sounds inside the house. And
so it doesn't have to be wearable, and there's no longer pushing buttons.
Exactly, you don't push the button anymore. It works for like a few, like to a door away, we say that, so it goes to the next room. That's the good thing about the audio. And then you have like these other devices. When you have a very large house, you can actually have another one.
Yeah, and this is fascinating data. Like I said, it's potentially life-saving. This year, Nicola, you had the European launch with Archaea Care in telecare services. What's next?
Well, yes, the next thing is we actually have some few customers in the US, in Canada. We also have one in Singapore and Japan. So since we don't have this accent problem, we are going in many IoT devices. You'll have the launch in 2027 because from the manufacturer to the current user, it takes a bit of time. But you'll see many things having sound detection in 2027 and 2028. So
yeah, this for a company that's only 3 years old, I want to remind everyone watching. Nicola, you have a PhD in deep learning. You have a master's in business administration. So I feel like you might have a unique perspective on how you view this sector, what challenges are ahead, and what you're looking at short-term, medium-term.
Well, the thing is, right now, everything that's developed is voice activity detection. So before you hear a keyword, there is actually something like a small software that says there is voice. So please check if there is the right keyword, like OK Google, Alexa, Siri. And we transform this voice activity detection to sound activity detection. So that changes the way we can actually have context of the audio. We are not there yet because we already embedded AI, so we already do that, but we are more at the size of the keyword detection than voice activity detection. So that's the next step, and that would mean every IoT device will understand the world it is into, and that goes to the step of physical AI. Then we'll be able to give, robots, IoT devices, the sense of hearing, and they would actually understand what's around them. And for example, here, there is bubble noise around me, people talking, and they would know, and they could adapt their behavior thanks to that.
Truly innovative and very crucial technology. Nicola, thank you very much. Nicola Turpo from Sonade down here at VivaTech. Back to you, Marjorie.
Thank you so much, Will. That was, again, an amazing piece of technology and project initiative you had for us inside of VivaTech. And now, let's run a story together. AI is no longer a bet on the future. Now businesses want to see measurable gains. Yet, how can companies move ahead of the competition? Let's have a look at what markets leaders are actually doing differently.
The demos are over, the promises have been made. Now business leaders are starting to ask, where is AI creating real impact? Across logistics, healthcare and industrial operations, companies are no longer treating AI as theory. They've started to measure its use in practice. And while results vary, momentum is clearly building. A joint report from MIT Sloan Management Review and BCG shows companies are now on the brink of large-scale adoption of so-called agentic AI systems that can plan, act and learn autonomously. And where AI is embedded into real workflows, the impact is starting to show. BCG says their partnership with a global industrial goods company implementing agentic AI algorithms saw measurable gains. By embedding artificial intelligence for scenario planning and decision support, the company reported an earning before interest uplift of 2% in under 2 years. In logistics, the shift from experimentation to execution is also underway. The 2025 annual report for Germany's DHL delivery group puts agentic AI front and center of their Strategy 2030. DHL says their 2025 partnership with Happy Robot is showing measurable impact by reducing manual effort, increasing responsiveness, and enabling teams to focus on more strategic tasks. NVIDIA's second annual State of AI in Healthcare survey found that 85% of executive respondents said AI use was helping to increase revenue, while 80% said it was reducing costs. Return on investment for AI across industries is clearly taking shape, signaling the end of the era for experimentation. As intelligence becomes embedded, the era of accountability has begun.
Now, Korea is one of a kind example when it comes to fostering innovative and industrial ecosystems. Let's take a look at K-Tech inside VivaTech with VivaTech on set. One of the key ingredients of K-Tech's success is the organization behind Korea's startup and entrepreneurship development. It's Kiset's job, and it's actually yours, Mr. Choi. You are its Director General and Acting President. It's an honor to have you on the show.
Thank you very much.
I've got a question actually for you because AI, robotics, bio and climate tech, name them, KeySet is showcasing Korean innovation here at VivaTech, especially this edition, and in these very specific fields. What innovation are you the most excited for visitors to discover?
I can speak Korean.
Oh yes, you can, definitely.
꼭 한 가지만의 그 이노베이션을 우리가 꼽기는 픽업하기는 좀 힘들다. 왜냐? 우리 K 스타트업 여기 허브에 총 39개사가 참여했는데 그 기업들마다 나름대로 각자의 분야에서 혁신성을 갖고 있기 때문에 한 기업만은 이게 픽업하는 것은 어려움이 있고 다만 우리 오늘 여기 참여하신 참관객들이 우리 K 스타트업 센터 쪽에 방문을 하셔가지고 여러 기업들을 만나보시면 좋을 것 같습니다.
And luckily for us, we have Eugene to help us understand everything you said.
Yeah, so it's really difficult to point to only one innovation because we have 39 Korean startups participate in this VivaTech. So I invite all the visitors to discover all the incredible founders.
And that's definitely what we're going to do. And now you are helping Korean startups to reach international markets. What are the main initiatives you have put in place to do so?
기본적으로 우리 코리안 스타트업은 그 세계로 진출하기를 저희가 바라고 있고 우리 창진호는 그런 역할을 하고 있습니다. 그래서 글로벌적으로 진출하는 데 있어서 다양한 그런 프로그램이 있지만 다양한 프로그램들을 우리가 추진을 하고 있습니다. 대표적인 게 이제 글로벌 엑셀레이팅이라든지 그 해외 빅테크 기업과의 오픈 AI라든지 하여튼 우리 코리안 스타트업이 국내에만 머물지 않고 세계적으로 진출할 수 있는 그런 다양한 프로그램들을 하고 있다는 말씀드립니다.
So basically, all the Korean startup wants to enter into global market. So our company KeySet play a very key role to help them, to support them, like various programs, especially global accelerator, or open. Actually, we help them to meet with. Collaborate with big tech like that. So, yeah.
And actually, you're not only helping Korean startups make it to global markets, you're also helping European startups integrate the Korean market to actually be the first touch base when it comes to Asian tech and Asian markets. How do you do that? How do you help European founders?
기본적으로 한국 시장은 새로운 제품이라든지 기술 제품의 테스트 베드라고 볼 수가 있습니다. 그래서 이제 아시아 시장에 진출하고 싶은 유럽의 스타트업들은 한국 시장을 진출했을 때 아시아 시장에서 성공 가능성 여부를 가늠할 수 있지 않겠나 그런 생각을 하고 있고 그런 측면에서 우리 한국 정부나 키세드 측면에서도 여러 가지 인바운드 정책을 추진을 하고 있습니다. 예를 들면 우리 서울에 있는 GSC라고 하는 그런 인프라를 활용한다든지 아니면 이제 한국에 왔을 때 제일 문제가 되는 게 이제 비자 프로그램이 있는데 비자 발급도 좀 수월하게 할 수 있도록 하는 등 하여튼 유럽뿐만이 아니고 세계적인 스타트업들이 한국에 와서 정착할 수 있도록 여러 가지 다양한 지원 시책을 하고 있고 그걸 통해서 한국에 들어오면은 유럽 스타트업들도 많은 걸 얻는 기회가 되지 않겠나는 생각이 듭니다.
So basically, Korea is a really key market in Asia because we have a lot of high-level customer perspective. That's why a lot of European companies test in Korean market. So. And we have KeySet has a lot of roles to support the European, not only European but global startup like many infrastructure. You can see GSG in Seoul. So we help to collaborate with Korean startup and supporting their some visa and like that. So, yeah.
Very last and brief question with you, because you know that we are at VivaTech, the largest innovation gathering in Europe, but Asia and especially Korea has its own. It's called Come Up. The next edition will be in December. What should we expect from this year's edition?
일단 한국에서 12월 달에 컴업이 열리는데 말씀하신 것처럼 한국 컴업에 오시면 우리 한국에서 벌어지고 있는 기술 혁신성이라든지 시장 트렌드를 일단 처음 볼 수 있다는, 체감할 수 있다는 그런 이점이 있으실 거고, 그리고 한국에 있는 또 대기업들하고 협업이라든지 스타트업과의 네트워킹을 구축할 수 있는 그런 자리도 되며, 우리 한국이 외국인 창업가, 인바운드 하는 외국인 창업가들이 한국에 정착했을 때 받을 수 있는 다양한 정책도 아마 소개를 받을 수 있을 것입니다. 나아가서는 이제 한국을 기점으로 아시아 시장에서 어떻게 더 커 나갈 수 있을지 그걸 판단하는 아주 중요한 가늠자 역할도 하지 않을까, 그렇게 기대하고 있습니다. 많은 스타트업들이 이번 컴업에 참여해서 그런 가능성을 한번 봐줬으면 좋겠다는 말씀을 드립니다.
So we're gonna hold the Come Up in December in Korea. So in there you're gonna see a lot of Korean tech innovation, and you're gonna create a networking with big tech in Korean big tech and the Korean startup. And what's more, you're gonna see how is important the Korean market is in Asia to expand in global expansion for European or global startups.
And indeed, the Korean market is crucial if you want to make it to Asia. Thank you so much for your perspective and for introducing us to KISED's action. Thank you so much, Mr. Choi. Thank you so much, Eugene.
Thank you very much.
That's all we have time for, unfortunately, because now it's time for our fireside chat. And to conduct this interview, Caris Garland, what do you have in store?
Hi, Marjorie. We're really talking about the future of AI here. I'm sitting down with the CEO and founder of a Netherlands-based deep tech startup which builds chips and software for edge AI, Fabrizio Del Maffeo. Thank you very much for being with us. Will you tell us a little bit about what you do at Accelera AI?
Thanks for having me here today. Well, at Accelera AI, we do very powerful, efficient, and cost-effective chips like this one to power the AI revolution from the cloud to the physical world, all the devices all around us. We started 5 years ago. We raised 450 million. We have 2 product lines in production. We are the largest AI semiconductor company in Europe, and we have 500 customers that are using and deploying our technology.
And so this really is about solving one of the big problems of AI, which is energy. Tell us about that.
Absolutely. We build a company to deliver powerful but efficient technology. Today, energy is the bottleneck of the AI revolution, and our technology scales very well. But we also think that it's not only about AI gigafactories and factories. We believe in a continuum of computing, then that computing and artificial intelligence will expand from big data center to the physical world. And we are here to power that revolution with efficient and very powerful technology.
All right, and you're obviously a global company. You've got offices in multiple countries and continents, but you also have a huge European presence. What can you tell us, and what are your thoughts on where Europe stands currently in the semiconductor landscape and whether it's catching up?
Well, Europe has to catch up in semiconductor space because we are lagging behind the rest of the world. We underinvested over the last 20 years, and nowadays Europe is really a small partner, a small player in the global semiconductor world. We are talking about less than 10%. I think that the situation is changing. There are more and more funds investing inside the semiconductor space of Europe, more and more startup popping up, and then I'm very positive for the future of Europe if we focus on the physical AI in the business-to-business AI.
Right, tell us a little bit about the partnerships that you have here, because I believe some of the people, the companies that you work with have a presence here at VivaTech this year.
Yes, we have partners here like Macnica, which is a computer vision company showing our products. We have partners in the data center space because we aim to power the next revolution, the next wave of data center with our powerful technology. We are here also at the ESC booth. Then there is a lot of presence of Accelera at this event, and we're very happy to be here.
All right, Fabrizio Del Maffeo, CEO of Accelera AI, thank you very much for speaking to us on VivaTech News. I'll throw it back to you in the studio, Marjorie.
Thank you so much, Karis, as always. That's all we have time for now, but do stay tuned. We have more to come for you in a few seconds, and you can always take, of course, a closer look at VivaTech on our website and social platforms. Catch up with the energy and the announcements, which are definitely shaping the future of tech. We'll be back right after this.
Scan badges, network, and do business. Use the interactive map to navigate the halls. Explore VivaTech tech trails for a deeper immersion. Consult the program in real time and catch top sessions.
AWS AI is moving business forward. It's how Audi takes vehicles from concept to customer. Delivers real-time match insights to Bundesliga fans. And how small businesses grow online with GoDaddy. How will AI revolutionize your business? AWS AI is how.
The future of business won't wait. Join the VivaTech Exec program. Discover breakthrough startups. Meet the leaders shaping tomorrow. Build connections in exclusive executive lounges and the Business Plaza. For CMOs and tech leaders ready to turn disruption into advantage.
Optimism isn't sunshine and rainbows. It's fixing things, changing the way we fix things. Rolled up sleeves, breaking through, growing power to meet growing needs, working to run the world on smarter energy every day, taking power where the grid's never been, then getting up and doing it again. Because if optimism never stops, then change can't either. GE Vernova, the energy of change.
Everything begins with a beat, a vibration that starts the movement, a beat that connects people. More than 3,000 employees, over 60 nationalities, working together across the globe. From Europe to North America, from Africa to Asia Pacific, our presence is global. Everywhere we operate, security and trust are key. 46 data centers, more than 30 local zones, hundreds of thousands of servers. Produced, recycled. A global network, a united presence. And tomorrow, new locations, new collaborations, a stronger international footprint built on the trust of 1.6 million customers across 140 countries, powering millions of websites worldwide, and providing millions of cloud and digital services designed for our customers' challenges, always by their side, meeting their needs. We play in harmony with our ecosystem, because only together can we compose the future. This is OVH Cloud, a global leader in the cloud.
Live from VivaTech 2026. Jumpstart your day with Upton Saidi on Tech Early Birds. Stay ahead of the curve with Marjorie Payon on Breaking Tech. Gain insights with Olivia Kinghorst on Tech Newsroom. This is where business meets innovation. This is VivaTech News.
ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to VivaTech News. I'm Marjorie Payon, and you're watching Breaking Tech. Are you looking for the place to B2B? Well, stay put. You're definitely in the right place. We're bringing you the most of VivaTech's energy and latest announcements. From global conversation to local innovation, we are giving you a front row seat to what will define tomorrow's industry. As always, fasten your seatbelts. Here we go. And with more than 100 million users worldwide, Notion is the note-taking app you used to know well. Now it's definitely a hub for AI agents. To talk about it, I'm joined live by Emma Osher. You're the global head of customer experience at Notion. It's great to have you on set, Emma.
Thank you so much for having me, Marjorie.
And actually, we do have a question here. How are we actually more productive with AI? That's a question you've been tackling here on stage at VivaTech. So where is the gap between the AI hype and the actual level of adoption of it in real-world workplace?
Yeah, great question. We had a wonderful panel this morning discussing this topic specifically. I think we spent a lot of time at Notion actually surveying a lot of people, a lot of AI decision maker, AI users, to understand where they are at in this transformation, essentially. And what we found is that almost 90% of people are still using AI for personal tasks. So just note-taking, briefing, summarizing, and only 12% are using AI as a collaborative workflow or as a collaborative system to actually push their company forward. And that's what we're trying to help everyone to do at Notion. We made that successful shift from being an AI note-taking app to actually being a true AI native company that is a collaborative place for your AI and your agent and your human to work together. And so we're helping with that transformation here to really show that productivity. And I don't think it's hype. I think we are seeing, it's really hard to measure productivity these days. It's a hot topic, but we're really seeing those repetitive tasks, those personal tasks being taken away, and people spending a lot more time on decision-making, agility, taste, agency. And so we are seeing hours saved quite generally. We are seeing tickets deflected from a customer experience perspective.
And you actually saw firsthand, if I can say so, AI taking off in the field of customer experience. What can other business departments learn from the CX experience out there?
Yeah, it's been wonderful being in CX for this transformation because it was such an obvious use case for us. We've been using chatbots forever. So it was like, all right, well, we have now this AI agent that can actually deflect these questions, answer, route. And so this has been such an easy ramp up for us to a certain extent. And so we've been able to deploy that across the entire company. That's the beauty of having agents that you can deploy throughout the company. Is a Q&A agent that will answer questions internally. Is not just for CX. It works in IT. It works in the people team. It works in environment. It works for APD. And all of a sudden, instead of having people actually on Slack answering questions day in, day out, you have agents doing it. And those agents connect through workflow with self-healing knowledge base that are going to automatically update your knowledge base. And so that's quite amazing how we've been able to extract all of these use cases across the entire organization.
Which actually brings us to Notion 3.0. What is having your data and AI in the exact same place such a game changer?
We only have a few seconds, so I won't get into why, but it is essential. Your AI is only as powerful as the context and the data that you give it, and having one source of truth and a system of record such as Notion is absolutely essential. You want everything to flow through it. If not everything is in it, you need to have deep integration that flow into your system. The more context, the more data, the more information that you'll have, the more accurate, helpful answers you'll be able to give, or the most efficient and productive agents and workflow you'll be able to deploy.
And Notion is expanding globally, even here in France. Why is that?
We're very excited. I'm French. I'm based in San Francisco, but I'm very excited to be back in France at VivaTech. We just opened an office. We're hiring. We're partnering with AI influencer and innovators in the industry. France is our biggest market in Europe. We have currently 90% of the French tech as our customers, 80% of the CAC 40. So we're deeply embedded and very friends with the French market. So we definitely want to keep pushing in that direction and meet as many people as possible. We have a booth here at VivaTech, so you should come and say hi.
And as you know, VivaTech turns 10 for this very edition. Looking ahead, where do you see Notion heading in the next 10 years to come?
10 years is such a long time in tech years. I will say where I see us heading in the next couple of years is very much being that opinionated source of truth and authority in how AI is working, is helping you in the workplace. I think we're really trying to help companies be more efficient, be more productive, and transform the way that they work and think about AI as a system and not just as a productivity tool that you start on top of your system. So I think if we're doing a great job, we'll continue pushing in that direction and be able to help a lot of companies really unlock value.
Emma Osha for Notion, thank you so much for your perspective.
Thank you for having me, Marjorie.
And now let's dive inside VivaTech with Luke Brown. And Germany is indeed the country of the year here at VivaTech. Luke, you got your hands on a spin-off of the German Aerospace Center.
Yeah, you're quite right. We're here on the German stand, here on the Bavarian part of the German stand. I'm joined by Barbara Bacchus of Exomatter, and you're a good example of German industrial innovation, deep tech, a deep tech startup that's really accelerating the building blocks of research and development. Can you tell me a bit more about exactly what it is you're presenting today?
Yeah, sure. We at Exomatter building the new materials AI decision platform. So meaning that we are simulating material based on a molecular structure and can provide customer like Airbus and Finland best material candidate, and with that we replace the trial and error in the lab.
And can you tell me a bit more about how you're combining artificial intelligence as well as the data mining that's important to your company?
Yeah, sure. So we use different methods. So we use, at the one hand, our own simulation tools. That's where the AI is coming in. But we also, on the other hand, do a lot of data mining, where we don't need to start from the scratch. We can grab this data, train the AI models on those, and provide the best material candidates for the use case.
So that's the innovation. Can you tell me a bit more about the market for this? Who are you aiming your products for?
Yeah, sure. So you think about a 100 billion euro market out there. So we are targeting manufacturing chemical companies out there because that's their challenge. They're spending €1 billion yearly and just wasting time and resources in the lab to find the best materials. And that's our market. 80% reduce their materials development costs within one company.
And could you give me an idea? You've already had a very successful VivaTech. We can see the example here of one of the prizes that you've already been awarded. Could you tell us a bit more about what it is you've achieved so far here at VivaTech?
Yeah, so VivaTech in general is great for Exomatter. We have two main important parts. So we have been won the Deep Tech Challenge of VivaTech, but also we have been nominated for the Best Female Award. And that means to me a lot because diversity, female founder encouragement, that's key at Exomatter. And that's amazing that we get some visibility here as well.
And would you say then you're an example of diversity that's successful here at VivaTech and a gender balance?
Yes, definitely. So at Exomatter we have more than 40% of female employees from different sectors. But I want to highlight, I was pitching with 5 other startups, female founders there, and it's amazing to see how female founders really can drive diversity and showcase what the impact is, what they can generate.
There is also a value, of course, that you're a European company, European startup based in the heart of Germany, in the heart of Europe. Could you give me a bit more information about the role that you see yourself playing for European industry as a whole when it comes to sovereignty, for example?
Yeah, the Europeans like to discuss nowadays about AI, and the Americans and the Chinese, they will run out of Europe. But that's exactly, Exomatter is a great example. We have the great industry in all Europe, not just Germany and France and the other countries. And Exomatter is exactly bringing the AI into reality, into use case, into industrial. And that's the core strength. And that's why for Exomatter it's so important to be a European startup. that's the first point. The other point is that Europe is providing us deep tech startup with funding. They're supporting us to really get a solution that is better than the US funded startups, and we are in a good way to that.
Very briefly, one final question. If you could give me an idea of what are your expectations here from VivaTech 2026? Of course, Germany is the country of honor. Does that give you extra pressure for you, or does it give you extra expectations of broader horizons of who you can reach?
So 2026 is the third time for me at VivaTech, and the expectations have been quite high, but it is amazing to be here. It's the biggest booth from the last 3 years that Germany has here, and the visibility is amazing for us. So a great year, and looking forward to the next year already.
Okay, Barbara Backus of Exomatter, based in Germany, based in Bavaria. Thank you so much for taking the time to explain all the work that you've been doing, and congratulations on that prize. I'll hand you back over to Marjorie in the studio.
Congratulations indeed to Exomatter. Thank you so much, Luc, for this reporting. And now, earlier today, the reporter Will Hildebrand had the opportunity to speak with Marie-Ange Debon, the CEO of Le Groupe La Poste, tells him all about the group's innovations.
I'm at the pavilion of La Poste. It's an international multi-business group present in more than 60 countries. Next to me is its CEO, Marie-Ange Debon. Marie-Ange, nice to meet you. Why don't you tell us a little bit about the wonderful pavilion of La Poste this year?
Yeah. Thank you very much. We are delighted as a funding partner to welcome you on this lab, La Poste Lab. We have been a funding partner since the very beginning, and you can see here in this stand all the activities of the group, because we innovate in all our business units: logistics, financial services, digital services. So you have here many innovation, and I'm going to move to the stand to show you some of our innovations.
So like many other companies, La Poste is finding new and creative ways to use AI in ways that are really beneficial to its employees. Marie-Ange, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, in La Poste we have a team called ProBias, which is very strong in AI expertise and computer vision. And here we have developed an application to help our employees, because La Poste has a huge team, more than 200,000 people working at La Poste, to avoid to have issues in the back, especially when we drop or we catch parcels. So it's the way to have the right posture when we move some parcels. Very easy because of their strong expertise.
And then behind us, we also have Calvin, who is helping the parcel delivery service Colissimo. What can you tell us about Calvin?
Yes, we have a partnership with a French company called Wondercraft. With this company, we are experimenting robots in our sorting centers, especially to avoid for our employees to carry very heavy parcels, because we manage close to 2.5 billion in Europe of parcels, so a huge amount of parcels that we have to move, and we try to have some robots to avoid the most difficult task for our employees.
So Marie-Ange, behind us we see this robotic arm moving incredibly fast. This is another way that La Poste is concerned about workplace safety and the well-being of its employees.
Yeah, you're right. We have just seen a robot to support our employees who are in charge of parcels. And here you can see letters. We have robots to help our employees to sort letters. In France, La Poste is taking care of 5 billion of letters per year, so quite a huge number. With this type of robot, we are more efficient, of course, and also we avoid some repetitive tasks for our employees.
And La Poste, of course, has a banking division. Marie-Ange, what can you tell us about that?
Yes, of course, we have a partnership with Mistral AI in order to use AI to better answer the questions we receive from our clients. We have more than 17 million of clients in France, and so we want to simplify their relationship with us with this type of tool. So the team is working on AI experience, which will simplify the life of our clients.
And one of the key activities at La Poste is also trying to find a way to inspire trust in a time of uncertainty. What can you tell us about DocaPost?
DocaPost is our digital services branch, division. We have a lot of services very well known in France for schools, for banking services, and health also, to help, for instance, doctors to draft in a very fast way all their minutes of their discussion with their patients. So that's we have in DocaPost a lot of digital services which are based on trust, because the brand La Poste inspires trust, and we try to capitalize on this trust, behavior, and conviction that our clients have.
Now, behind us is a screen that shows a virtual environmental disaster. This is meant to show how La Poste can adapt to such a situation. Marianne, what can you tell us about this and the technology?
Yeah, it is an immersive experience that we have designed to show the issues of the climate change, because La Poste has been very active in fighting against climate change through a lot of measures, including having a huge electric fleet. And it's a good example which we have both technology and fighting against climate change. Thank you very much for this interview.
Marianne Dubon, thank you very much, CEO at La Poste. It's a big pavilion with a lot of interesting tech to see, so come down here and check it out.
And AI is, of course, trending here at VivaTech. So is VivaTech on set. And we're going to get a crash course on AI trends from sovereign to physical AI with my next guest, the Global Chief Innovation Officer at Ernst & Young, Joe Delpa. It's great to have you on the show.
Great to be here.
So we are literally 2 years in the generative AI boom. How much of the excitement has actually translated it into adoption inside companies?
Well, I think everybody can agree that AI is here, and it's here to stay. About 85% of consumers are using AI in some form. What's interesting now is there's basically two types of companies that are emerging. Speed 1, Speed 2. Speed 1 are companies that are just bolting on AI to existing processes. We call this AI-assisted organizations. They're not really seeing the results. They're not seeing true productivity or outcomes yet. Speed 2 companies are actually are designing with AI first, and they're redesigning their processes, and they're getting 10x, 100x ROIs. And so we're seeing the convergence happening faster and faster, where companies are trying to move from Speed 1 to Speed 2, but it requires a new mindset, new culture, and new processes at play.
Absolutely, and I don't know what type of speed we're going to dive into now, but many CEOs are enthusiastic about AI, no doubt about that. Now, scaling it across the entire organization is another thing. It remains very difficult, to be honest. What are, in your opinion, the biggest obstacle companies are still facing in deploying AI all along the value chain? Would it be data?
So there's absolutely data is one of the key components. As you think about companies experimenting with AI, there are a lot of companies that are having trouble scaling to AI. There's really 5 key components that are required in order to do that. One is absolutely the data. It all starts with highly valued AI proprietary data. If you have that, then you can move to the next step. The next step is about the ecosystem. Do you have the right ecosystem that you can move fast, right? The right partners. A lot of the partners here at VivaTech are critical to that ecosystem. The third is all around trust. So do I have the right responsible AI frameworks in place in order to drive the value across the organization? Without trust, you're not going to be able to get your organization to adapt to these new processes. The fourth, it's about the AI-enabled workforce. So do I have the right training, the right talent, the right technology in place in order to drive these processes forward? So those are the big 4, and the most important of that is data. You have to have the right data elements. It has to be high quality, secured, and accessible data.
So actually, again, it's all about trust, and you won't embrace a technology you don't trust per se. Would responsible AI also be part of this trust issue? And is it getting traction? What does it mean exactly?
It's a really interesting component. Responsible AI is absolutely critical, and it has to be built in from the very start. It can't be bolted on later. What we found in our recent study at EY is that companies that are actually deploying responsible AI governance in place are seeing two things. One, they're seeing lower compliance risk, which you'd expect, right? So they've got responsible AI governance in place, so they have lower compliance risk. What's really interesting is those companies are also seeing higher innovation, higher revenue growth by over 80%. So that tells you that what's happening is if you give people the guardrails and you provide clarity around how you can experiment with AI, people are much more willing to use it for driving new revenue streams, new productivity, new outcomes. In the absence of those guardrails, people are a little bit scared to dive into the world of AI.
Absolutely. Well, I mean, there's also other type of AI and trends in the AI sector right now. We just mentioned responsible AI. There is also sovereign AI and physical AI. If we do look ahead in the next, let's say, 5 years to come, do you think those crucial trends will be ahead of the curve?
So I think the speed of adoption, the speed of technology change is something we've never seen before, and it's only going to get faster from here. As I think about the world of generative AI, that was only a few years ago, 2-3 years ago, and we're already moving to the world of agentic AI, which is here right now. You mentioned physical AI. That's actually something that's been really talked about by many of our clients here at VivaTech. And then sovereign AI, as you mentioned, is going to be something that's going to be embedded across everything that we do. We also see quantum computing is something that many of our clients are starting to look at and experiment with, and we think that that's going to be important over the next 5 years.
And you definitely don't want to be late to the quantum boom.
That's right, yeah, that's right, because quantum actually, as you think about cybersecurity, it's really important that you protect the data, and so quantum cryptography, it's called, is a way that you can protect your data before the bad actors get access to it.
So actually, to put it in a nutshell, what is your advice to CEOs and C-suite type of managers who really want to, dig into AI and be true at trying to deploy it all along the value chain?
I think the key is always be learning, right? Everybody is learning at this point. This technology is so new that even when people say they're experts, I sort of chuckle. None of us are really experts right now because the technology is too new for all of us to be experts. So as a CEO of a major corporation, the key is always be learning and then get your hands on the application. Start to use AI. Even if it's a small thing, the more you can use it, then the more you can teach your teams how to use it, the better.
Actually stay true to your words and actually use AI if you want to deploy it, right?
That's right, absolutely. And I think the last thing that I would tell CEOs, let's make sure that we're all using AI for good as well, right? We have to have the right responsible AI guardrails in place, but you also need to make sure that we're helping society in places where AI can really help. Health outcomes, food supply, water supply, things like this, AI can absolutely have a massive difference in the way we live and work.
Well, Joe, thanks for the AI optimism.
Absolutely, we need some of that.
Absolutely, that was Joe Depa here on VivaTech News for Ernst & Young. Thanks a million again for your insights.
Thanks so much for having me.
And now, earlier today, our reporter Luke Brown had the opportunity to speak with Isabelle Vontar-Vusion. She's the EVP Data Solution EMEA at Vusion. She dives into the power of deep and biotech.
Yes, here at VivaTech, of course, we're all about how technology is creating opportunities for business and commerce. We're on the Vusion stand. They are the global leader in physical commerce, very much about the future of shopping. We're very happy to be joined by Isabelle Vontar, the EVP of Data Solutions at Vusion. Tell us a bit more about how the solutions you're providing are creating smart shopping for customers.
So, welcome at our booth, welcome at our conversational store. Physical stores have digitalized for years, but today we are entering a new chapter. We introduced the connected store, but today we are talking about a store that sense, understand, and react in real life, in real time. But what is most important, let me show you what does that mean here. Let's start our shopping.
Let's have a look at the practical applications, yeah.
Yes, sure. So let's find our first product, our Coca-Cola. And as you can see, we can be guided direct to the right aisle in the store. So let's move. So it's an AI-powered shopping list assistant with spatial intelligence that can help associates to find product faster, find what they need, and receive the more relevant guidance. And all what I showed you with my phone can also work with smart glasses like this. They can be guided with their hand free, which is really powerful for their execution.
Okay. And could you tell us a bit more about how the technology that you're presenting here could also contribute to making shopping easier for customers and improve their experience?
Yes. So for easier, we have the guidance, but with proximity, they can also receive, coupons offer at the right place and the right moment. For example, I just received a coupon for the Bio Tea Montvert. And when I try to look at where is the product, my ESL is flashing to help the customer to find the right product. With customers like Carrefour, we can enter the loyalty into the aisle, so having this kind of action at the moment where decisions are being made. So it's really useful and powerful.
And tell us a bit more about the role of AI and the role of data too. It's really the building blocks for e-commerce in 2026, and that's part of what's new about what you're presenting, right?
Yeah, because now it's also that the physical store are becoming a data asset. And having all this kind of data help all the retailers and brands to take better decisions and faster with all the AI and the data that we are able to connect. And now let's see one of our latest innovation. It's Captana Fresh, because here it's an AI-powered computer vision technology that can help to better manage inventory. And for fruits and vegetables, we are also able to monitor freshness of product. So for retailer, it means optimized operation, reduce food waste, and higher customer satisfaction, and for customer it's a better experience with quality, freshness and product on shelf.
Okay. So there has been a great deal of change. Can you give me an idea of the scale of the revolutions that AI and data is providing for you as a company, but also what you can provide to customers as a whole? If you could just sum that up.
Yeah, because all our solution, it's really the way to connect retailers, brands, shopper on the shelf. So it's really the connection of everything that makes the customer journey better. The journey for the associate with less friction because they are more equipped. And for retailers, it improves performance and NPS, which is really nice for them.
And very briefly, you've got a very prominent stand here at VivaTech. What does it mean for you to be here at VivaTech 2026?
It's so much important to be able to expose what is the future of the physical retail, because it's where the most of the important part of the business is done. It's in real store, and now with all this technology, we have the digital twin. It's quite the same experience than on the digital part. So it's really cool. So let's come on our booth and let's visit our conversational store.
Okay. Isabelle Vanta, thank you very much for a very detailed look at what Vusion is proposing here at VivaTech 2026. I'll hand you back over to the team in the studio.
Let's be honest, AI uses a lot of electricity, energy, and water to power data centers. Company can't remain indifferent to this issue. Catherine McGregor, the CEO of ENGIE, explains why.
A lot of the corporations that are using today AI, they will have to face the challenge. They are facing today the challenge of, okay, how much of this AI consumption is contributing to my CO2 emission? And there is no choice, but we're going to have to be very demanding in terms of the traceability, the visibility, not just on cost of token, but also CO2 emissions of token. Today, nobody talks too much about that topic, but I can tell you that at ENGIE, we have an objective to decarbonize ourselves, and we are going to put pressure on our suppliers to make sure that they give us not just the FinOps, but the CO2 ops. Some people think climate is not so important. So, okay, let's look at the economy. And today, solutions based on renewables are beating both cost and time to market, which is very important for what we're trying to do here, right?
And apparently, Catherine McGregor was also alongside Octave Kleber, OVH Cloud CEO, on one of the stages here at VivaTech. That's all we have time for now, but do stay put, and we'll be back right after this.
VivaTech Festival, Saturday, June 20th. AI, robots and innovation, demos, discoveries, jobs, and careers.
AI is changing everything. But that's your thing. Change. Like changing frenzy into fearlessness. And Adobe is here for it because we're turning AI promise into marketing reality, where personalization feels more human. And customers feel more connected. When AI meets marketing, ROI changes for the better. It starts with Adobe.
Do you remember when people used to ask, what do you want to do when you grow up? Not easy to answer. Today, the Bouygues Group has thousands of answers to this simple question. Bouygues Group, 6 companies and thousands of job offers worldwide.
And welcome back to VivaTech News. You're watching Breaking Tech. I'm Marjorie Payon. If you're looking for the place to be, you are literally where you need to be with us here at VivaTech. As you know, from breakthrough innovation to emerging trends, we are taking you straight to the heart of tomorrow's industry. Fasten your seatbelts, as always. Here we go. And it's all about trust, leveraging next-gen technology to reinvent oneself. This is a crucial choice companies have to face in the age of AI. Well, our next guest is at the center of this transformation, Olivier Girard. Good morning to you.
Good morning, Marjorie.
You are the CEO of Accenture France and Belux. Welcome to the show. We have a couple of questions actually to dive into together. And the first one is literally what needs to be in place for AI to become a true engine of competitiveness for Europe?
Well, thanks. That's a great question. I would say the first thing needed is ambition. Is ambition from board and from CEOs. And I think there is ambition from what I see from my conversation with them. I even have some of them talking to me like, Olivier, we need to start from the white page. And if we are honest with ourselves, if I look at my 35 years of services, I was more optimizing things than really truly reinventing things. And I think this is the time for reinvention. My second point is that we should make the difference between what I call AI for all and AI for transformation, AI to transform. AI for all is what sits in your laptop, maybe next to some of your day-to-day tools where you do summary of mails and stuff like that. It doesn't bring productivity. It brings culture of AI, but it doesn't transform the organization and the performance of your company. The AI for transform or for reinvent the company is a completely different topic. So that's where we should all invest. My last topic is an opportunity for Europe. I think it's the time to rethink the cost of labor. Europe is unfortunately well known for having high costs of labor because of social charges, because of all kinds of stuff on the top of what we pay for our people. Now there's a new cost of labor because we need to add the cost of the agent on the top of that. And there's an opportunity in Europe, actually, if we go to, cheap energy, clean energy, green energy, if we control the token price, the token cost, if we go for small LLMs, so we have a way to be very competitive there. So the new cost of labor, which will be agent and human, there's an occasion to take more competitiveness here.
And this is definitely taking Europe to the next level. Now, how does Accenture turn AI into a lasting, measurable business impact?
So first thing I wanted to say is that AI is not plug and play. It seems a bit like that, I know. And a lot of people are talking like if it's a bit plug and play. It's not at all plug and play. You need to think about what's below and what's above AI. What's below AI is all, the data you need to train your agents, your LLM, your infrastructure, the way you defend that with security, where you're hosted, are you sovereign, not sovereign, on what you need to protect, at what level of protection you need. So that's what below AI, the technological depth you may have as well. So that's a huge topic. So that can call that the tech maturity for adopting AI. And then you have what's above AI. What's above AI is human. Is the way we work, is the change management, is how we reskill our people, it's the purpose, it's the governance, is how can we be responsible. So there is much more than AI, in fact. You need to think what's above, what's below. And the most important thing is humans stay in the lead.
Absolutely. And yet, with the growth of AI, is there a risk to sovereignty and independence for European businesses?
Yes. Yes, there is a risk. 95% of the LLM are non-European. 70% US, 75% US, 20% China. So only 5% of the LLM currently in production in the world are coming from Europe. So yes, there is a risk. I think there is also, the wake-up call has been done. So everyone in Europe, boards and CEOs, government, they have understood that it's a strategic question. It's an autonomous strategic question. It's much more than compliance. It's even a differentiator. So, and I think we should not be shy. Europe has been able to create tech champions in the last 2 decades. You know, SAP, if I can name one, is leading in his own domain. And we have other solutions as well. So we should not be shy, specifically in the B2B domain. That's very different in the B2C domain. But in the B2B domain, we can be very proud of what we have achieved. So it's a matter of concentrating. What Europe has announced 2 or 3 days ago last week is a very good movement to create, to accelerate the creation of a European champion in technology. And my last point about that is, in any case, we will continue to work with other technologies from other places in the world. The world will be hybrid anyway. So what you need to succeed in a hybrid world is interoperability, orchestration quality, so having a clear strategy of what's European, what's non-European.
And AI is definitely a risk was taken. Thank you so much, Olivier Girard, for Accenture, and for sharing your insights here on VivaTech News.
Thank you.
And now, time for our Fireside Chat segment. And to conduct this interview, the great Stacey Bignon is with us.
Thank you so much, Marjorie. Pleasure to be here with Baptiste Buch, who is the CEO and co-founder of the startup AICA. Baptiste is a long-term passion of robotics, and he's here to tell us all about his startup. Baptiste, welcome. Can you tell us about AICA?
Thank you very much. Nice to be here. So AICA is a Swiss company. We are a spin-off from a robotics lab called EPFL. And we are really at the forefront between traditional robotics and what we call now physical AI, right? Giving the ability to make industrial robots more flexible and to deploy the AI that is coming from AI labs and AI research into those industrial robots, which is really much a challenge right now.
Thank you, Baptiste. And what are your goals here at VivaTech? Is it your first time? And what are you presenting here exactly?
It's actually the second time I'm here. I came in 2024 as well. And what is interesting is to see how this tech generalist event also includes now a lot of industries coming to see real technologies that they can deploy. So we see some robotics company or manufacturing companies that are interested into those advanced technology and how to deploy them. And for us, this is the most important aspect. We're looking for potential clients, partners, of course, investors as well that are here and that can help us push forward this technology.
In terms of robotics at VivaTech, what are some of the trends that you've spotted from competitors or other partners in the sector?
Well, of course, I suspect, right, in the more generalistic view, you see a lot of those humanoid robots, quadrupeds, and advanced robots that are less what I would call industrial robots, right? If we look, for example, at the Swiss pavilion, there are at least 4 companies showcasing those new type of platform, I would say. If you go into a more industrial conferences like, Automate next week in Chicago, you would see more industrial robots. And this is a bit the distinction, I would say, right now. I do think that those more newer platforms like humanoids, quadrupeds, they will come to the industry, but it's still a bit new right now for actual industrial manufacturing companies.
And can you tell us more about what are the next steps for AICA?
So we're looking right now to raise on new rounds. We were finalists of the Equance Challenge organized by Equance and VivaTech. And our next step is really to push forward the deployment, both in Europe, so France, Germany, but also internationally. We've signed recently a distribution deal in Japan, and next week I will be at Automate in the US to also push our technology in the US market.
Fantastic. And my final question for you, Baptiste. What's something that you want to get out of the next 3-4 days here at VivaTech?
Well, hopefully meeting a lot of very interesting companies that are doing a lot of innovations, including big corporate leaders, right? Here at VivaTech, we have the chance to bring big companies like SNCF, LVMH, and all of that, and have them gathered here, and that they usually are not so much gathered like this in other events. And I think that's very much what we're looking forward here.
That is one of the DNAs of VivaTech, to have these huge corporates meeting with these smaller startups and hopefully helping them get a step off the ground. Thank you so much, Baptiste. It was a pleasure chatting with you. Marjorie, I'll send it back over to the studio.
Thank you so much, Stacy, as always. And now, moving on to Tech 10, VivaTech is celebrating its 10th edition, and we are eager to learn about the past decade and the next to come with the leading names in the ecosystem. And one of these leading names is AXA indeed, and AXA's business is built on an understanding risk, pair it with AI, and you might have a new way to access price and manage risk. So what does it mean for the global insurer? Well, we're going to turn the question to the Chief Technology and AI Officer at AXA Group and CEO of AXA Group Operations, Mathieu Caillat. It's great to have you on the show.
Good afternoon, and thanks very much for welcoming me.
So many companies are using AI for sure, but business leaders now want measurable returns. At AXA, what separates the real AI impact from expensive experimentation?
Yeah, thank you. That's a very good question. And I must say that we have all started with lots of experimentations. Mm-hmm. In AXA, we had 400 POCs running. And I must say that there was some value in terms of culture, in terms of understanding, in terms of preparing the future beyond a traditional ROI. And by the way, we are continuing on R&D to make sure that we keep preparing the future. But you're right, at some point, we also need to think about the value that it brings. And there are some key principles that we apply to make sure that we drive the value. First is to make sure that we are actually addressing a business need. Mm-hmm. Because we can easily be led by technology. It's so fascinating, and forget about what actually matters, address a business need. And this is an opportunity, because of these new capabilities, to rethink what actually matters to our clients, how we can serve them better. And secondly, what is really important is to design to scale. Mm-hmm. There is no scale, there is no impact, so we have to make sure that we take that in consideration from the beginning. And lastly, we're still all learning a lot. So I think that we have to be very honest with ourselves in assessing what works, what doesn't work, and be able to stop things and accelerate others as technology evolves and our understanding of how it can be embedded in our business matures.
So actually, I'm kind of curious, where do you see AI genuinely improving productivity?
Well, the great thing is that we see AI having an impact across the value chain. From Salesforce, underwriting, client contact, claims management, and of course, all the tech design and implementation. But what is really important is that we are also bringing so much more than what we usually design by productivity. So doing more with the same resources, we've been doing that for a long time with automation, for example, and clearly with the new forms of AI, we can push that one step further. But at the same time, there is so much more than productivity in what AI can bring. You can really redefine what we are bringing to our clients. And we have examples, again, in all the domains, in particular, being able to do much more prevention. So extending the role that we have as a traditional insurer. We've been doing prevention for a long time, but the new technologies really enable us to do that at a completely different scale.
Yeah, because again, you're in the business of managing risks per se. So where do you see human expertise remaining essential to your core business?
Yeah, this is really key because at the end of the day, AI is a tool and we remain driven by our purpose and we remain driven by our values. So we see that a lot can be done with AI, but at the end of the day, we want the human in the loop and even more. We want the human over the loop. Okay. Humans remain in control. There are a number of decisions that we don't want an AI to take, and in any case, we want the AI to be controlled by the humans. In particular, because as we are gaining on freeing time from the more manual tasks, we are also enabling our people to concentrate on what AI cannot do. And there are a number of things that AI cannot do and should not do. It's all about building a trusted relationship. It's about the care and empathy. It's about the judgment that we have to use. And at the end of the day, about the accountability. So for all this, we want our people to be free to concentrate on that.
And there are many things you want to keep control of. Of course, it's maintaining trust. You just named it. Governance, operational control in a company as large as AXA. So what does it mean to deploy AI all across the value chain and all across the teams of a group as massive as yours?
Yes, and we have to make choices. So we started from 400 POCs and we narrowed it down to areas that were more promising. We apply the same principles that have driven the success of AXA to be very close to our clients, to make sure that the transformation we lead is really addressing their needs, and at the same time, to leverage the size of the group. And it's also an advantage. Of course, scaling this at the size of AXA is a challenge, but it's also a fantastic opportunity because we are experimenting much more, and because when we put at scale, we have much more impact. It is particularly true for everything that is related to compliance, governance, where we want to make sure that we enforce that in alignment with our values and ethics, really in a controlled way.
And again, I mean, we're celebrating here 10 years of VivaTech. If we look ahead, where do you think, I mean, the intersection of AI and risk management, such as AXA's business again, are going to take us in the next 10 years to come?
So yeah, it's really an exciting moment to live. I think we are very lucky to be in that moment because we really have to reinvent, and the art of the possible is huge. A key driver, I think, will be how we can really create a symbiotic relationship between the expertise and the technology, and how both of them are going to work together to deliver much more. At the end of the day, the game changer will be really to provide to our customers hyper-personalized services in a much slicker way, and that extends to prevention. Because at the end of the day, the only claim that we can accept is the one that we have managed to prevent. Otherwise, it's always a pity for the client, for everybody. So every time we can partner with our clients to prevent a claim, it's a win.
Mathieu Kaya, thank you so much for your insights here on Breaking Tech and VivaTech News. That was Mathieu Kaya again for AXA. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And now, Mohamed Kenda, the global chairman of PricewaterhouseCoopers, which is long actually for PwC, say that AI has created different categories of job and parallel job markets. Let's take a listen.
I might even say that we'll have three different markets. The first one would be routine jobs that are being impacted today by artificial intelligence, where people get to do, by the way, a lot of the people doing the routine jobs don't like the routine jobs. So artificial intelligence actually giving them something more for them to be able to do the jobs differently. Other jobs will be augmented because you get more productivity and more value out of employees by using artificial intelligence. But there is a third category of jobs that's being created, jobs that don't exist today at scale, because of artificial intelligence. We don't have enough AI engineers in the world. So all that new jobs will be created like we had 25 years ago with the internet, where you had new job categories, right? So we also have to understand that artificial intelligence is not just going to improve what we do today. It is going to create something new after that.
And we're back on set with probably one of my favorite segments ever here on VivaTech News, the one and only Rudy Rutenberg. It's great to have you on set again. Yesterday, we're actually diving together during the debate format on European sovereignty, and of course, the fact that Europeans need to unite and to probably flip the coin when it comes to thinking about digital and tech sovereignty, more in a way to unite ourselves and the 27 member states of the EU than anything. Now, there's a lot, here at day 2 on for VivaTech. AI is on the rise. Tech sovereignty is uniting the EU ecosystem. Emmanuel Macron and Prime Minister Modi will actually turn around the gathering a little later this afternoon and trying to, put into the spotlight Indian and French cooperation when it comes to, fostering a better innovation startup ecosystem. There's a lot of things on your radar, but you wanted to come back to what happened actually on day 1, yesterday. Jeff Bezos made a surprise announcement here at VivaTech. It was actually diving into the space industry because now Bezos is definitely all about the space industry with Blue Origins. And let's say the Blue Origin founder had, was kind of compelled to make an announcement after his biggest rival and competitor, SpaceX, IPO'd last Friday.
Yes, well, Blue Origin also showed that that technology to some extent remains physical because they, never really had their space launcher blow up. But Musk dealt with this in SpaceX, and this is one of the powers of that new ecosystem. They iterate and iterate until they get it right. What was interesting, we've had Elon Musk here as well talking about his project, and this year, of course, we have Bezos talking about his project. These men have they both are fascinated with space.
Absolutely.
But they've
been for a long time.
But they have very different visions of what they want to do in space. So what I found very appealing about Jeff Bezos' vision of space is that he wants to create a move some of the dirty manufacturing that we have here on Earth and basically make Earth a cleaner place again. I mean, as far as we know, we only have one planet. So if we can get some of that dirty industry to the moon, which is or somewhere else in space on an asteroid, I don't know.
Yeah, well, actually, one of the most famous attendees at VivaTech, President Macron, once said there is no planet B whatsoever.
There is indeed no planet B, so it also might be a solution to some of the questions that we have around AI. We know that AI is very energy hungry. If we can move maybe some of the AI infrastructure into space, that might be a way around some of those issues around there as well.
But as we were actually listening to Jeff Bezos yesterday, I was just wondering how long would it take to actually be able to move data centers into space? Because this is definitely taking the space industry and space travel to another level.
This is why having a manufacturing base on the moon might be interesting, because Earth is a gravity well. I mean, if you try to jump, I don't know how well you jump, Marjorie, but I don't get a lot higher than 30 centimeters.
Lucky you.
But if you're on the moon, I think Jeff Bezos has mentioned these numbers. It's like 20 times easier, or you need 20 times less propulsion to propel something into space. So, which is also one of the reasons why maybe the moon might be a first base where you develop the technology to then go to Mars, if we want to go to Mars. And personally, I find the idea of a green Earth more appealing than traveling to Red Mars. But
you can actually like read the room here and see why Bezos was mentioning the moon specifically opposed to Mars. I mean, Mars is definitely Elon Musk's realm, if you may, and the moon is definitely part of Bezos and Blue Origin's plan. Now, head in the clouds and in the stars, but feet on the ground. Let's dive into agentic AI and what it means here at VivaTech this season.
I mean, there are always trends at VivaTech, and this year it's definitely agentic AI is a thing. We've seen the AI wave rising, and now we're starting to see that translate into these agentic AI programs, which basically turn a somewhat abstract AI model into something that actually does things for you. So that's the whole idea of the agent. So we had Peter Steinberger here, the Austrian who came up with OpenClaw, which is one of the ways that people have been experimenting with agentic AI, and it's basically unleashed a lot of creativity. We also had Thibaut Sautiot, who is a Belgian, but who is with the US company OpenAI, and he's working also on introducing an agentic element on top of the OpenAI large language models. So they are trying to turn these large language models into something that will help you perform daily tasks. And I think it was Steinberger who was saying that in 2030, everyone will be a programmer because they will be asking agents to perform things for them without really thinking about it. But that agent is going to, develop a individual way of doing something for you. So it's like going to be a personal. This is the dream, right? Whether it will work.
Of course, yeah.
One of the problems that we have right now.
Bro's dream.
One of the problems that we have right now with agentic AI is that we still haven't fixed some of the more broader problems with AI, which are, for example, the hallucinations. So if you ask a question to a large language model and it gives you a funky answer, that's fine, you can ignore it. But if you tell agentic AI to manage your chatbot and this agent starts deleting all your email, then you've got a different problem.
Yeah, that's a different story,
that's still
definitely.
To be resolved.
Absolutely. So much actually booming in the AI sector here at VivaTech. Remember that we had some crash courses on the new trends when it comes to AI with some of the guests here on VivaTech News. And thank you so much, Rudy, for your insights. As always, I'm just looking forward to welcoming you on the show again for day 3 tomorrow. That's all we have time for now, but do stay tuned. We'll be back right after this.
What began as a bold bet to put Europe's tech ecosystem on the global map is now the place where the future takes shape. VivaTech 2026 isn't looking back. It's
intensity.
Welcome to VivaTech News. I'm Marjorie Payon and you're watching Breaking Tech. We're bringing you the most of today's events, energy and latest announcements. We are connecting you with the right people, making strategic moves and impacting the future. We have a lot in store for you at the top of this hour. Let's get started. Speaking of transformation, our next guest is literally at the center of it. Asim Siddiqui, your EMEA AI leader for PwC. It's great to have you on the show.
It's great to be here. Thank you.
So I'm happy to have you, actually, because you are going to dive with me into the new AI trends, and especially since you've launched a brand new product at PwC. It's called PwC One. For our viewers who are hearing about it for the very first time, can you actually talk us to it?
Of course. So look, professional services is transforming, and actually AI will have a huge impact on PwC. What PwC One is our way of bringing together the best of AI with the best of our people, governed by our methodologies that ensure trust, quality, so that we can deliver effective services to our clients, an enhanced service to what we're currently delivering now, one that's quicker, one that is more dynamic, and certainly one that's more value. So it's an AI delivery environment. It's underpinned by our PwC methodologies. So there's trust in there, and it's something that we're prepared to put our name behind.
So let's say I'm a client.
Yes.
And I'm using PwC One. What does the AI do for me?
Wow. So let me just take you through that client journey. So you log on, and when you log on, there's a daily brief for you. So it will give you an update on any PwC projects that are being delivered, how far, what's left to do, are there any things that you need to do, what's left for the PwC team to do, what's affecting any regulations across your business. So we're being proactive about that. But, you know, that's not remarkable in of itself. What is the remarkable bit is that you will then be able to procure AI services. So you'll be able to get your tax computed or work out your greenhouse gas emissions. And you'll be able to do that directly within the platform, get an instant answer, or one within minutes rather than weeks or days, and actually really have a differentiated service. So from my perspective, what is really quite impressive about this is that it's quicker, but actually far more enhanced.
I do understand this, but I mean, everyone is using LLMs, and to be honest, AI is everywhere today. So what differentiates PwC One from other solutions out there? Name them: ChatGPT, Claude, Copilot. What is standing PwC One out of the crowd?
Yeah, I mean, look, those general AI tools are really powerful, and they're getting more and more powerful. But they're not underpinned by the same methodologies. So what our clients need in terms of advice is something that people are prepared to stand behind, that is of the highest quality, that they can trust, and that they know is going to give them an answer they can trust each and every time. Where PwC One differs from a ChatGPT or a Copilot is that those processes are our PwC processes. We have automated the AI processes that are part of it, so it gives all of the extra analysis, all of the power of AI. There is a human component. The humans are really important to keep in the loop because they maintain the quality, but also they perform the things that AI aren't good at. So it has the best of people and is underpinned by our quality. So every output is something that PwC is prepared to stand behind, as well as to encourage trust.
So if I do understand loud and clear what you're actually saying here, that, I mean, you're actually moving clients from one-off projects to continuous insights. Is that right?
Yeah, that is absolutely right. And there's a real power in that. If we think about a traditional professional services arrangement, we come in at points in time in a year, and there is a huge amount of context that happens between those times. If a client, if we come in and deliver a piece of work, let's say in tax, there's a lot of context that's actually derived from that. And what happens from there is sometimes that gets lost as soon as the team walks out the door. What this does is it keeps that context within there. It means that we spend less time getting ourselves up to speed with what's happened at the client, more time actually advising the client on what their problem is, what their problems are, and actually what's on top of their mind. So I think for me, the biggest thing here is that a move from an episodic type relationship to a more continuous one means that we can understand more and actually be far more insightful than we have been before.
Just look ahead for a quick second. How do you think AI will transform professional services over the next 5 years?
Immensely. It's not going to be recognizable. But there are going to be some things that are consistent. Let me talk about the consistency first. There are definitely going to be people, and there's definitely going to be technology. But I think what's different is that previously engagements that take days or weeks will take minutes. Outputs that were static by nature will start to become dynamic. So it's not just one-off pieces of advice, it's continuous advice, it's continuous value, and it's something that actually will evolve as the client evolves as well. So it's not, for me, that's the exciting part. We can really enhance that client experience, really enhance the output of what we deliver, and actually fundamentally start transforming how professional services are delivered.
Can you actually do this while maintaining the trust and human judgment clients rely on?
Absolutely, and that's really important. So none of what we're doing here is anything that we're not prepared to stand behind. The methodology of how we get to the answers is our methodology. It's the ones that we do now. People trust our brand. People trust us to deliver the right outcomes. All this is doing is saying, right, let's use the best of AI for what AI is good at, for reasoning of large data sources, of reasoning of complicated contracts, etc., etc. But let's also bring the best of people, the best, relationships, empathy, critical thinking, innovation. Let's bring those together rather than kind of adding it on top of existing processes, underpinned by a quality methodology. Then that means the output will always be something that can be trusted.
Hybridation, they say.
Sorry, I didn't.
Hybridation, as I say.
Correct.
Thank you so much, Asim Siddiqui, for stopping by Breaking Tech. That was Asim Siddiqui for PwC and some AI insights. Now, Joe Tsai, the co-founder and chairman of Alibaba, explained the fact that open source models are driven by Chinese and American companies is a danger for European sovereignty.
Today, the open source movement is actually driven by Chinese companies. All the American players have a closed source their model, so they want you to use their models through an API, and you have no idea where your data is going. You cannot be reliant on a third-party government to say that they won't do something that's detrimental to you. But here's the thing. Right now, all of your eggs are in one basket. Why not get a second basket to put your eggs in two baskets? Even though Europe, in the long term, may develop their own basket, but at least now you have two baskets to put your eggs in. Yeah.
And now we're back on set with our next guest. In the age of AI, security is no longer a bottleneck. It's a growth driver. Let's learn more about it. And we are going to get a crash course on cyber self-defense with you, Madeleine Lawrence. You are the co-founder and chief growth officer at Aikido. Welcome to the show.
Thank you for having me. Nice to meet you.
So, this is amazing. Basically, Aikido Security has recently hit unicorn status. This is the fastest European cybersecurity company to reach over $1 billion valuation. What is the secret recipe behind the meteoric rise?
Solve a big problem would be the number one. We are solving cybersecurity, which is no longer just an enterprise problem. It doesn't just affect the top 100 companies in the world. It affects every company in the world and potentially every individual that might be building or using software in the future, now that we have tools like Lovable or Replit to do so. So we're solving an incredibly large problem and have been able to do so fast.
Absolutely. I know that you were backed by many different VC firms. What do you think they thought that was the perfect moment to actually go with you, into the cybersecurity world and the industry?
Wow. I would say it wasn't an immediate realization for those investors. Aikido is breaking a lot of the molds of what does a successful cybersecurity company look like. For one, we're not Israeli and we're not American, which is where almost every single large cybersecurity company is. We're based in a Belgian village or town, shall I say, of Ghent. We have no prior cybersecurity experience. My co-founders, Willem and Roland, come from the software world, sure, but not the cyber world. So speaking with these investors, especially investors that considered themselves cybersecurity experts, it was more like, I don't think that you have the ingredients that I'm told is important. Be American, work at Palo Alto Networks, sell to enterprise companies. And as a result, it took a little bit longer. And I think it really happened when, growth solves all problems and revenue solves all problems. We showed we could solve the problem, that we thought differently, that we solved an issue that nobody else saw because of all these, differences in us. And then it really clicked. We've raised from some great investors, most recently from Singular from France, and Tom Stafford, who led the investment from DST Global.
And again, as we said before, security is no longer the bottleneck. You literally flip the script on that one and turn into a growth driver for startups specifically. Is it the vision behind Aikido's self-securing software in AI-driven?
Yeah, it's quite the mouthful. Our vision is self-securing software, and even if we talk bigger than that, it's self-maintaining software. So what if software can build itself? And we're starting, of course, in our core with what if software can secure itself? Right now, when you ship something or developers are building code, maybe now AI agents are building that code or generating that code, how do we know that it's okay to put online? How do we know that we're not going to be vulnerable, or that we potentially already are vulnerable, especially now in a world where the economics of cybersecurity are being attacked? It now makes sense to maybe target smaller companies or mid-market organizations. AI in the hands of attackers means that the likelihood, or the possibility of being attacked is at an all-time high and growing higher. And so how do you know that you're safe, and where are you exposed are the questions that we answer. And if we extrapolate that and we bring in new technology ourselves, how do we make sure that that question answers itself? Every time a new line of code is written, it's tested and it's secured by Aikido autonomously. You have an army of agents that are deeply understanding your application. They're in your code base. And every time you push a change or something happens, it does the work of a huge security team for a company of any size.
Again, you stated the fact that Aikido is in Ghent, in Belgium, and that it's not American, not Asian, it's definitely European-born. How critical is it that a European-born cyber champ leads the charge on global security sovereignty?
We are the only cybersecurity unicorn in the space of code or cloud or offensive security, which is wild. I think when it comes to leading the global charge on sovereignty, the topic of which, that's not a critical topic in the US or certain regions. It is here because of our overdependence on, for example, American or even Chinese models, specifically looking at AI. If you want to look at security service and security vendors, that's highly dominated by actually Israel. And in a time such as now, which is, the geopolitical tensions are high, we're dependent for something as critical as, am I secure, on two state actors that are considered, by some countries to be aggressive state actors. So we really have to take a step back and think, what are the necessary areas where we need to be independent, where we need to make sure that independence is protected, where we can outcompete. And we're leading the charge on that in Europe, but also abroad. Actually, more than half of our revenue does come from the US as well. And beyond, I think, getting stronger with, we heard from the co-founder of Alibaba right before this, of having our own frontier models. It's also our own frontier application of whatever models are able to be used. We're model agnostic at the moment, and no matter what comes, no matter if it's going to be European-made or American-made or Chinese-made or whatever, our application of those in cybersecurity to ensure will be ideally the best.
Madeline Lawrence, taking cybersecurity to the next level. Thank you so much for your answers here on the set of Breaking Tech. And now, as you know it, our reporters are giving you innovation updates as they happen here at VivaTech. Let's see what they have in store for us. And Simon Harding is actually waiting for us with his brand new guest, SAP's head of AI, and he seems to think that AI is more than a matter of IT.
Hi, Marjorie. Yeah, absolutely. I'm here with the head of AI, Cédric Simet of SAP France. And as we know, AI is a topic that dominates VivaTech this year on the 10th anniversary, but you need the software to push it out. And of course, this is the biggest non-American software developer in the world, the biggest in Europe, so really one of the market leaders. Cédric Simet, thank you very much for being with us live on VT News. The big novelty for SAP this year is the autonomous enterprise sovereign cloud. So I have to ask, in the current climate, is this a marketing ploy or is it real change for you and for your clients?
So the autonomous enterprise is really the evolution of our platform. For our customer, it's a really change because previously what we offered to our customer are very fixed and standardized system where basically user had access to very basic fixed application and the user basically had to adapt to the system. Today, what we are offering to user is just to share their intent to Joule, which is our co-pilot, and Joule orchestrates, let's say, SAP processes in order to provide answer to the business. And that is made possible because we are delivered more than 250 agents on our platform that resonate around all business processes, whether it's finance, supply chain, or HR, and customer experience to provide autonomous feedback to customers.
You've spoken a lot about the agents there, and when you think about it, where you have the traditional players, you have, where would you say yourself compared to those traditional players?
Yeah, sure. For us in 2026, LLMs becomes a commodity, so we have access to it. Our competitors have access to this LLM as well. What really makes the difference is the context, the business context on which these agents answer in a very governed and secure way. And this is exactly what we are offering through the autonomous enterprise. And we have today a really unique positioning. More than 80% of business transactions pass through our system, which means that we are the most capable of, the most, let's say, we have the better position in order to offering such a usage. Really important to note also is that basically what's happening in the autonomous enterprise is that you have business context that inform the agent that improve the processes and processes that enrich data, and this is a continuous flywheel for our business.
In many ways, it's all about governing and managing your business in the most efficient. This is not SAP's first time at VivaTech. However, it is the first time you've come back to VivaTech since AI has completely exploded. It's changed the landscape for almost everything in the world. So, what are your goals here at VivaTech this year, your expectations in terms of that, and how you've seen this whole environment, this whole ecosystem evolve over the last couple of years?
Yes. At our booth is.
As you can see, the energy is literally leveling up here at VivaTech as the president of France, Emmanuel Macron, is about to enter the European gathering alongside Prime Minister Modi. You can see everything's bubbling around us literally here at VivaTech. Well, industry and tech leaders are taking their innovation to the next level here at this conference. As you know it, VivaTech on Set is next. And our guest is at the forefront of the AR transformation. Pascal Brier, your Group Chief Innovation Officer at Capgemini. Great to have you on the show.
Great to be here.
So you are we are actually going to have an honest conversation about putting Gen AI in production. You're 18 months in, and you can tell us actually what is really working and what you've stopped doing. Gen AI has moved from experimentation to acceleration at light speed. Expectation versus reality, what surprised you the most?
Well, I would say first that we have to distinguish between Gen AI maybe and agentic AI. If we take GenAI, I think what's been the most surprising is how fast we've gone from does it work to can I trust it into production. In fact, it's been very fast. When it comes to agentic AI, I mean the demo were never the problem. Now, what surprised me the most with agentic AI is how complex it is to put it into production. Not only the technology, but the implications of the technology is that it also touches the business, the operations. So it's not a technology discussion. It's more than ever a business discussion.
If we look across Capgemini's clients, which generative AI use case have delivered the most measurable business values and why?
I mean, if we take measurable values, which means return on invest, I would say anything which is very close to operations, for sure. So intelligent operations are the scenarios that are bringing the highest waves of value, if I may say so. So anything that would touch procurement, logistics, finance, manufacturing, these are the environment where you would have the better return on invest. But it's not only about lift and shift. So it's not about just taking a process and automate that process.
It's
about
redesigning
the process and include AI into this new design.
Now, if we talk about the project that didn't make it, some of the cases have generated excitement, of course, but failed to deliver business values. Do you have any examples in mind?
Yes, but I mean, I would not talk about use cases because use cases can win or fail in any category. Okay. I would maybe mention very quickly 5 reasons for which they fail. The first one is some clients fail to really understand their North Star. Why are we really doing AI and how will we measure success? The second one I would say is what I call spray and pray.
What is it?
You do POCs everywhere, so pilots everywhere, and you pray that some of them will work. It's never a winning strategy.
Yeah.
No, it doesn't work. The third one is you suddenly realize that you don't have the right foundations. Our data are not ready for it. The fourth one, I would say, is you've not worked enough on your, what we call human AI chemistry. The fact that people would trust the system. They would trust it in pilot. It's fun, it's nice, it's new, but when you have to scale it at enterprise level and make it the new operating model, did you build the trust that is necessary to do that? And the final one is we have some clients who wants to run before they can walk. So they are taking on very complex things, and in fact they're a bit disappointing on the fact that it's complex, 2, it takes time, and 3, as I said before, it's not only a technology thing.
Now we're moving towards autonomous AI agents that can execute complex workflows. What does a production-ready AI look like in this new era?
Well, I think that the thing that needs to happen in terms of agentic AI is that it will only work if we have trusted, governed execution at scale. So it's a lot.
For a game.
It's a lot of things to solve. Which means what? First message, which is a message I would like to send to some of my colleagues. Let's stop telling that you can develop an agent in 15 minutes. That's not true. You can build an agent for yourself in 15 minutes, for sure. But an agent that would scale at enterprise level, that would be enterprise grade, it takes time, it is complex, it needs to be fully reliable, and it needs to be fully governed. So it takes time and it's complex. The second thing is that nothing is, I would say, that we build is predictable and auditable by design. So we need to build that layer, which is really helping all our clients make sure they govern our system in the right manner. The third one is, I would say, we need to work on what I call the semantic layer, which is LLMs, they lack context. They don't understand context. They can do a task, and they do it well, but the way you do a task in one company will be different from the exact same task in another company. So you need to explain the do's and don'ts, the context, the way you do things in your company. And that also takes some time to build that semantic layer. And the final one, as I said before, is human in the loop. I mean, if you want to be quick, put people into the process.
So, to put it in a nutshell, based on the success and failures, what are the most important strategic pivot leaders need to make nowadays if they want to succeed with AI?
I think they first need to stop that they're talking about a technology thing. It's not a technology thing. They need to think operations and efficiency, redesign, and then how you apply AI. That's the first thing. The second advice I would give is check the foundations. Don't discover too late and in fact you're not ready to do it, so you need. And the last one I would say is don't overestimate your short-term ROI. Let's be honest about that. It takes some time to get there. There is a learning curve, but I would say it's worth it, because that's a defining technology that will change the way we do business.
Well, again, as promised, a very honest conversation about the do and don't when it comes to deploying AI systems in your organization. Thank you so much, Pascal Brier.
You're welcome.
Thank you for your insights. And now, as you know, tech leaders and business leaders are literally teaming up here at VivaTech to push innovation further. The French chairman and CEO of CGM, Rodolphe Sade, and Patrick Pouyanné, the CEO of Total Energies, present their differing views on the relationship between AI and the increase in productivity. Well, let's take a listen.
If the only criteria to implement AI is productivity, do something else. Mm-hmm. I think productivity is definitely part of what AI can bring, but it's not the only thing. Mm-hmm. I think AI brings much more than just productivity. I think it gives all the elements for experts or associates within the company to take decisions. This is what is interesting about AI.
I think there are two ways to be increase productivity. Is on one side to get the most of our assets, to increase the revenues. And I think honestly we are more working on this side, generating more revenues by having better understanding and using all these data. And on the other side, it's also shrinking costs, but in the way, for example, we try to make predictive maintenance to try to anticipate failures, which will reduce the costs that we can have. So it's on both ways, reducing costs, but it's not a matter of people.
And if you want to take a closer look at VivaTech's energy and announcements, of course, you can always check our websites and social platform. That's all we have time for now, but do stay tuned. We still have 30 minutes of breaking tech to bring to you right after this.
Scan badges, network, and do business. Use the interactive map to navigate the halls. Explore VivaTech tech trails for a deeper immersion. Consult the program in real time and catch top. Scan badges, network, and do business. Use the interactive map to navigate the halls. Explore VivaTech tech trails for a deeper immersion. Consult the program in real time and catch top sessions.
We've always started in the same place, real people and real impact.
Connection is at the heart
of what we do.
We are storytellers.
20 years,
the world's most respected brands
have trusted us to tell their stories.
Informing, inspiring, creating connection.
Look at this, everyone.
Private equity takes center stage.
That is the type of deal making that's happening right now.
I'm keen to get your take on valuations here.
I see that CNBC wants to start.
The bears make sense and the bulls make money.
Pizza? Again. Shouldn't someone care about this? Does it rhyme with veg tub bowls? I'm proud of you.
What if the future of transport could be experienced right now? At CMACGM, innovation could be found in the warehouse and the sea. Step into tomorrow's car. Apollon de Malherbe brings you the news that matters to you. Meet the robot bringing Seva's R&D vision to life. Take the helm of a container ship on our simulator.
And welcome back to VivaTech News for the final 30 minutes of Breaking Tech. I'm Marjorie Paillon, and from breakthrough innovation to emerging trends, as always, we're bringing you the latest announcements live from Europe's largest tech event. Let's dive into it. And our reporter Will Hildebrand awaits in the fireside chat room for us. Will, you're going to be taking a closer look at the deep tech ecosystem.
That's right, Marjorie. We know we're going to be discussing what's perhaps the future of neurosurgery. I'm with Joanna Cartocci. Her company, Robote, it's doing important work because if you think about it globally, there are about 3 billion people that suffer from neurological conditions. So when we talk about the future of neurosurgery, this is very important. Joanna, you're also one of the 5 finalists for the Female Founder Awards, so I'm keen to hear how you see this sector. First of all, tell us a little bit about what Robote is doing.
So Robote is a medical device company developing a tiny micro robot for neurosurgery. So it's a 1.8 millimeter in diameter device that navigates through brain tissue to deliver tools and therapeutics in areas that are hard to reach spatially with current tools. And that's important because, as you mentioned earlier, 1 in 3 people affected by brain disease is quite monumental, and we need to improve not only treatment and not only our understanding of pathology that has been largely accelerated in the past decade, but also the physical layer, that infrastructure layer to access and treat the brain from within.
Yeah. And so when you're having this sort of cutting edge technology, first of all, when I was reading about this, it was mind-blowing to me that it existed. What does it mean for the patient concretely?
So right now we are in our animal studies. We're in chronic animal studies, and we're moving to our first in-human studies and then commercialization that comes after that. So we would love to be on the market in 2030, working actively with regulators to introduce this technology. And what it means for patients is better targeted solutions for a wide range of neuropathologies. It means better diagnosis, it means better treatment through medication or through electrodes or through ablation or different mechanical gestures that you do in the brain, and then also on a deeper level, a better understanding of pathology in the brain.
And would you say that this is indeed the future of neurosurgery?
I think it's an innovation that launches 1,000 innovations. So yes, because it enables a wide range of new therapies that can have major impact. It's that infrastructure layer that opens tremendous possibility in neuroscience. And it's also that common point that unlocks that physical bottleneck. So yeah, we see it as the future.
It's not your first time at VivaTech. You're back again, 2026. What is Robote hoping to get out of it this year?
Yeah, I was here last year. I love the dynamism. There's something about Europe waking up that is extremely exciting to me. So to bear witness to it, to follow, to support this movement is incredibly important for companies like ours that have a global reach, because disease has no borders, but has very deep roots. And so bearing witness to this movement, taking part in conversations, coming to see incredible companies being built and conversations being had. This is a great venue.
Very well put. Disease has no borders. Joanna, thank you very much. Joanna Cartocci from Robote. Marjorie, back to you.
Thank you so much, Will, actually. And now we're going to move to another floor here at VivaTech and go inside VivaTech with our reporter, Caris Garland. Caris, what do you have in store for us?
Well, Marjorie, I'm at the Samsung booth, and it's truly an incredibly immersive experience. I have with me Clément Sansouci, who's the product manager of Samsung Health and Wearables, to tell us more about it. Clément, can you walk us through this amazing booth you have?
Yeah, so basically everything that you're going to see here comes from one single idea, being an open innovation to a healthier tomorrow. So, and this is kind of a vision that is at the core of connected care. And connected care is basically a vision where every device around you, that can be your smartphone, your smartwatch, even your TV and your home appliances, like we even have a refrigerator, are connected together through our AI-powered platform, Samsung Health, and gives you more proactive and preventive care. So that's basically it. And also we have key pillars at the heart of Samsung Health. That is also part of our vision. These key pillars are sports, sleep, nutrition, mindfulness, and vitals. And we are also showing here on this booth some new features that are being displayed here at Samsung. And by the way, come with me, I will show you more about it.
This is truly, everything is connected, designed to work together.
And as you can see, again, the gathering is literally bubbling right now as President Macron and Prime Minister Modi might be entering the floor in a few minutes. Before we do that, actually minutes ago, Will Hildebrand had the opportunity to talk to Nicolas Dufour, the CEO of BPI France. Let's take a look.
I'm at the BPI France Pavilion with Nicolas Dufour. He's a managing director and has been driving the force behind BPI France since its launch in 2013. Nicolas has helped transform the public investment bank into the ultimate engine for French business growth. Hello to you, Nicolas. When we're looking at an event like VivaTech, what does that mean for BPI France in terms of attracting talent, capital, and innovation to France?
Well, it's all about reputation. It's growing the French reputation on our capacity to be a sort of other California. You know, by the number of entrepreneurs, by the depth of the capital which is being deployed, by the quality of the science. Only BPI France, we are financing 400 new deep tech startups per year. So that's the kind of volume. It's really more than burgeoning. It's massive now.
Yeah, and picking off that, I mean, BPI France often described the growth engine of France. What does that mean in 2026 for a company trying to scale?
What
does that mean in 2026 for a company trying to scale?
Well, for those companies trying to scale, the question is, of course, access to massive capital. And for that, let's recognize that we need French money, we need BPI money, we need European money, and we need American money, to be very clear.
Yeah. And as BPI is adapting its tools and investments to support AI-driven transformation across industries, how are you guys doing that?
Well, a lot, because, equity-wise, we invest 4 billion per year. And then we add to that 20 billion euros of loans. And then we add to that 10,000 consulting assignments per year. So we are in and out. All those companies are our customers, and most of them we are shareholders also. So as far as AI is concerned, we have just half an hour ago launched a massive door-to-door program of deployment of AI for SMEs in France. So it's consulting assignments, it is financial tools, of course, and it is schools. We have created schools for entrepreneurs. And I inaugurated them yesterday, 3 schools. The entrepreneurs will join us for 2 years, and we will follow them week after week so that they really transform.
Yeah, in regards to that transformation, if you're looking at the ambitions of these AI entrepreneurs, what are you noticing? How are those ambitions evolved?
Well, we have crossed many steps already. I mean, we're not at the level of just burgeoning of desire. Everybody wants to do it. The question is the operationality of what they do, and then there is the cost, of course. So what they want is certainly not blah blah and big speeches. They want to have consultants helping them with attractive tariffs change their companies.
And if we look at a bigger picture for France as a country, we often call it a startup nation. Are we entering a new chapter where France is perhaps a nation of global tech champions? Are we there yet?
No, we're not there yet, but we've made an enormous progresses. I mean, the level of capital raised in France now is humongous. It is the biggest one in continental Europe. We're second to UK and London. I would say that the number of deep tech startup newly created every year is probably record high. The question that we have to face today is that those startups, the ecosystem, in the next, I would say 6 years, if they really want all of them to scale up, they will have to raise, we did the calculation, 35 billion euros of capital. Where is this capital going to come from? That is the challenge that we have ahead of us. It's going to be European money. It's going to be your money from our friends from the Gulf, and it will be also a lot of American money.
Indeed. All right, Nicolas, thank you very much. Nicolas Defork, Managing Director from BPI France. Thank you.
And back on set, where AI continues to reshape the media landscape, Les Echos is actually taking a step forward. Side by Side is next. Transforming how professionals consume financial and economic news, that is the vision behind the launch of Les Echos AI Assistant, and it premieres here at VivaTech. Christophe Jacques-Vezin, you are the editor-director of Les Echos. Thanks to be with us, and you actually brought a surprise guest with you, Lucky Guna Sekara. You're the CEO and founder of Miso, like the soup you told me. Yeah. You made it easy for me. Thank you so much. It's great to have you both on the show. I was actually telling our viewers about this brand new AI assistant for Les Echos. Can you actually introduce this new tool for us?
Yes, more and more people are searching on the LLM to get answer to their question. Less Google, more OpenAI or any other ones. So we were thinking that for our subscribers, it will be normal for them to be able to ask Les Echos like they ask Anthropic or ChatGPT. So the idea was to develop features for our subscribers to be able to search among the 40 last years of Les Echos archive to get information about businesses, economy, macro, etc. And I think we are the best database in France about economy, and that we should use LLM with us. And that's why we made a big competition between providers and people able to understand what we need and how we can build something together. And it's where we find Miso, which is specialized in media curation things.
Yeah, because you guys literally teamed up to actually bring this AI assistant to life. How did the process go on the side of Miso with Les Echos?
I mean, I think that the easy part is that there's a very high quality knowledge base in Les Echos. So the first part was taking the archive and making it ready for use by LLMs, which basically got down to breaking it down, chunking it, vectorizing it, getting it ready. But the real part was actually working with the newsroom for almost 6 months straight of just having 25 journalists use the service every week, give feedback, and we started to learn what really is the core of Les Echos journalism standards, and we started to program that into the service.
So, if I understand well, Miso's team were embedded with the newsroom at Les Echos.
That's right.
and they've been together trying to build the best AI assistant for research archives.
Yes, because we wanted the answer to be like a journalist of Les Echos will answer the query of the subscribers. So we need to be able not only to go through all the archives and get the best answer, and Lucky can tell you how his model is thinking twice before giving an answer to be very accurate. We don't have hallucination in the model, and we wanted also the answer to be really a tool for business people. Like I'm meeting that guy, and I want to know everything about his company, and so the model will process and will give the right answer.
And also say if it doesn't know the answer, right? It won't guess.
It's an honest AI assistant.
It's an honest AI assistant.
Wow, I love that.
Yep, that's right. Exactly.
It can actually tell you that if it doesn't find the answer in the archives of Les Echos, then it doesn't have any.
That's right, exactly. That basically by doing the research and reasoning, there's an implicit awareness of what it knows and what it doesn't know. And part of that is that we're not letting the LLM use its implicit knowledge from its pre-training. We're using more its language ability to take in a question, reason about the intent, run the research, reflect, and then finally write to the editorial standards of Les Echos.
And if it actually doesn't find any answer into the archives there, does it offer you other options for you to learn more?
It can at least raise coverage that's related to what you asked about, but it will not just fabricate an answer.
But on the other hand, we talked about that with Lucky earlier. If you ask a question, he gives the answer, and he worked so much on your answer that he has plenty other things to tell you. So he will suggest you other questions to which he knows the answer already. So it's a very interactive process.
Yeah, that's right.
Does he have a name, actually, this AI assistant?
We spend hours to think about a name, and I think the l'agent IA des Echos is the best one.
Okay, let's go with l'agent IA des Echos for now. What makes it uniquely suited, actually, for your premise enterprise subscribers?
Well, we want, at Les Echos we have a subscription model, so we more depend on subscription than on advertising and on audiences. So we want really something to engage our subscriber, to make them loyal, and to make them want to subscribe again to Les Echos. So it's really a tool, a services, features would justify the price you pay for Les Echos Premium, and I think it's great because we really need to keep this relationship very, very strong. Because if we don't, people will read us through other kind of maybe LLM. Even if we don't give our content to LLM, they sometimes stall us.
Oh yeah.
So we wanted to keep to keep this link with our audience, and it's a very, very good engagement tools for us.
And it's definitely one of the pending questions here to solve in the AI sector when it comes to copyrighted data. Lucky, what other opportunities does AI open at Les Echos?
I think that there's this richness of the archive, and not just the archive, but the unique access that Les Echos has with business leaders. So, future applications that I think are very near term are things like you wake up in the morning, you get a morning briefing that's personalized just for you, based on your interests, based on the types of sectors or topics you're interested in covering. Using podcast data to be able to build a synthesized radio station that tunes into the stories that are most interesting to you, that help you get ready for the work that's ahead. And then I think that the other side of it is news feeds, right? How do we build real-time news feeds again that not just recommend content, but provide analysis? And then the feedback loop from all of this is data that goes back to the newsroom about what are readers really interested in? What are the questions that are top of mind? What do we not know yet that we should be looking into?
Thank you so much, Christophe Lucky, for premiering l'agent IA des Echos here on the set of VivaTech News. Now you know that there is a lot of news happening here right now at VivaTech. Prime Minister Modi was taking the stage a little earlier, moments ago, literally. Here's what he actually said to the attendees at VivaTech. In a few minutes, he will be joined by President Emmanuel Macron for a tour of the Europeans' largest gathering here at VivaTech. Well, actually, both of them, Prime Minister Modi and Emmanuel Macron, are celebrating here the French-Indian Year of Innovation 2026. Both nations are teaming up to push their ambitions and foster the future of tech. Each nation actually welcomed the latest AI summits in 2025. It was in Paris, France, and earlier this year in India. This is for the latest announcements and the latest live here from the VivaTech ground. And now we're back on set with our next guest because he is on a mission to win the humanoid race. Okay, let's do it without a jingle then. And I'm so happy actually to be joined live by Nikita Rudin, you're the CEO and co-founder of Flexion Robotics. This is a Swiss-based AI company. You are definitely betting on humanoid robotics. It's great to have you on the show. And you actually do believe that software is the key to win this race.
Exactly. Let me just maybe take a quick step back. When you say humanoids, we really mean it in a very general sense. So any robot that can move and has arms to interact with the environment. There's a big debate if it actually has to be a legged, armed robot or if it can be on wheels, etc. From our perspective, it doesn't matter. We're really focusing on the software that can power all of these robots and make them smart enough to do useful manual labor in the real world.
So what you're actually building here is not the entire body of the humanoid per se, it's the brain.
Exactly, we're building the brain. You can call it foundational models for robotics. So we're building our own models, training them in a very specific way. We can talk about that more. But we are trying really hard not to build hardware. The reason for that is because we're targeting very large scale. Let's say, how quickly can we get our software on a million robots? And for us, it's pretty clear that the fastest path to 1 million robots, it's not by building 1 million robots as a startup, because we have no idea how to do that, and I would argue that most companies in the world have no idea how to build 1 million very complex machines. And actually, Europe is a great place to be building those millions of robots. We have all the industries, all the supply chains to build cars and all sorts of machines. What is missing is really the brain that then powers all of this and make them smart enough to do useful work.
And your team is literally here to just do that. You served yourself as a research scientist at NVIDIA, and Flexion has built a strong research profile. Talent is scarce, to be honest, in the AI robotic market. How do you attract these talents?
Well, actually there, once again, I think we have a huge advantage by being in Europe and even more specifically in Zurich. So I worked at NVIDIA in Zurich. I also did a PhD at ETH Zurich. We're very well known there. We have great connections. We are attracting the absolute best talent from Switzerland and from Europe. But that's not enough. So we've recently also expanded to the United States. So now we have people between Boston and San Francisco. So you really need to go global to be able to attract the best talent everywhere.
So why do you become one of the top 3 companies that matter, especially in a winner-takes-it-all type of market that is human robotics?
So I would argue that it's not necessarily winner takes it all. It will take time until winner takes it all because we need so many of these robots. So once again, we're talking about half of the world economy. One way to look at this is companies like OpenAI, Google, and Anthropic are fighting for one half of the economy, which is all digital, and we're fighting for the other half, which is manual labor. So for quite some time, there's definitely room for multiple players, especially multiple hardware players, because we'll just need so many different kinds of machines. It's impossible for anyone to capture the whole thing. Software-wise, we are convinced that we have the right approach in terms of how we're actually training our models, and there we are betting against teleoperation. One very common trend in the ecosystem is to have people teleoperate robots. So you have a robot standing in front of a table, and behind the robot you have a human wearing a VR headset, moving their arms in the air, and the robot repeats that. This process is extremely expensive, extremely unscalable, and it actually produces really bad data because it's very hard for humans to teleoperate a robot without touching what the robot is touching. Instead, we're betting on the technologies we've been developing in our respective PhDs. I mean, the co-founders have been developing in their respective PhDs, and what we've been doing at NVIDIA, which is creating virtual world simulations where we put those robots and let them learn through trial and error. We call this reinforcement learning.
And how long do you think it's going to take to make this vision reality?
It will happen very soon. So before the end of the year, we already have signed agreements where we will be bringing robots to production lines in Europe and in the US before the end of the year. And then it's all scaling from there.
Nikita Rodin for Flexion Robotics, thank you so much for sharing your vision and perspective on humanoid robotics here on VivaTech News.
Thank you.
And that's definitely all for Breaking Tech. Coming up, Tech Newsroom with Olivia Kinghorst. She'll be tracking major announcements, of course, groundbreaking debates and high-impact session. As you know it, there's a lot of live and news happening here at VivaTech, especially with the visit of President Emmanuel Macron and Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Keep watching. We'll be back tomorrow for more news here on Breaking Tech.
Live from VivaTech 2026. Jumpstart your day with Upton Saidi on Tech Early Birds. Stay ahead of the curve with Marjorie Payon on Breaking Tech. Gain insights with Olivia Kinghorst on Tech Newsroom. This is where business meets Live from VivaTech 2026. Jumpstart your day with Upton Saidi on Tech Early Birds. Stay ahead of the curve with Marjorie Payon on Breaking Tech. Gain insights with Olivia Kinghorst on Tech Newsroom. This is where business meets innovation. This is VivaTech News.
People always assume
la SNCF, c'est le train.
When actually,
la SNCF, c'est bien plus que du train. Ça change tout.
SNCF Group does more than trains because it's a major player in all types of sustainable mobility. Over 40% of SNCF's business is not in rail.
C'est presque la moitié.
For passengers, there's SNCF Voyageurs and its trains TGV Inouï and Ouigo, Intercité, TER and Transilien. But there's also Keolis with its buses, trains, metros, trams, coaches, driverless shuttles and bike sharing.
Nous opérons partout en France, dans chaque territoire, mais aussi dans le monde.
For freight transport and logistics, there's Rail Logistics Europe.
Nous, c'est le transport ferroviaire de marchandises européen.
And Geodis, a world leader in global transport and logistics.
On est au service des entreprises et des marchés.
And to manage the rail network that carries our trains and our competitors' trains safely, there's SNCF Réseau.
C'est pour l'exploitation, la maintenance et la régénération du réseau.
For stations, it's SNCF Gare et Connexion.
Nous gérons et exploitons les 3000 gares de France.
With all its activities in France and around the world, SNCF Group has to meet a major challenge. Maintain, renovate and modernise the rail network without losing money or taking on new debt. How about some numbers? SNCF Group reports revenue of over 40 billion euros a year. And like any business, these come from its customers. For TER and Transilien trains in France, and for Keolis in France and abroad, customers are local authorities with public service contracts. For Intercité, which operates trains that keep regions connected day and night, the customer is the French state. For TGVs, which are not run under public service contracts, the customers are passengers. Finally, for Geodis and Rail Logistics Europe, customers are businesses. Public or private customers? All group transport businesses are now open to competition.
C'était déjà le cas du fret depuis 2006. C'est aussi le cas de TGV et TER depuis 2020.
That trend is accelerating.
Et nous, ce que l'on souhaite, c'est que nos clients continuent à nous choisir.
Above all, for several years now, SNCF Group has been profitable, allowing it to invest over 10 billion euros in rail each year, alongside the state and regions. Lastly, while SNCF Group is a champion of sustainable mobility, it's also a group that is useful to society.
En reliant les entreprises, les territoires, en inventant la gare de demain, en créant de l'emploi, directement mais aussi indirectement, chez nos 20 000 fournisseurs.
For all of these reasons, here's what you need to know. SNCF isn't one company, it's a group. A group with 290,000 employees, present around the world, actively working for a dynamic, caring, and sustainable society.
Everything begins with a beat, a vibration that starts the movement, a beat that connects people. More than 3,000 employees, over 60 nationalities, working together across the globe. From Europe to North America, from Africa to Asia Pacific, our presence is global. Everywhere we operate, security and trust are key. 46 data centers, more than 30 local zones, hundreds of thousands of servers. Produced, recycled. A global network, a united presence. And tomorrow, new locations, new collaborations, a stronger international footprint built on the trust of 1.6 million customers across 140 countries, powering millions of websites worldwide, and providing millions of cloud and digital services designed for our customers' challenges, always by their side, meeting their needs. We play in harmony with our ecosystem because only together can we compose the future. This is OVH Cloud, a global leader in the cloud.
So welcome to the Tech Newsroom, coming to you live from VivaTech, Europe's biggest startup and tech event. My name is Olivia Kinghorst, and just a reminder to everyone who's tuning in right now, this year VivaTech is celebrating its 10th anniversary. And for everyone who's tuning in, let's give you a recap of some of the bigger numbers. We're expecting about 180,000 people to walk through the doors this week. We have about 4,000 exhibitors, 14,000 startups, not to mention 450 speakers. So to put it shortly, you're not going to be bored. Now, we do have some big names today. We have Emmanuel Macron. We also have Prime Minister of India, Narendra Modi. So if you have some free space in your calendar, make sure to check them out. They'll be on the floors of VivaTech. Now, over the next 3 hours, we're going to bring you rolling coverage of the latest developments and announcements, and also giving you a look behind the scenes on the floors of VivaTech. This is, of course, the place where business meets innovation, and we're here to take you along the journey. So with that, let's kick off and start with VivaTech on set. I'm joined now by Julia White, Chief Marketing Officer over at Amazon Web Services. Previously, she held senior leadership roles at SAP and spent nearly 2 decades at Microsoft, where she helped grow Azure into a global cloud platform. Today, she's focused on how AI is transforming marketing performance, customer engagement, as well as business growth. Welcome to the program.
Thank you. So good to be here.
So let's dive into all the action. You joined AWS over a year ago, bringing a career built at the intersection of technology and marketing. How have you put your stamp on AWS's marketing strategy, and how does that reflect your vision as a business leader?
You bet. Well, I think the first thing to your point is marketing is a business driver, and you have to think about it that way. And I think sometimes people think of marketing as brand and awareness, but it really is a business driver if you do it well. So that was the first thing, of making sure that everyone on my team knows that we are about driving growth for AWS. And then the thing that I didn't choose, but it happened, and we all had to get on board, which is really embrace AI. And the challenge I gave my team when I showed up was we need to be the most AI-forward marketing team on the planet, because if we want to be credible providing people's AI, then we better show up like that as well. And so it was a wonderful challenge that the team's done a nice job to rise to, but it's a lot to learn every single day.
Well, you seem like you're in the right role because of your excitement. Now, at AWS, you've been applying AI to operations. Where are you already seeing the biggest gains when it comes to speed as well as performance?
Yeah, we've been very early in this, and we've actually been through almost a few waves of learning and getting the performance out of it. And it first started really by just experimenting, right? The tech's moving fast, everyone's kind of watching what's happening. But as we really dug in, we basically kind of lined up across 5 areas. Like content creation, natural place for AI to be helpful, thinking about everything from web publishing to kind of video creation orchestration and everything in between. Also thinking about our call centers and our callbacks from a marketing perspective. How do we use AI to be able to reach all those customers that want to talk to us? Another one. And then thinking about our customer journey and nurturing those customers through that. How do we use AI to create a more personalized experience? So some of the work streams we picked to really create a different experience using AI.
As AI takes on a more decision-making in workflows, how do you see this balance between automation and human judgment evolving?
Yeah, I know. I think the burning question, right, is AI going to replace us all? And it's good to look at the actual data versus the hype. And, I sit next to an enormous engineering team in coding. And despite AI and that's where it's on the very tip of the spear, is with coding and developers. And yet we're hiring more developers than ever, despite having AI. So same thing in marketing. And what I see in the marketing domain with AI is great at helping personalize something, and create different variations of your idea, but the story, that core idea, that core insight is still very much a human idea. And what I found with my team is that we've gotten rid of some of the drudgery of the work, moving between different tools, creating different variations of the same thing, and it actually has given them more time to think about how do we create more beautiful stories? How do we engage with our customers better? So we've taken away some of the paper cuts, and we've given people time to do some of the fun things that they actually went into marketing for.
What does this transformation mean for leaders outside of technology? What should every executive be thinking about right now?
Yeah, I tell everyone I can, you just have to be hands-on. Just try AI in any format, whether it's ChatGPT or Claude or Amazon Quick. Just get hands-on, because if you don't understand it, how are you going to lead your team through it? And I've had my own moments of using AI and thinking in moments of like, oh my gosh, am I valuable anymore? And having those moments of empathy, right? And then also having these moments of delight and seeing what's possible. But I think if you're a leader and you don't have that direct experience, you're not credible leading your team. And you don't know when to push and when to back off around it. So I'd say be hands-on, use it, use it, use it. And then the other really important thing is we're in a place where AI is early and it's changing fast. So there's going to be a lot of trial and error, and there's going to be a lot of things that don't work. And I think we've probably learned more from what didn't work than what has. And so creating a place where it's okay to try and fail, and failure is learning, not failure, and just having that experiential mindset, I think is really important right now.
Well, many companies are now adding AI on top of existing workflows. Now, you've argued the real breakthrough comes from rebuilding from the ground up. What does that actually look like in practice, and what did you have to unlearn to get there?
Yeah, this is a good one. And it's really been because we got hands-on, because we tried, is how we've gotten to this point where we started with, let's say, how we create a web page or how we do a workflow for content on the web. And we infused AI into that. And it made it faster, made it more efficient, and it was like 30% better, right? And that's good, but it wasn't breakthrough. And I was watching my developer peers, and they're having like 10x changes. So I learned from that in our own experience, and I realized we need to step back and think differently and actually rebuild our workflows and our work processes to get the 10x breakthrough rather than the 30% improvement. And so that's now kind of our second wave, where we're saying rather than just add AI into what we do, let's actually rethink how we work, knowing that AI can do things differently. Agents can work all day long. And so what can we offload to them while we do other things? And I think that's what I've watched in the development side of things, and that's what I'm now experiencing here within marketing.
Well, I have to say, it's been a pleasure speaking with you. Thank you so much for giving your insights into how we can really unlock the full potential of AI. And I know you probably have a very busy agenda ahead, so thank you for stopping by our studio.
So glad to be here. Thank you.
Well, earlier today, Joe Tsai, the co-founder and chairman of Alibaba, spoke here at VivaTech. Let's take a listen at what he had to say in particular about strategic partnerships in place between Alibaba and big German companies such as BMW, Siemens, and Bosch.
These German manufacturing businesses are absolutely fascinating. They're all clients of ours, Alibaba Cloud, in China, in their Chinese operations. And we work with them in the manufacturing context in terms of design, testing, quality control. But in the future, these manufacturing businesses are very valuable because they will have very valuable data that's proprietary to them in the manufacturing process. And that data is very, very good, high-quality data that you can use to train your own model to improve your manufacturing process.
And this is the approach that we're taking with these companies. You also mentioned BMW, Siemens. We also have worked with Bosch. Last week I was at the Bosch Connect World Conference. We worked with them because they are using AI to develop their assisted driving, autonomous driving, and that requires a lot of compute. There's a lot of very interesting going on in the manufacturing sector. There's two approaches to it. One is through, they could just take our open source model and then they will deploy that into their own infrastructure if they have their own data center or whatever. And but our infrastructure is developed hand in glove with the model, so we actually have one of the most efficient infra to help people train their models. And so if they use our open source model, they could also buy compute from us, right? So that's a very symbiotic relationship between the model and infra. So that's one approach. Another approach is there are now emerging a number of companies that develop these inferencing platforms that offer people a choice of models, different kind. You don't have to use Qwen, you could use somebody else's. They also can access closed source models as long as there's an agreement between the model maker and the inferencing platform to open up the gates to the weights in a private context. And then customers can go onto these inferencing platforms to use the models.
Well, it's time now for VivaTech on set. And I'm joined in the studio now by Ruud Bosse, founder and CEO of Arc Software. First of all, welcome to the program. There's a lot of action here, but it's great to see you here on the program with us.
Thank you so much. Thanks for having me.
Let's dive into the questions now. European governments still run on software from the 1990s. Why is now the moment that finally changes, and why is GovTech suddenly getting so much attention?
I think the pain is just getting really, really high right now because more and more responsibilities are passed down, especially to the local governments. And on the other hand, we have all the boomer generation retiring, so there is a huge shortage of workers, which can be addressed by digitizing our governments.
Let's take a few steps back, because you started ARC actually with climate policy. Why did you think that that was the right entry point, and how does it shape where you're heading to next?
Yes, our first product was Arc Climate. This was a good starting point for me personally because I have a background in climate politics, so I had the network and the expertise, but at the same time those were new departments. They didn't have any software to work with, and there was a lot of regulatory pressure combined with usually very motivated, also young people usually working in those departments that really felt the urge to make a difference, so it was an amazing first customer group.
Well, let's take a look at what you're up to now. AI in government can sound abstract and almost even risky. Can you give a concrete example of how ARC is actually being used by a city today?
Yes. So one of the AI use cases would be if they are working on climate projects, the AI will suggest them grant programs, because a big issue is that they don't have funding, and then the AI just tells them, hey, by the way, you can get 3 million euros for this project. And this obviously opens up a lot of new opportunities. Examples for clients would be ministries like Schleswig-Holstein in the north of Germany, or the city of Berlin.
Wow, okay, so Europe is talking a lot right now about sovereignty and competitiveness. We're hearing that from a lot of the exhibitors on the floor. What role does GovTech play in making European governments more capable?
Well, we are addressing two parts. One is that currently governments are kind of all inventing the wheel by new. So all the cities, the local governments have the same questions, and by leveraging AI, but also just by connecting them with each other, we help them solve those problems on the ground. And the second part is just making them more efficient by, for example, there are so many stakeholders involved, right? You have the politicians, you have public administration, you have the citizens, the companies, and all of them are on the platform collaborating, and that makes them implement new policies way faster.
Ruud, tell us what's next for ARC. What domains are you moving into beyond climate?
Yes, we have first pilots for the topic of urban planning, where we work with cities that are really doing their urban planning and implementing like everything from planting trees over new cycling routes in our tool. And then we're also diving into the whole mobility question, where there is obviously a big overlap with the climate transition and also with urban planning. But then within mobility, there are so many other questions as well.
Well, thank you so much for joining us here in the show. It's been a pleasure speaking with you, and I really hope you're enjoying your time here at the 10th anniversary of VivaTech.
Thank you.
Let's take a look now at a fireside chat. Let's head over to our reporter now, Alison Sargent, with our next guest. Alison, I'm going to hand it over to you now.
Hi, Olivia. Well, I'm here with a young co-founder whose startup has a mission of protecting first responders like police officers. This is William Miserol, the co-founder of Vantas. William, tell us more about your startup.
So thank you very much for having me. And Vantas, our goal is to protect the people that protect each other and that put their life in danger to protect us citizens. So at Vantas, what we're building, and we're very excited to be here at the 10th anniversary of VivaTech, we're building a software that plugs into actually already body-worn cameras. So, for example, we talked about the police, this is true, but also for firefighters, first aid emergency doctors. I think this is my personal preference. But all those people that put their life in danger for us, and our goal is to help them protect as much as we can. And this is a software that will detect with audio recognition some threats and problems that can happen on the field, and that will automatically call some backup.
And can you tell us more about exactly kind of what audio is being detected, what kinds of signals?
So right now we're detecting some keywords, for example, SOS or help. We're detecting also some sounds like gunshots or screams. And we're also detecting, thanks to the camera, when it falls down, if a police officer, for example, fall down and have a big problem. We detect all that.
And why did you decide to use audio rather than the video itself?
So this is a really good question. Actually, right now, with the tech that's existing, video and streaming the video is very cost efficient expensive in the battery life of the camera. And the battery on the field for those kind of situations is very important. Police officers or firefighters need to be able to record at any time when the problem happens. So right now the computer vision 24/7 is not existing, and that's why we're passing also by the sound. And there's all those kind of rules also about private life when you can't be recorded when you're not knowing it. So there's a lot of regulation, but we're working on that actually. This is like the future for us is actually that, to be sure when there's an alert. But right now it's only on the sound. It works pretty well actually right now.
And your startup was born from a real experience in a way. Can you talk about where you got the idea?
So I was interning at I'm from the small village in the south of France, and I was interning at the police of this small town. And as it is a small town, there's not a lot of police officers. There was like 3 or 5 police officers. And there's a lot of the patrols that happen to be on their own. Like there's a lot of police officers that happen to be alone. And one day, a police officer got attacked and threatened. And we didn't got any evidence on what happened. And he didn't call for backup. And just we can think, why didn't it happen? But the thing is that when you get attacked, you're not thinking of that. Like you're in a tunnel vision, it's like your survival instinct that kicks in. And you're not thinking of anything about saving your own life. It's actually normal. It's pretty normal to think about that. And you don't think when someone attacks you to press a record button on the camera or like calling for some backups on the radio. And this is what we fix with Vantas. We prevent those kind of problems by automatically starting the video and also calling for backup.
And can you talk a bit more about how it calls for backup?
So right now we are sending an alert to, I take the police example because we're working mainly with the police, but it sends an alert to the headquarters of this police dispatcher, and after that they call for reinforcement on their own because they know the position of all the police patrols. But our goal at the end is really to totally cover the entire process and automatically call the nearby patrol to get some help.
And this technology is already getting rolled out. You're starting tests. Can you tell us more about that?
Yeah, so we're very excited because last week we just signed our first contract with police in Canada. So we're deploying at first in Canada. My co-founder is from Canada, so that's why. And we're working with Cobourg Police, and we're very proud to be backed by Inventure. They have a really big police tech accelerator, so this is like the first big steps on testing on the field, being sure of our company, because it's a safety company. You know, lives can be in danger, and we really want to be serious about that.
And you're probably one of the youngest entrepreneurs at VivaTech. I think you're only 21 years old. You just finished your licence, or the equivalent of your bachelor's in the US. So congratulations. And can you talk about kind of what your perspective is on entrepreneurship, how you approach it?
I really think that entrepreneurship should be also a luck. It's a luck. And also we should think of a lot of responsibility. And I really think that we're lucky to work on our projects, and most of the time our projects is about our passion. And I really think that we should put all that energy, as it is passion, we can work countless hours on that. And I really think that we should put all that energy for something that will enhance society. And that's what we try to build with Ventus. We want really to make something for the common good.
And just finally, what are your goals at VivaTech?
So for this 10th anniversary, we really want to show to everyone that AI is not only a buzzword, but can really be used to save lives. And so our goal is to talk a lot with the defense in France to expand, now that we are in Canada, in other countries.
So there you have it, Olivia. William Miserol, one of the founders, entrepreneurs here at VivaTech, with a strong mission of helping to save lives with his technology.
Thank you so much for bringing us that interview. It's great to hear from some very young voices here at VivaTech. And now I'm going to be joined by a very familiar face here in the studio. It's, of course, our tech editor, Rudy Rudenberg. Thank you so much. I know this is probably home for you this week. Rudy, you've been busy out on the floors, also busy here on the show. Just tell us, have you managed to catch some sessions?
I was fortunate enough to catch a few of the very interesting sessions. VivaTech always does a very good job of trying to put together some of the important themes. Sovereignty is a big theme this year, of course. I was able to catch a few sessions on that. I just came out of a session with Janet from Furstenberg from General Catalyst, a very big VC investor in Europe, and she was actually very optimistic about how Europe can basically find some strategic autonomy, if we can call it that, in some areas, such as building on its industrial base, because it has so much knowledge and so in actually making things, and to turn that into AI, because that's a big database that is unexploited, that the large US companies and the Chinese companies don't necessarily have access to, and that could be a unique strong point for Europe. There was also, there's been lots of talk at this VivaTech about agentic AI. This is something that I was also able to catch something on, and that's just really fascinating, because that looks to be how we are going to be actually using AI in our daily lives, or at least in the office.
Rudy, let me follow you up on there, because we're hearing a lot about agentic AI from the exhibitors, from the guests. What is really driving the excitement this year?
So what agentic AI does is basically, rather that you have an AI that helps you, you prompt it, and it gives you a response. Agentic AI is actually a little bit of AI that is much more focused on a very specific task, but that can actually execute a workflow for you. So you can basically interact with the AI. It will then propose solutions, maybe perform some workflows, come back to you for verification. So there are some interesting aspects to that. We had Peter Steinberger, who is the person who basically developed OpenClaw, which made a lot of waves in the community of people working with agentic AI in the past few months, because that basically opened up experimentation, and that resulted in some pretty wild things where people were recounting how they created an agent to manage their emails, and spontaneously the AI decided to erase all their emails, for example, because this is very early stage, very experimental, and where, for example, if you ask your AI model something and it hallucinates and tells you something outrageous, then you can just ignore it. If it's managing your email and it does something outrageous, that might be a little bit more complicated.
Well, Rudy, you've been here for about 6 years now, so you've managed to see the evolution of VivaTech. What has really shifted in this conversation on AI, and especially agentic AI, let's say since last year, because a lot can happen in a year?
I think, again, it's we're moving from a discussion of AI is something that feels big, and then now moving into something that is very much applied. And I also think that's one important point. In 2024, when the large language models started to become so important and that really brought AI to the forefront, we were very concerned that AI was going to eat jobs. And I think the discussion has very much changed this year, and now people think that AI is going to actually create jobs.
Really short and sweet, what session do you want to catch next?
There is one about how technology can help the planet, and that is something that because I think this is also something that Jeff Bezos talked about, right? His vision of technology is that we can, for example, move heavy industry to the moon, have a greener, cleaner planet. If we can use technology to find solutions to some of the big issues that we are facing, very hot day in Paris here, for example, and we're getting more and more of those. If we can address those issues with technology, then that's something that I'd be excited to see.
Well, Rudy, we'll leave you to it. We know you have a very busy agenda ahead, and we'll see you here tomorrow. Thank you so much for joining us here on the show. Now, a decade has passed since Europe started talking about digital independence, but 2026 marked the point where the continent started moving into serious action. A wave of sovereign European tech companies have now started to claim stakes in cloud computing, AI, as well as security. This report takes a closer look at the consequences of digital sovereignty and the founders that are making it happen.
It's been a slogan at EU summit declarations for years, but 2026 has seen the idea of digital sovereignty start to take on more urgency. France's Minister for Public Action and Accounts, David Amiel, has stated that digital sovereignty is not an option, it's a strategic necessity. Germany lands at VivaTech 2026 as Country of the Year with its biggest delegation in the event's history. This comes as one European Parliament report estimates that the EU relies on other countries for over 80% of all its digital products, services and intellectual property. The Summit on European Digital Sovereignty in November 2025 identified AI, data and public infrastructure as priority areas. Meanwhile, nimble startup actors look to benefit from this race to sovereignty. McKinsey says up to 40% of AI workloads could potentially shift to sovereign environments by 2030. That alone could be worth a potential market share of 510 billion euros. The European Commission awarded a €180 million sovereign cloud tender to OVH Cloud, Scaleway, Clever Cloud and Stackit, all European providers. Meanwhile, France's flagship AI company Mistral leads the pack when it comes to the European trained alternative the sovereignty hounds are sniffing out. Mistral has been deploying 18,000 next-generation GPUs to power its own platform. The danger here is that the race for autonomy could lead to massive digital protectionism. Such a scenario serves neither side. Those looking to move with the sovereignty wave will have to remain agile, pushing towards the competitive advantages of digital independence.
Now, if you are hungry for some more VivaTech action, make sure to follow us on our website as well as all of our social media channels for the latest interviews, highlights and updates. I'm Olivia Kinghorst. There's still plenty more action here to come at VivaTech News, coming to you live from Paris.
What began as a bold bet to put Europe's tech ecosystem on the global map is now the place where the future takes shape. VivaTech 2026 isn't looking back. It's launching. Scan badges, network, and do business. Use the interactive map to navigate the halls. Explore VivaTech tech trails for a deeper immersion. Consult the program in real time and catch top sessions.
Today, under our 3 brands, we're helping organizations activate AI quickly and safely with enterprise-ready tools and humans in the lead. At VivaTech, we'll explore redesigning work for the age of AI, creating the skilled workforce the world needs to help build the future we all want. AI delivered in a way that is human first, digital always.
Well, welcome back to Tech Newsroom. I'm Olivia Kinghorst, coming to you live from the 10th edition of VivaTech, Europe's biggest tech and startup event. It has been a very busy second day of VivaTech here in the studio. We're sitting down with some of the biggest companies, names, investors and founders all gathered here in the French capital. VivaTech is a place where business meets innovation, and we're here to take you along the journey. So with that, let's dive into all the action. I'm going to start with VivaTech on set. I'm delighted to be joined now by Anna Logocheva, co-founder of Spicy Lemon. Welcome to the program.
Hello, thank you.
So I see you seem super excited. It must have been a busy first couple of days. Let's dive into your business. What's the problem you're trying to solve exactly with Spicy Lemon?
Yeah, so my obsession for the last 3 years has been the same. I really believe that right now we have so many content everywhere. Every company produces content for years and for ages, but never uses it enough. And I really believe like long format, like webinars, conferences, like podcasts, it's an absolute, like you have so many gems there to like reuse to create new content as well. So this is what have been created for the last years, is how can we use this data to create new content for companies.
Isn't it difficult to navigate so much content? Because these days it seems that anyone can create tons of content in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, so right now I think more than ever what is very important is the human expertise, is to make sure that the content you're delivering has actually something meaningful to tell, something meaningful to say as well. And so this is why right now we're building a content factory for VivaTech, and it's absolutely insane, it's crazy, it's so exciting. And in VivaTech you have 19 stages, and amongst the stages you have 6 main stages with conferences every half an hour, and if you try to cover whole VivaTech you would have hours and hours of content you would be able to use. It's insane. And so on each of the stage, we are sure that you have absolutely amazing information. Like, we have to reuse all this content. So what we are working on right now is absolutely insane, is how can we take those transcripts live? How can they correct them, ensuring that all the technical words will be all right, all the names will be correct as well? And how then, using semantics analysis, all kind of AI as well, put on all this kind of data to create new content? Can we create newsletters each night? How can we create a white paper? How can we create absolutely best lead magnets? Ensuring that every single information that is shared live today could be then reused and shared in new formats all around the world.
So essentially you're doing everything from A to Z, taking the content, but also all the way to distribution.
Yeah, exactly. And in all of this, it's still very important to have the human part. So what we're doing is basically help helping the humans reuse this content in the absolute best possible way. Because what is very important is still to have this editorial eye. And before, you wouldn't be able, for instance, like we did this morning, trying to compare all the last year's edition of VivaTech and seeing which are the words that were the most important now that weren't as important before. For instance, the edition in 2023 spoke only about agency. This year, everyone talks about sovereignty and about China, keywords that were less important in the previous years. And you wouldn't be able, as a human, to just take all those transcripts and see in each one of those transcripts which are the words that come back and how many times they were repeated as well every single day. So what we do is we prepare all this semantic work. We do all the first drafts of every single piece of content, and then we let as well humans to kind of see and review and proofread to also really sharpen the model, see what the feedback we are giving to it, to be able, by I hope, the last day of VivaTech, to generate almost automatically all the best piece of content as possible for the whole VivaTech salon.
And if we just take a look ahead, how do you see the landscape of B2B content developing? What's that going to look like, let's say, next year?
It's such an interesting question. What I'm really sure about is that very boring formats like white papers will be dead. I'm sure of it. Just because right now, everyone can do a blog article. Everyone can produce a LinkedIn post. Everyone can produce a very long white paper. But where it's going to be different is in all the creative side. Because now using Lovable, you can turn like a very boring shit into a map, like an interactive map where you can click on countries, seeing what is going on there. You can take a report of 12 pages and turn it into an interactive QCM, allowing you to do something. Something we're going to try for VivaTech as well. We are going to, instead of doing a white paper by the end of the edition, we are actually going to create a generator of white papers where you could put all the themes you're interested in. What is exactly your position? How long do you want to read like the whole text as well? And then you're going to have your own curated piece of content created just for you. So this is where we should all go. How can we be innovative? Now, everyone can do the basics, but how do we step up? And this is very fun because finally we're bringing back into the whole marketing world creativity as well.
Anna, I have one final question. In a nutshell, why spicy lemon?
Spicy lemon, what we really wanted to do with this now is to really seem more funky and nice as well. So right now, what we are mostly doing in Spicy Lemon, we are really helping companies to implement AI within their marketing teams and also helping to create new content. And regarding this, really wanted to make it funnier, to make better content, like really human-centered content as well. But with using AI, we can do it at scale. So this is absolutely amazing.
Well, it's certainly achieving its goal. It's very memorable. So thank you so much for sharing the mission of A Spicy Lemon. It's been a pleasure speaking with you. Now, earlier, our reporter Luke Brown spoke to Fanny Fano, CEO and founder of GeoMinov. Let's take a listen.
Hi again, we are here at the Impact Village at VivaTech 2026. One of the key challenges a lot of the startups are addressing is that of climate change this year. And we're here with GeoMinov, who is a company, a startup that is looking how to mitigate the climate change and how it causes damage to property. And I'm joined by Fanny Fanu, who you are the co-founder of the GeoMinov. Tell us a bit more about what it is you're presenting here at VivaTech 2026.
Yeah. Hi, I'm Fanny, and I'm a co-founder of GeoMinov. It's a B2B solution who help insurance company and global authorities to more and better estimate the risk for homeownership. Our goal is really to have an impact, and we want to help the house to know exactly the risk and how we can manage our house to adapt more, maybe to less impact for the housing.
And tell us a bit more. You were telling me earlier how it's kind of an MRI scan for housing. Tell me a bit more about that in detail.
Yeah. Think of us like an MRI for housing. We use many data, a lot of data to understand exactly the risk, how differently and our impact is we want to know the data of what you use your house, what you manage your house to identify the risk exactly. And with the both data, we can help you to have some recommendations to adapt your house.
Tell us a bit more about how the product that you're presenting here, when it comes to climate change, what are the tools that you're providing to customers, to homeowners, and to insurance companies?
Yeah, I tell you, we use data. We use geological data, environmental data, and we want to we manage the data with AI. Our AI is really complete, and the data we use is really precise, and we manage that with the insurance company. We put some SaaS solutions for insurance company. With our SaaS, we can have exactly the risk to bring the prices for their clients.
And in the past few years, 2024, 2025, there's been droughts in Europe, there's been wildfires in Europe. Can you tell me a bit more about who this product is addressed to? It's for the insurance companies because it has been a huge burden on many economies and many insurance companies, those climate change events.
Our solution is really for insurance company because we want to work with the insurance company, but our impact is for people who have their house because insurance company and global authorities must help homeowners to adapt their house. It's really our impact now. We want to help people to adapt their house.
Tell me a bit more about your motivation and your expertise. What are you contributing to this, to the situation, to the debate?
Yeah, Geominov, it's composed of two parts, Geom and innovations. I'm a land surveyor. During many years, I learned about the topography, the geological, and this is the start of my startup because I want to bring for all people this information, and I think this information really helps people to know many things about the risk. We need to have some use case to adapt their house, and with Geominov, it's really what the most of thinking we want to manage. We want to bring this information to all people and to adapt their house.
And you're a young startup. What are you expecting from VivaTech 2026?
To VivaTech, I want to find more clients because we want to go to fundraising in a few months. So we want to maybe find more clients. Yeah, really.
So, and we know where to find you. You're here at the Impact Village here at VivaTech on the second floor. Thank you so much, Fanny Fanou of Geominov. I'll hand you back over to the studio for more news here at VivaTech News.
It's time now for VivaTech on set. I now have the pleasure of being joined by Reginald Desroches, President of Rice University. Welcome to our program.
Thank you for having me.
Well, it's great to have you here. Now, just as a bit of background, you are the 8th President of Rice University, so a lot of responsibility there. Just talk to us. What's at the top of your mind right now?
Well, a number of things at the top of my mind. Certainly, as it relates to here, it's about research and global collaborations, and one of the reasons we're here is for that particular reason.
Well, at VivaTech, it's all about the next big ideas and breakthroughs. So let me ask you, how can we turn more universities into engines for entrepreneurship?
Increasingly, universities are being asked to turn their ideas into solutions for society faster, at scale, and with a broader set of partners. And one of the things that we've done at Rice University is to create that ecosystem to do that in a much more effective way.
Well, for Rice University, innovation in the energy transition is actually a key topic for you right now. How are you actually building this bridge between research and science as well as international applications so that things move just beyond the research lab in the classroom?
Well, Houston, as you know, is an energy capital of the world, and we've had a number of relationships with the energy industry in the city of Houston. We've had strong research collaborations, and now we're moving beyond just the research collaborations to figuring out how we translate those technologies technologies and the things that we discover in the lab into solutions for society.
It's very fitting because Rice University's first international campus is actually located right here in Paris. Tell us how you're tapping into the European innovation ecosystem.
So Rice Global Paris is right here, as you mentioned, in Paris. It's a hub for us for collaborations around the world. We have workshops. We have great collaborations with universities here. We bring hundreds of students here throughout the year for them to have collaborations, and it's just an incredible ecosystem for us.
So what can people learn there? What's so different to the US campus?
It just brings people together, right? All the problems that we're trying to solve are global problems, whether it's around health and medicine or it's around energy and climate, where we have some startups here today, and we know those require global solutions, and so we have to bring people from all over the world together, and that's what we do at our global hub.
Reginald, I know that it's actually your first time here at VivaTech, a very big affair, as we can see. What are your first impressions?
I just walked in a few minutes ago. I'm overwhelmed. I understand there will be nearly 200,000 people here in the coming days, and you can sense the energy and the excitement happening here.
Well, Reginald, I'm not going to keep you long because you have a busy agenda ahead of you. Thank you so much for joining us here in the studio today.
Thank you for having me.
It's time now for a fireside chat. Let's hear from our reporter Simon Harding, who's bringing us all the action from inside VivaTech. Simon, over to you.
Hi, Olivia. I'm joined here by Stefan Kuster, the Managing Director of Startup Genome, the world-leading policy advisory research organization for public and a private organization. Stefan, thank you very much for joining us live here on VT News. And I think the best place to start is to tell us a little bit more about Startup Genome, because you're very involved not only with government, but also with private firms as well.
First of all, thank you, merci for the opportunity to speak. And I want to say, first of all, congratulations to VivaTech. An amazing event, amazing dynamism, amazing energy here in the room. So that's really inspiring. Thank you for having us. And a shout out to Paris. We do global ecosystem rankings. I had the opportunity to present our global ranking yesterday. Paris, again, is the dominant ecosystem in Europe, #1 in Europe, and an impressive #10 place for artificial intelligence in the world. So that's a big shout out. Thanks for having us here. What do? We use a lot of analysis and data to bring insights to all of those involved in startup ecosystem development, politicians, public sector leaders, sometimes private initiatives, or even groups of entrepreneurs who take responsibility for developing an ecosystem, help them with insights, help them with policies, to chart a better future, better roadmaps, better development opportunities for the next generation of founders, their investors, the overall ecosystem. That's really us, working with the biggest ecosystems and governments in the world down to really incredibly young places that see a trajectory for the future. Very rewarding to do so, and we really operate all across the world.
Stefan, you work all over the world. One of the big themes, obviously, this year at VivaTech is artificial intelligence. But one of the themes that also links into that is that artificial intelligence at the moment seems to be dominated massively by two major countries, the US and China. However, Europe, and VivaTech, as you mentioned, Paris, main hub, not only in Europe but in the world, it's looking to get there, has to stand on its own 2 feet. What's your view on this, and is that also a necessity and something that you come across with in your work?
First of all, just to confirm, right, we did a massive analysis on what is happening in the world of AI and where is it happening, and the results are staggering. The entire growth on tech globally comes out of AI. Huge and late-stage investment, huge in seed. You see Series A investors going into seed stage with massive rounds, massive velocity, really fast, big checks being written. Where is this all happening? That's the downside of it, if you will. It's happening in North America. I think 66% of all value added happened in Silicon Valley, Los Angeles, and New York last year. Where does that leave the rest of the world, right? Our mission is to bring opportunity, entrepreneurship opportunity to every place in the world. We are going back at this concentration, China playing an important role as well, but it's clearly North America dominating the trend, right? And accelerating faster and faster. Coming back to your question, of course, this must be a rallying cry to every politician, everybody involved in economic development, to say we need to do something in Europe, because in the end, what we will see, job displacement, we will create new jobs, but if we follow the money a little bit, where are these jobs going to be created? Looking at the investments at the moment, it's going to be North America, it's not going to be us. And that can't be what's right for Europe as a continent, for the European Union. So we hope, and we can see a lot of political engagement already, but more still needs to be done to really accelerate the development of AI and the different facets of AI.
And we speak a lot about AI. Obviously, when you scratch a little bit below the surface, and maybe the more basic themes, for lack of a better word, basic. But what do you think of the layers? Where do you think you find the real value, the real key points that we should be looking at the moment?
I'm glad, Simon, that you give us the opportunity to unpack that a little bit. Everybody talks about AI. The next we are hearing is massive investment into infrastructure, data centers all over Europe, all over the world. That's probably not really the right answer. So we unpacked it globally. Where does growth really come from? You see already the big models, the big large language models, stagnating in terms of investment trends. So that battle possibly has been done. You see infrastructure relatively stable. Where's the real growth coming from? It's applied AI. It's the app producers, right? The agentic AI, people who take AI to an enterprise solution, take it into, I don't know, a hospital, take it into a smart city infrastructure. That's where we see incredible growth, and we believe in our predictions this is going to continue for the next few years. And if you go back in history a little bit, we had packaged software to SaaS. We went from Netscape we had the internet infrastructure, but who really created value? The app builders on top, the little bookstore, right? Whom we saw yesterday presenting here. That's really what we are expecting. We already can see it when we analyzed last year's data. It's a global trend. Again, North America accelerating incredibly fast. Angel investors going in and giving these new ideas, new concepts. AI-powered app. AI at the kernel of their business idea, their tech stack, but application in enterprise, in solutions, in health, wherever, accelerating incredibly fast. So I think that's where we really need to double down. That's where the jobs are being created, where the economic value comes from. It's not the large language models. It is not the infra. I think that's an important message as far as we can see it. We truly believe deeply into the analysis that policymakers sometimes seem to be confusing a little bit. I would be really careful here. Very happy to provide more analysis to anybody interested.
And just to bounce back on that, is it difficult to get that message across sometimes, to maybe zoom into what's really important?
Yeah, I think what I just said might not be a known fact, a much discussed fact. So we went through all the different policy announcements over the last 2-3 years, and kudos, right? Most of our governments, my own one in the UK, we came out with an AI strategy very early on. But when you unpack most of those, particularly in Europe, you see a lot going into infrastructure, into data centers, etc. All good initiatives. I think we are forgetting at the moment a little bit specific measures, specific support for those that want to use AI to build practical solutions where the real value creation happens. So go into the programs, go into the communities, into the entrepreneurial education, the AI skills education, to really form communities that are dense in AI, applied AI. And I think that's where we need to go. We actually formed a coalition of policymakers, Germany, Korea, North America, Canada, Israel, a few others, contributing to the dialogue. What can we practically do? And it's interesting, nobody has the right answer. Right? That's very senior policy makers, ministers, saying, well, we don't know either. We are experimenting, we are sharing, hopefully, increasingly our experiences. And if we do that in Europe, I think we can get on the bandwagon, hopefully, very quickly, as we did in deep tech.
And when you say, no one knows the right answer, that brings me nicely to Startup Genome once again. And as you said, you're not a new face here at VivaTech. So what are your objectives, your ambitions here at VivaTech this year? It's a lot bigger, 30% bigger, massive, obviously, in terms of the discussions. And as you said, you love Paris.
Yeah, first of all, we feel a deep responsibility to 100,000 plus founders who give us insights, right, contribute to our research, 140 or so ecosystems, Paris being one of them, so are many others, to bring their voices out and do it in data. So it's not opinion, it is sound analysis that allows us to advocate, as we do very loudly. I really appreciated the stage yesterday to do exactly that, to get a message out and rattle the cage a little bit. That's the prime objective. Practically speaking, a wonderful opportunity to meet our partners that are dotted all across the world. We're a small organization. We got 140 partners in all continents.
to really see them in one place, make these connections. It's incredible, and it's super dense here, so fantastic. We certainly will be back.
Stefan Kuster, the Managing Director of Startup Genome, thank you so much for that insight. Brilliant to get your expertise on that matter. And as you can see, Olivia, obviously when you scratch beneath the surface, there are so many different areas of discussion, which makes this such an important venue to get to the matter, to the fundamentals in so many topics.
Well, big thank you also to you, Simon, and also great to see so many familiar faces here at VivaTech. Now, we've had quite a few big guests on stage today on day 2 of VivaTech, including Indian Prime Minister Narendra Modi, who spoke just a short while ago. He highlights how India is a land of innovation and encourages stakeholders to work with Indian companies as well as startups. Let's take a listen.
India has been going through a rapid transformation that is powered by technology. From creating the world's largest digital identity system to the world's largest digital payment platforms. We are using technology at a massive scale for financial inclusion, education, telemedicine, agriculture, and more. With over 200,000 startups, India is one of the most vibrant ecosystems in the world. I urge you all to visit the India Pavilion. Here, you will get a feel of India's immense energy. Our government will enable and industry will innovate. Startups will disrupt and global partners will scale with us. Together, we will move faster than ever. I call upon everyone in this room to take the lead. Work with India and deliver for all. Thank you. Thank you very much.
That was a big call to action from India's Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Now, don't miss any of the action here at VivaTech 2026, celebrating its 10th anniversary. If you're hungry for more content, follow our website, our social media channels, where you can keep up to date with all the latest sessions and interviews, as well as latest announcements. There's still plenty more of action here to come at VivaTech News. I'm Olivia Kinghorst. Stick with us.
Scan badges, network, and do business. Use the interactive map to navigate the halls. Explore VivaTech tech trails for a deeper immersion. Consult the program in real time and catch top sessions.
AWS AI is moving business forward. It's how Audi takes vehicles from concept to customer. Delivers real-time match insights to Bundesliga fans. And how small businesses grow online with GoDaddy. How will AI revolutionize your business? AWS AI is how. I just might.
People always assume.
La SNCF, c'est le train.
When actually,
La SNCF, c'est bien plus que du train.
Ça change tout.
SNCF Group does more than trains because it's a major player in all types of sustainable mobility. Over 40% of SNCF's business is not in rail.
C'est presque la moitié.
For passengers, there's SNCF Voyageurs and its trains TGV Inouï and Ouigo, Intercité, TER and Transilien. But there's also Keolis with its buses, trains, metros, trams, coaches, driverless shuttles and bike sharing.
Nous opérons partout en France, dans chaque territoire, mais aussi dans le monde.
For freight transport and logistics, there's Rail Logistics Europe.
Nous, c'est le transport ferroviaire de marchandises européen.
And Geodis, a world leader in global transport and logistics.
On est au service des entreprises et des marchés.
And to manage the rail network that carries our trains and our competitors' trains safely, there's SNCF Réseau.
C'est pour l'exploitation, la maintenance et la régénération du réseau.
For stations, it's SNCF Gare et Connexion.
Nous gérons et exploitons les 3000 gares de France.
With all its activities in France and around the world, SNCF Group has to meet a major challenge. Maintain, renovate and modernise the rail network without losing money or taking on new debt. How about some numbers? SNCF Group reports revenue of over 40 billion euros a year. And like any business, these come from its customers. For TER and Transilien trains in France, and for Keolis in France and abroad, customers are local authorities with public service contracts. For Intercité, which operates trains that keep regions connected day and night, the customer is the French state. For TGVs, which are not run under public service contracts, the customers are passengers. Finally, for Geodis and Rail Logistics Europe, customers are businesses. Public or private customers? All group transport businesses are now open to competition.
C'était déjà le cas du fret depuis 2006. C'est aussi le cas de TGV et TER depuis 2020.
That trend is accelerating.
Et nous, ce que l'on souhaite, c'est que nos clients continuent à nous choisir.
Above all, for several years now, SNCF Group has been profitable, allowing it to invest over 10 billion euros in rail each year, alongside the state and regions. Lastly, while SNCF Group is a champion of sustainable mobility, it's also a group that is useful to society.
En reliant les entreprises, les territoires,
En inventant la gare de demain,
en créant de l'emploi, directement mais aussi indirectement,
chez nos 20 000 fournisseurs.
For all of these reasons, here's what you need to know. SNCF isn't one company, it's a group. A group with 290,000 employees, present around the world, actively working for a dynamic, caring, and sustainable society.
Welcome back to the Tech Newsroom. I'm Olivia Kinghorse, and you're joining us on the second day of VivaTech right here in Paris, the home of Europe's biggest startup and tech event. Now, here in the studio, we're bringing you the latest announcements and updates as we explore the new frontiers of innovation with entrepreneurs, innovators, leaders, as well as investors. Remember, VivaTech is where business meets innovation, and we're here to bring you along the journey. So with that, let's dive into all the action, starting with VivaTech on set. I'm joined now in the studio by Dr. Loy Kenrid, who's Chief Technology Officer and Managing Director of Pascal, a leading quantum computing company. Welcome to the show.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me.
So walk us through the mission behind Pascal, especially to those people who don't deal with quantum on a daily basis.
Yeah, so at Pascal, we design, we build, and we operate quantum computers. Quantum computing is a novel form of compute that is complementary to classical HPC and AI. With quantum computers, you will be able to solve problems that cannot be solved using traditional machines. So, for example, in drug discovery, modeling of new materials, and so on.
Look, you've already had successful deployments across 3 continents now. What have you learned from those early experiences?
Yes, indeed. So we have machines here in Europe, in France, in Germany, but also abroad. One in Canada, another one that was inaugurated in Saudi Arabia in May, and last one in last week actually in Italy. So we are learning a lot from those deployments. Our mission at Pascal is really to take this technology out of the lab and deploy it in the field for our users, our partners to be able to use. So it's a fantastic journey to take this technology out and to generate usage, recurring usage on this technology.
Now, I do have to ask you, we have to talk about this path to fault-tolerant quantum computing. We're hearing that now. Explain to us what FTQC really is.
Yes, thanks. So the current machines that we have, we operate them with physical qubits. Those physical qubits, they are prone to errors, meaning that each computation that we run, you can have a few errors that accumulate, and it limits the ability of the computation that you are trying to run. It's still very useful for specific tasks, but the full value of quantum computing will really be at this FTQC stage where we can correct those errors. Just pretty much like in the classical computer, you really need to correct in real time the errors that accumulate to have a faithful result at the end. And over the past few months, we've seen a great progress across the board on this FTQC era in laboratories, in academic labs, but also in companies and at Pascal.
What are the first industrial use cases we're really going to be seeing with logical qubits?
So the things that we've done at Pascal is to use those logical qubits, error-corrected qubits, to solve differential equations. Differential equations, they are ubiquitous in many fields of industry. It can be useful in financial services, can be useful also in fluid dynamics to model the flow around an airplane, for example. It can be useful also like in battery design and so on. So solving differential equations is a very broad topic, and we were able to solve those equations using logical qubits. And when we did that, using logical qubits, we were able to reach performances that are better than with physical qubits. So error correction is really kicking in and helping us achieve the best outcome.
Let's take a look ahead. Let's imagine it's 2030. What can we realistically expect from quantum computers then?
So I think that 5 years from now, we will be pretty much at the stage where AI is right now. Meaning that we have already achieved the first computational breakthrough, and specialist users can use those machines to provide value now. But it's not still a mainstream technology. And what we can imagine that 5 years from now, usage will ramp up and we'll have an ecosystem of companies that are building on top of the hardware so that it can really kick off and have a maximal impact on society at large.
Well, looking forward to what 2031 brings for us, and it's a pleasure. Thank you for joining us here on the show and breaking down quantum computing for us. Thank you so much, Lou.
Thank you very much.
So let's take a look and hear from Cédric Simet, now head of AI at SAP France, interviewed by our reporter Simon Harding just earlier.
Hi, Marjorie. Yeah, absolutely. I'm here with the head of AI, Cédric Simet of SAP France. And as we know, AI is a topic that dominates VivaTech this year on the 10th anniversary, but you need the software to push it out. And of course, this is the biggest non-American software developer in the world, the biggest in Europe, so really one of the market leaders. Cédric Simet, thank you very much for being with us live on VT News. The big novelty for SAP this year is the autonomous enterprise sovereign cloud. So I have to ask, in the current climate, is this a marketing ploy or is it real change for you and for your clients?
So the autonomous enterprise is really the evolution of our platform. For our customer, it's a really change because previously what we offered to our customer are very fixed and standardized system where basically user had access to very basic fixed application and the user basically had to adapt to the system. Today, what we are offering to user is just to share their intent to Joule, which is our co-pilot, and Joule orchestrates, let's say, SAP processes in order to provide answer to the business. And that is made possible because we are delivered more than 250 agents on our platform that resonate around all business processes, whether it's finance, supply chain, or HR, and customer experience to provide autonomous feedback to customers.
You've spoken a lot about the agents there, and when you think about it, where you have the traditional players, you have you guys. Where would you say you situate yourself, you position yourself compared to those traditional players?
Yeah, sure. For us in 2026, LLMs becomes a commodity, so we have access to it. Our competitors have access to this LLM as well. What really makes the difference is the context, the business context on which this agent will resonate in order to provide relevant answer in a very governed and secure way. And this is exactly what we are offering through the autonomous enterprise. And we have today a really unique positioning on the market because more than 80% of business transactions pass through our system. Which means that we are the most capable of, the most, we have the better position in order to offering such a usage. Really important to note also is that basically what's happening in the autonomous enterprise is that you have business context that inform the agent that improve the processes, and processes that enrich data, and this is a continuous flywheel for business that unlock value.
I suppose in many ways it's all about governing and managing your business in the most efficient way.
Exactly.
And this is not SAP's first time at VivaTech. However, it is the first time you've come back to VivaTech since AI has completely exploded. It's changed the landscape for almost everything in the world. So, what are your goals here at VivaTech this year, your expectations in terms of that, and how you've seen this whole environment, this whole ecosystem evolve over the last couple of years?
Yeah, so basically what we are showing here at our booth is really real-world use cases. So what you can experience is real work in action, where basically you can go and share your intent on, for example, give me the dispute that has a huge impact on the GSO to improve the situation, then Joule will resonate and provide you the right answer. And what we are illustrating also is our SAP Business AI platform, which is basically the technology platform on which the autonomous enterprise is built on. And what you can experience is services are as Joule Studio, where basically you can create in natural languages agent application using vibe coding.
So
I invite you to come to the booth in order to experience that.
Well, I'm certainly going to have a look around. Cédric Simet, the head of AI at SAP France, thank you so much for speaking to us. As you can see, Marjorie, super interesting, and of course so important for SAP to be continuing to push out that software and revolutionizing really how you govern and manage your businesses.
It's time now for Side by Side. I'm joined now by Franck Lemoel, who oversees IT and technology strategy across the LVMH ecosystem, shaping how digital capabilities support scale, creativity, and operational excellence. Alongside him, we have Wada Sedik, representing Synthesia's AI-powered video creation and enterprise content solutions. And last but not least, we have Camille Legal, who focuses on sustainability and supply chain transparency through Fairly Made. Now, Franck, I'm going to let you kick things off. You often remind people that LVMH is not a tech company, but rather a family of maisons built on craftsmanship. Yet, you operate in a very complex tech landscape with geographical and sectorial diversity. How do you navigate this global ecosystem to find the absolute best partners, and what specifically made Synthesia and Fairly Made stand out to the group?
Thank you. Very good question. I think, as you said before, we are not a tech company. LVMH is not a tech company and will never be a tech company, but you know that we are doing a lot of tech. And by the way, we are, let's say, co-founder of VivaTech 10 years ago. So it's impressive the journey we have in tech, let's say, in the recent year. And we try also to find the best tech in order to support our business, in order to support, let's say, our product, our know-how, and especially also, let's say, the fantastic experience we are also offering to our customer in the store. And I think how we navigate, I think it's a story, it's a mixed story between, let's say, partnering more and more with big tech company, and of course partnering with our maison, because at the end our maison are at the center of what we do. And also, and this is also the perspective of having invested in the past in VivaTech and also in startup, we are trying more and more to identify the right startup or scale up, if I may, way to also find solution to fix some opportunity, to bring, let's say, opportunity to our maison, to bring platform, to bring solutions. So I think we navigate in the way of trying to having a kind of, let's say, joint effort between our maison, our division, the group, of course, big tech and startup who are really helping us to fix some situation or fix some opportunity. And we have a perfect example, let's say, with Synthesia or with Fairly Made. You know, Fairly Made, I think it's, by the way, it starts to be a long story. Camille, we are working together since more or less 4 years. You were part of La Maison des Startups. So Fairly Made is in a way born in LVMH at La Maison des Startups. And now Fairly Made is, let's say, running in 14 of our maisons, supporting very, very important topics for us. Everything related to, let's say, raw material, components traceability, especially for fashion. So it's a huge success. And in fact, we benefit from, let's say, the agility, the idea of Camille and the team of Camille and the team of Fairly Made in order to really support those crucial issue and challenge in terms of, let's say, traceability. You know that traceability, quality of the material is super important on the luxury, and more or less same story with Synthesia. So I think Synthesia, let's say, it's not new now, working with 15 maisons, and we have fantastic opportunity now with Synthesia, how to help, let's say, especially our commercial organization, our retail organization, our store, to adapt, to allow our sales advisor to be trained real time. So the fantastic platform of Synthesia, mixing 3D, mixing AI, mixing, let's say, capabilities to generate content, automatic translation translation is a fantastic opportunity when you are running, let's say, an international business, let's say with 6,000 stores, 6,000 stores, 60,000 sales employees. You imagine the content we need to provide. So that means it's great to release on, let's say, to rely on Synthesia.
Well, let's hear from them now. Wada and Camille, partnering with the world's leading luxury group comes with immense expectations. Why is LVMH such a critical partner for your scale-ups? And what unique opportunities does the luxury sector unlock for your respective technologies? Why don't we start with you, Camille?
Yeah, so I would say that luxury actually is seen and looked from everyone. So actually it's a source of inspiration for the rest of the ecosystem. So in that sense, it's a massive opportunity since we started with the luxury sector, opening then the premium sector and then the mass market, working together with more than 100 different brands across the world. So yes, I would say that working with LVMH, I would say put a name into this amazing industry. And secondly, I would say it does put high standards in terms of security assessment, and that does allows us to work with large groups, which is another opportunity for us as startup to scale.
Wada?
I think Camille said it. If it works for LVMH and with LVMH, it will work in any industry in the world. And that's exactly why we focused on delivering these high standards for LVMH, this big luxury group. And now it worked, and now we can scale across among all maisons, but also in all the industries.
Well, we've seen incredibly successful rollouts recently. Tiffany & Co. embracing Synthesia to scale retail training, and Dior Couture partnering with Fairly Made to map its complex supply chain. Franck, how do you take a successful pilot in one maison and scale it across entirely different brands?
I think we start to have, if I may, a process. Now, first of all, we spend a lot of time to try to identify the needs we have, because, you know, it's great to source startup. We source, let's say, 6,000 startups in the last 10 years. We have now operational results with more than 200 startups. So I think first it's coming from having a great and good understanding of the needs of our maison. Very important. I think after that it's very simple. So we try to develop at least first success in some maison. So we do first implementation, and when we see that there is something coming, this is the beauty of the group. We have, let's say, now a team, of course, called La Maison des Startups, and we are really pushing, let's say, and we are also spreading the information to the rest of the maison. We have, after La Maison des Startups, we have also a lab where we showcase, let's say, real use case, let's say, supporting some processes, and I think this is a great opportunity. So it's a great opportunity to explain to every maison the beauty of, let's say, the added value of one solution and one startup. And at the same time, I think we are a bit changing. Usually the group was super decentralized, and now we have a much more global approach. So we try to push, let's say, the best solution to every maison, because at the end, again, we are not a tech company, but tech is not making the final difference. The final difference will come from the brand DNA, will come from the product, will come from, let's say, the exceptional quality of product and the exceptional quality of service in our store. But tech is not anymore something where we need to be silos. So I think more and more our maison understand that partnering together, doing collaboration, doing co-dev, let's say replicating, let's say, the good idea without reinventing the wheel is really something who make us more efficient. And this is exactly the example we have with Fairlymed. Now 14 maisons in the fashion group using Fairlymed, Synthesia 15 maisons. So starting small, pushing and scaling.
Wada and Camille, what did it take to adapt your own platforms to meet LVMH's enterprise-grade standards? Wada, I'll let you take this one first.
So when we started with Tiffany & Co, typically, we are like, how we will meet this kind of standards. So most important things were to meet this enterprise readiness standard. I mean, security, SSO, workload isolation. It was really to help also our platform being like an enterprise readiness platform that can meet the requirements of Tiffany & Co and then allowed us to go to the other maison.
Camille.
Actually, I like to speak about the 80-20. 80% is a SaaS platform where you can buy on the shelves and really get what is available for everyone. And the 20% where we basically craft something special to each client we have. So in the case of LVMH, we have both. So we have basically all the maisons on the SaaS platform. But in addition, to be sure that we match also the expectations, we have those 20% where with the group, we define a customized dashboard for the Live 360 criteria, where all the maisons and the group can pilot their objectives. And a second play where actually Dior, where we have the beautiful showcase in the Dream Lab, where you see the eco-design module, where we get already something on the shelves. But the Dior team, who are super expert on some aspects, are now included into the roadmap developments so that we can increase and raise the bar together.
Let's turn over to you again. One of your recurring themes is that tech should enhance human expertise, not replace it across the entire LVMH value chain. Now, from raw materials to the final client experience, how do you see AI like Synthesia supporting your retail teams? And then on top of that, how does deep traceability like Fairlymed guarantee the absolute mastery of this value chain and the transparency your customers now demand?
I think more or less you raise the topic in the question, and you have a part of the answer in the question. So I think we definitely believe that tech is a fantastic enabler, and especially AI. So we invest on AI 5 years ago. We have multiple, let's say, algorithms and machine learning helping us to better predict, to better, let's say, know our customers. So we are massively investing on agentic AI as of today, but we want to make it, let's say, fully consistent with our value. So that means that AI is here to, let's say, support, augment, not replace. And I think you have two perfect examples. Synthesia is here to, how to say, empower our sales advisor to become better, to have better knowledge on our product. Sales advisor is probably one of the most complex, let's say, function in the world. You need to manage. You need to know multiple of products. You need to have the best possible interaction with your customer. You need to also to respect and fully respect some policy, especially in the retail industry. So having the right, let's say, how to say, training, making sure that, and probably it will be the future, you have a bit more and more personalized training by sales advisor is a fantastic opportunity. So AI is fantastic for that. And after that, with Fairlymed, I think AI will come soon. But what we're expecting from Fairlymed, this is to make sure that we cannot do AI without having fantastic qualitative information. So what offer Fairlymed? This is the capability to know better our supply chain, to know the origin, to know the supplier, and it's a fantastic asset to improve the quality of our data, especially in terms of sustainability and environment environmental impact, and of course it's an open door for better usage of AI. But yeah, so a lot of AI, but behind the scene to empower, to augment, and not too much visible, if I may say.
One final question to all of you, and Fonk, I'm going to start with this. As you look ahead, what is the next frontier for these partnerships within the LVMH ecosystem? Short and sweet.
No, but I think the future, especially for, let's say, the two startups we have in front of us, this is, as I said before, for Synthesia, AI and GenAI, the new frontier will be to having, let's say, AI will offer us the capability to have super personalized experience, either for our customer, and this is what they expect, especially in the luxury industry, but also with our sales advisor, so how we can have a kind of, let's say, specific training, unique content per sales advisor. So this is a dream we can have with Synthesia and with Fairly. This is to make sure that now we are able one day to trust more or less everything, every material, every component, and to have a direct connection. And this is what we are starting to do, direct connection with our customer. Because if we invest on Fairly Made, this is also to make sure that we have the best product possible, the best raw material possible, but this is also to show it to our final customer. So this is more or less the dream we have.
What would you like to add there?
I can add that we are beginning to answer this kind of challenges, because now we are a lot of one-way video communication, but the fact is the next step and next frontier is to have this two-way communication is able. When you try and you practice something, it's really to see if you really try, if you are really able now to have it and deliver this kind of message. So it's a two-way communication video, which is coming very soon.
And Camille, final thoughts from you.
I would say that new frontiers for the CSR industry and landscape is also the additional regulation area we have. So it's more and more every year. So our really key asset is to support the group and the maison to navigate properly on those regulation aspects.
Well, a big thank you to all of you. It seems like a very successful partnership and collaboration. Lots more to come here. Thank you so much for joining us here at VivaTech News. It's time now to take a look inside VivaTech. We are crossing over to a familiar face now. Our roving reporter Will Hildebrand, who we've seen across the show over the past couple of days, is on site to speak with Europe's largest cloud services provider. Over to you.
Yeah, that's right. AI plays a significant role in cloud by task, optimizing resource management, and enabling advanced services. I'm at the stand, as you can see, for France's OVH Cloud, and with me is Yaniv Fadida. Hello to you, Yaniv. You're the Chief Product and Technology Officer. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what brings OVH to VivaTech this year.
Of course. Hello, everyone. What's bringing us here, first of all, is the ecosystem. So I think it's really important to be part of the entire ecosystem, enable it, talk with partners, customers to understand their challenges, and be here to propose solutions. So I think what's bringing us here is to show as well that we have a strong ecosystem in Europe and in France, and we can all together bring strong alternatives towards all the solutions that our customers and the market needs.
Yeah, and it's a really large booth you have here. It's one of the most crowded ones on the floor. I was wondering if you could tell us a little bit about what you're showcasing.
Of course. Different things this year. We bring a couple of partners with us who have been working in computing for a while, and today, together with Candela and WeLink, we are showcasing how we are working together into bringing quantum computing in the cloud, but as well into use cases that are valuable for enterprise and corporate customers, and not just. And as well, something brand new, which is called OVH AI Workspace, which are new, secure, and agentic collaborative solutions, which bring you Drive, mail, visual, conferencing, and all those type of solutions with no compromise on security and AI enabled, right? So this is something really new, and then we are aiming and inviting you to bring and come and test the solution with us.
Yaniv, what's your position around AI solutions?
On AI solutions, our position is pretty clear, right? We're here to, first of all, enable all the interface contract of our products so they can be AI native ready. And so then all our customers and the new workloads with our agents, right, are compatible with any products and resources on our cloud. The second topic topics are here as well to bring the choice to our customers towards on which level of the stack they are, right? Whatever it's going to be IaaS, or it's going to be platform, infrastructure, whatever you are, data scientist or developer, we want to be able to bring you the capabilities to adapt your type of workload toward our clouds, and we are ready to bring this out as well. And so this is one of the focus we have on inference. And as well, we are working actually into how can we be a strong player into the ecosystem so we can help our customers solving problems toward all what they have, from coding agent to inference workload at scale on multi-agent, right? So this is what we are doing right now.
Yeah, Yaniv, I think you'd agree, but one of my favorite things about VivaTech is when you look around how international it is. We see different pavilions from different parts of the world, different countries. Could you give us your outlook on how Europe fits into the global marketplace?
Of course, I mean, look around you. That's completely amazing, right? In Europe and in France, we have so much talented companies. There is a strong ecosystem. And so all together, we are a strong value to be able to meet expectations of any companies in Europe. And so I think we can be extremely proud of what we are. And then today, it's a demonstration again, like last year, that this ecosystem is strong, that we have strong alternatives, that products are getting better and better, that there is a strong R&D capabilities as well in France, in Europe, so then we can build something big all together. And we do believe in the ecosystem rather than just one or two or three players that are strong on their own. We are stronger together.
Yeah, OVH is a partner of VivaTech. It's not their first time at VivaTech. I think it's your first time. How are you liking it?
Awesome. Yeah, the energy is incredible. You know, people are extremely, happy to exchange, to discuss. Very good conversations. You know, look at the smiles of everybody. I mean, that's. I'm full of energy right now.
Yeah, couldn't say it better myself. Yaniv, thank you very much. Yaniv Fadida from OVH Cloud. Back to you.
Thank you so much for bringing us all the action from the floors of VivaTech. Now, don't miss any of the action. You can catch all the sessions and interviews on our website or on social media, where we're bringing you all the latest behind-the-scenes content. There's still plenty more action here to come at VivaTech News. My name is Olivia Kinghorst. Stick around with us.
VivaTech Festival, Saturday, June 20th. AI, robots and innovation, demos, discoveries, jobs, and careers. Come
AI is changing everything. But that's your thing. Change. Like changing frenzy into fearlessness. And Adobe is here for it, because we're turning AI promise into marketing reality, where personalization feels more human. And customers feel more connected. When AI meets marketing, ROI changes for the better. It starts with Adobe.
Welcome to the Tech Newsroom. My name is Olivia Kinghorst, and you're joining us on the second day of VivaTech here in Paris. A very big affair, and I'd just like to remind everyone tuning in some of the numbers. We have 180,000 people coming through the doors this week, 14,000 startups, 4,000 exhibitors, so there's plenty of action and you won't be bored. Now, here in the studio, we're bringing you the latest announcements and updates as we explore the new frontiers of innovation. VivaTech is, of course, a place where business meets innovation, and we're here to bring you along the journey. But first, it's time now for Inside VivaTech. Let's hear now from our roving reporter, Alison Sargent, who's busy on the floors of VivaTech. Alison, over to you.
Hi, Olivia. Well, I'm here with an award-winning Zambian entrepreneur. This is Chilufya Mutale Mwila. She's the co-founder and chief visionary officer at eShandy. It's a Pan-African fintech platform serving small and medium-sized businesses and underserved communities across southern and eastern Africa. And they're actually one of the 6 finalists for this year's Africa Tech Awards here at VivaTech. Chilufya, tell us more about eShandy.
So eShandy is building a financial infrastructure platform for small businesses and individuals who've been previously disadvantaged and unable to access financial services from traditional financial institutions. What we're really trying to bridge is a $330 billion financing gap that SMEs face in Africa.
And your main goal is to be inclusive, to give access to people who don't usually have it to financial markets. Can you explain how you do that?
So we use an AI-powered credit scoring engine and alternative data, applying embedded finance so that we can easily manage risk, assess risk, and then also provide instant access to those people who've been invincible to traditional financial systems, particularly women-owned businesses and youth-led businesses who contribute to 90% of all businesses in Africa and 60% of all jobs in Africa.
And can you explain more specifically about alternative data and AI and why that's so important for you?
So you will find that a lot of people who've been traditionally excluded and who are coming from previously disadvantaged income groups are categorized as thin file customers. What that means is there isn't enough financial information that traditional financial institutions can use to assess them and to be able to make credit decisions when advancing them with working capital to help them support their businesses. So alternative data can be social metrics that we get, mobile money information that we can get from our customers, other kinds of demographics that we use to basically study our customers and assess them much, much better. And lack of financial information really is something that has really disadvantaged a lot of customers, and it's not the only thing that should be used to determine someone's eligibility to get access financing. Even just opening a bank account. You know that 90 million people in Africa alone don't have a traditional bank account. And so that shouldn't be the primary determinant to assess whether someone can access financing or not.
And can you tell us a little bit more about your customers? How many are they and who are they and what has eShandy allowed them to do?
So we've served over 1.5 million customers. We've predominantly been in Southern Africa and expanding into East Africa. Our typical customer is a woman or a gentleman who's running a small informal business, don't have adequate financial records, and have been operating, have a large household that they support with extended families. And these are people where we basically grew up. That's the kind of family I grew up from. And so I understand it because those are the grassroots where we come from. So your typical customer is just someone who's running a small business in the informal sector, has informally employed family members or just different people in the neighborhood to support their businesses.
And where is eShandy currently available, and then where do you hope to expand to?
So we're currently available in South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Zambia, where we started in 2019, and we are also expanding into East Africa.
And what are your goals here at VivaTech, and what do you make of it so far? Because I know this is the first time that you've been here.
This is my first time as VivaTech. This, I think, is one of the largest platforms I've ever seen. And not only, I thought it would be easy to network, but then there's so many things that you can do in this place. I love the fact that so many different countries have come together, creating their own pavilions, bringing different startups, different institutions from the public sector, private sector, making it so easy for me to get into a new market while I'm here in Paris. Getting into a new market, seeing how simple it is to open up your own and who you can actually collaborate with. In addition to just other countries participating, we've seen a lot of startups coming together. We've seen a lot of innovators and global platforms. We have Meta here, we have Google here, we have AWS, we have Notion here. There's so many global platforms. We got to see Jeff Bezos, the founder of Amazon. There are so many other, I would say, tech giants that are here in this place. We got to see President Macron also was here today. It was a huge crowd, very difficult to see him, but just the ability of being in one place and seeing all all these people and seeing all the innovations, all the advanced technology, and seeing what is it that I can take back home. Who can I partner with? Who can I work with to enable me to grow our Ishandi and with our team and expand even just outside of Africa?
Can you talk a bit more about who Ishandi is currently working with? Because I believe you already have some partnerships with some sort of big other financial actors.
So we are collaborating with banks and telcos. In Africa, the biggest players we're working with is MTN and Airtel. And for mobility, we're working with Yango. Yango is like your Uber of Africa.
Okay. And where do you think fintech is sort of headed more broadly, notably in developing markets?
So we see fintechs really replacing the traditional banking models, the traditional way of doing things. We see fintechs becoming challengers and disruptors in their economies. Yeah.
Well, thank you so much. We wish Ishandi all the best at the Africa Tech Awards. Do keep an eye on them. Tomorrow, when that award is announced, they are one of the 6 finalists. That's Ishandi.
It's time now. Thank you so much for VivaTech on set. Joining me in the studio now is Benjamin Netta, founder of Riot. Welcome to our program.
Thanks for having me.
Benjamin, you're in the business of cybersecurity. Just talk to us. What are the pain points you're trying to solve right now with Riot?
I mean, there's a surge in cyber attacks, so companies have to adapt to the new threats that are now possible with AI. So since the launch of ChatGPT, I think the number of attacks targeting employees grew by more than 1,000%, and companies are having a hard time fighting back.
How does your tool stand out compared to other security awareness tools out there?
So the state of the art when I started Riot was pretty much video trainings. And the problem with video trainings is that it's really a one-size-fits-all approach, where you just, spray video content to your employees, hoping for the best. And studies have shown that it has a very little impact on the security, the real security of the employees. So we've tried to take the problem differently, and what we created is a cyber companion that is plugged into Slack and Microsoft Teams that talks directly to employees. And because it's chat-based, we're able to adapt the content on the spot for the employee, depending on the context of the employee and depending on the context of the employee of the company. So it resonates a lot more with the employee because it's tailor-made for him or her.
You've said that we're now adding AI into the mix, which makes things a little more complicated. Do you think that AI enables more hacks, or does it allow businesses to defend themselves much better?
Probably both, but on the hacker side, part of the hacker's work, if I wanted to target you as a hacker, I would spend quite some time doing what they call OSINT, open source intelligence. They're trying to find information on you that they can leverage to attack you. And it used to take a lot of human energy to actually do that, and now it's pretty straightforward with LLMs. So I can just ask the LLM to target you, and they would, go online, find the right information on you, craft the attack, and even send the attack. It can be an attack over email, but it can also be an attack over WhatsApp, it can be an attack over Instagram. The overall process is now something that would take hours, now takes seconds. And it has a tremendous impact on the quality of the attacks that the employees are receiving, which can be a disaster for companies.
And in your view, why is security awareness training broken right now? What do organizations need to do starting tomorrow to change this?
I think they need to take the approach a bit differently. So we've been trying to focus on how to grow the culture. I'm not a big believer in growing the culture of the employees. I think it's now pointless because the attacks are evolving too fast. And they're evolving faster than we can actually train. So we need to have a different approach. And the new approach, to us at least, it's to reduce the exposure of the employee. So the employee is not as much of a target compared to other companies. And so, hackers, they're very pragmatic. They go for the low-hanging fruit. And if it's harder to attack you than attacking someone else, they will attack someone else. So it's all about making it harder to attack you than your neighbor.
Let's finish up with a look at the role of the CISO, the Chief Information Security Officer. What is that really going to look like in 5 years?
It's going to be a bit of a mess, and I think we need to create the tools to make life easier for CISOs because they have a lot more work now.
it's certainly an important role that we need in all the companies right now. Thank you so much, Benjamin, for joining us here.
Again. Have a good day.
It's time now to take a look inside VivaTech. Let's turn over to our roving reporter now, Karis Garland, who's been catching all the action on the floors of VivaTech. Over to you, Karis.
Hi, Olivia. I'm here at the stand of Astra and Nice, which is a company that's seeking to make surgery safer, smarter, and more precise. To talk about this, I'm joined by Michele Diana, who is the Chief Medical Officer and co-founder of Astra Nice. Thank you very much for being with us. What problem does your company aim to solve?
The problem we are tackling is the lack of tactile feedback that the surgeon faces during minimally invasive procedures. So we compensate the lack of tactile feedback by augmenting the eye. So literally providing the surgeon with a sort of superpower, enabling to see the invisible, thanks to fluorescence imaging. This is very important in precision surgery, because basically what we try to do in doing so is reducing the risk of surgical complications and improving the accuracy tissue removal, providing precise localization of tumor tissue, for example.
All right, so I'm really intrigued to see how exactly this works. Will you take us through it?
Yeah, so Astra Nice is basically three verticals. So we have the core chemistry. Is a coating that can be used to coat surgical devices so that you can see through layers of tissue, and I will give you a demonstration of that. Then we have a second vertical, which is hardware, and is our astroscope. This is the first and so far only wireless and portable near-infrared camera. And one is here, and the other one is placed in this box that's mimicking an abdominal cavity. We'll put the third software to be able to see and quantify the fluorescent signal. And so I think we can proceed with a demo. And if I can have Jung, which is our R&D lead, so we can proceed with inserting some. You see, this is a piece of PVC, is a catheter, and we will put. As you can notice, on the left side you have a normal white light imaging, and on the right side you have this very bright fluorescent that is emitted. But to appreciate how this works really, can I ask you to hold for a while? So I'm going to do the reverse of surgical dissection. So I'm covering with tissue. This is ham. You see, look there, I will cover, and you can still see very brilliantly the catheter under the first layer of ham. I'm going to put a second one, and you can still see it. I'm going to put a third one, and as you can see, is still visible, but actually surgery is the opposite of this. I'm going to put another one just for the fun. So imagine this is like it's a GPS for surgeon. You see something there which is abnormal. It's a signal. Maybe there is a tumor there. It's a lymph node that is capturing, fluorescence. And say, okay, let me dissect. So I remove one. Surgery is dissecting. Is removing tissue. Let me dissect again. Oh, I'm on the right way. You see, is getting clearer. And okay, now it's really clear. I'm really on the right pathway. So I dissect a bit more. And yeah, I'm really almost there. Here I am, and I take the last layer, and I found, my target. And so okay, this is, but this is just a piece of a device. But we have real devices. You can see, this is a ureteral catheter which has been coated. And again, you see that under white light is and then under fluorescence you see how bright it becomes. Or, for example, we have sutures. You will notice that if you look on the right, that the tip is fluorescent, and even the thread is fluorescent. So this will allow to make sutures perfectly aligned that will heal much better and much faster. So, yeah, I think this is a little bit old. I think at the time.
Certainly very impressive. GPS for surgery, I like that. Just very briefly, are you only looking at healthcare with this technology?
No, so we have the opportunity to see through layers of tissue, down to 1.3 centimeters. So of course we thought to other applications. And I think one, which is pretty nice, you see this paper is white, right? I mean, there's nothing on it. Well, actually, is white if under white light. But look what happens when I put under near infrared light. So there is our logo, and there is also a QR code, which actually you can scan and you will be connected to our website. So the concept would be we are also targeting the counterfeiting market, the cybersecurity market. We can provide virtual IDs, and even we can go crazy and you can have this tattooed under your skin. And it will be completely invisible at the human naked eye, and it will turn visible with the help of near infrared.
Very impressive stuff. Michele, Diana from Astronice, thank you very much for that excellent demonstration. Back to you in the studio.
That was Karis bringing us all the action from the floors of VivaTech. It's now time for VivaTech here on set. I'm joined now by Xavier Lombard, CEO and co-founder of Lixi, an AI note-taking startup. Welcome to our show.
What?
Welcome to our show. It's great to have you here with us. Look, how can a Franco-Belgian AI company compete with large American funding rounds?
So thank you very much for the invitation. Lexi has been co-founded by a family of 4. So my 2 sons came to my wife and me and said, let's start a startup. And we did it. And that's the first brick of our foundation. And how we can compete with US, you need to be faster in coding. How you are faster in coding is 1 hour of code with Lexi is 1 hour of preparation. With a typical normal corporation, especially in US, with lots of funding, 1 hour of code is 6-8 hours of preparation. So that's how we are coding faster. Now we are a team of 14 in the coding, and that's how we today have a tool more comprehensive and more efficient.
Let me follow up with the team there. What is it really like to be a couple with your sons as co-founders?
So first, it's great because you know after your kids are 18, typically you have spent 90% of your life with them, and for the rest of your life you spend just 10%. For us, it's the opposite. And in my first startup, I have seen very little my kids, and they told me you were not there, and now they trick the system because they are together every day with me, and so we spend a lot of time together. We spend a vacation together. I have time during the weekend to see my grandsons. So it's great, but the trick is you have to be very careful in the relationship from the beginning and day to day.
So I take it dinner times are always busy right now. I want to take a look at the landscape when it comes to startups. In your view, do you think that the GDPR and the EU AI Act actually hinder European scale-ups right now?
So it's a very good question. First, it's good. It's good as a regulation, and what I see is the European startup and scale-up, we are pretty good in following the rules. But US, they claim they follow the rules. It's not true. I give you an example. A competitor in US, typically when they have customer who test their tools, they use the customer of the customer to send email and ask them to start a free trial. Of course, this is not allowed by the GDPR, and so they expand pretty fast. And by expanding pretty fast in a couple of years, they will say, oh, now it's time to abide by the rules. but it's not fair. And it's clear that if you have rules and you can't put enough people applying the rules, then the rules can be hurting the business in Europe.
In your view, what are the differences between Copilot, Gemini, and Lexi in terms of AI note-taking? Are you competitors?
It's a very good question. We really see us as not competitor, but complementary. Why we are complementary? Because we don't do exactly the same. Copilot, Gemini, they are really good for the suite that we know, Excel, slides, and so on. And of course, they do a little bit of the summary. But if you count, for instance, the feature, they will do 5-7 feature, where we do 300, 400 feature. And when you really scrutinize what we do, we are a kind of a suite around AI note taker by a lot of stuff that we do, which are just not in the Gemini or Copilot. So we are not competing head to head, but we are complementary for sure.
And if we take a look ahead, what are the future trends when it comes to AI note-taking? What are we going to see in the next, let's say, 3 to 5 years?
So what is going to blow the mind of everybody is the real time. Because we know real time, we see one big stuff, which is you speak to me in Japanese, I hear you in French. And I speak in French, you can talk to me in Japanese. But that's the very beginning of the real time. The real time will really open a complete new world. Like you ask a question, you talk to Lexi as a person. Lexi search the web, search a special data set, and can answer you. You can ask Lexi, okay, what did we say in our last board meeting, and it will answer immediately. So the capability of the real time is mind blowing. It's just the beginning. There is a lot of new stuff arriving. Pretty
lots
cool.
on the horizon there. Thank you so much for joining us, Xavier. I'm really looking forward to seeing where AI note-taking goes when it comes to VivaTech next year here and when we sit down again. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Now, with 90% of creators now using generative AI tools, tech has been turbocharging the creative economy. Professional creative work is now available to anyone. Questions and debates around copyright continue to swirl, but new patterns based on licensing and equity partnerships have started to emerge. This report delves into the rapid tech-powered transformation of creative industries. Let's take a look now.
AI has definitively entered the studio, the editing suite, and the concert hall. At VivaTech 2026, that shift is brought to the forefront, and the question is asked, what becomes of the creator's voice when the boundary between human and AI efficiency blurs? Almost 90% of creatives say they are already using generative AI. Paris-based PhotoRoom is one of Europe's most used AI creation companies. Starting as a background removal tool, it's grown to provide a full end-to-end creative workflow, providing creators with studio-quality images at any scale. But the economic outlook for working creators is more complex. The first study measuring AI's impact on the creative industries, commissioned by CISAC, found that music creators stand to lose 24% of their revenues to AI by 2028. Audiovisual creators are also facing a 21% loss. By then, AI-generated content could account for 20% of streaming revenues. What's emerging across industries is a structure of equity stakes and licensing partnerships. AI companies would gain access to clean training data, and rights holders pick up revenue in return. A framework of sorts, but one that leaves a deeper question around human creativity. The more capable AI models get at mimicking, the more their default outputs converge towards a polished average. There is still room for artists with genuine intentionality to use these tools and make new work. What form that will take is the question creative industries are living with right now.
More action coming now from inside VivaTech. Our reporter Alison Sargent speaks to Arthur Chacoyan, CEO of Atinzi. Let's take a look.
You're probably used to speaking to a sommelier to give you wine recommendations at a restaurant. Well, the founder of our next startup has invented a sommelier to give you recommendations when you're just trying to buy wine at the grocery store. This is Arthur Shakkoyan. He's the CEO of 18C. Arthur, tell us more about your creation.
Alors, Helio, it's a creation from a problem that we identified in the shops. We see that when you have more than 1,000 items in a big shop with wine and spirits, it's technically impossible to buy something without any knowledge that you have. 90% of everybody don't have any knowledge about the wine, so they buy each time the same thing. With Helio, the biggest thing that we resolved is the selection. So if you have a question about the barbecue or you have a dish with a fish or something else, you can just ask Helio naturally, like with a human, and he will analyze in the items that he have in the shop, and he will give you the exactly item who will go in accordance with your desire.
All right, well, we're going to give it a try. It's a hot day here in Paris, and so I would like to ask if we can start it up. Do I ask right now?
Yes, we can just... you begin?
Yeah?
Let's go.
All right.
So now Helio will make an introduction, and after we'll ask him in English what you want.
All right, could you please recommend a refreshing white wine for an apéritif that is less than 15 euros?
So now Helio will analyze with all the products that he have in the stock.
And I can see that he understood what I said.
And now he will answer you exactly.
A Sauvignon, that sounds good.
Lovely, aromatic VivaTech.
All right, so we have a recommendation, and you've said that Helio has already been deployed in French supermarkets.
Yes, we are deployed in the free supermarkets, in Leclerc, Intermarché, and Super U. So we have a lot of data that we record to create the Helio V2 version, who will be deployed in July.
And you've been clear that Helio does not work for the supermarket, so he's not going to recommend the most expensive bottle of wine on the shelf just to help me buy it.
No, technically no, because everybody asks us about this, because this is what the supermarket asks, but we are working for the consumer. We don't working for the supermarket. And as well, the consumer is happy, the supermarket will make the money also. So technically, everybody wins.
Great, so an independent advice giver. And what are your goals at VivaTech this year?
VivaTech to found new clients for other products, not just for wine and spirits. Actually, we are looking for other sectors like pharmacy and other things.
All right, there you guys have it. At 18C, one of the many startups here at VivaTech offering personalized wine recommendations in grocery stores.
Well, sounds very useful for all the wine lovers who are out there. Now, don't miss any of the action here at VivaTech. Make sure to follow us on our website as well as across all of our social media channels for all the latest content, exciting developments, and behind-the-scenes content over at VivaTech. There's still plenty more action here to come. I'm Olivia Kinghorst. Stay with us here at VivaTech News.
What began as a bold bet to put Europe's tech ecosystem on the global map is now the place where the future takes shape. VivaTech 2026 isn't looking back. It's launching the next.
Optimism isn't sunshine and rainbows. It's fixing things, changing the way we fix things. Rolled up sleeves, breaking through. Growing power to meet growing needs, working to run the world on smarter energy every day, taking power where the grid's never been, then getting up and doing it again. Because if optimism never stops, then change can't either. GE Vernova, the energy of change.
What if the future of transport could be experienced right now? At CMA-CGM, innovation could be found in the warehouse and the sea. Step into tomorrow's car. Apollon de Malherbe brings you the news that matters to you. Meet the robot bringing Seva's R&D vision to life. Take the helm of a container ship on our simulator.
I gave a little bit of my life for you. I'll give a little bit of my life for you.
Pizza? Again. Shouldn't someone care about this? Does it rhyme with veg tub bowls? I'm proud of you.
Look at this, everyone.
Private equity takes center stage.
That is the type of deal making that's happening right now.
I'm keen to get your take on valuations here.
I see that CNBC wants to start.
The bears make sense and the bulls make money.
Welcome back to Tech Newsroom. I'm Olivia Kinghorse, coming to you live from the 10th anniversary of VivaTech right here in Paris, Europe's biggest tech and startup event. Now, we've had a jam-packed second day here in Paris, and here in the studio we've been sitting down with some of the biggest startups, investors and businesses all gathered here in the French capital. VivaTech is a place where business meets innovation, and we're here to take you along the journey. So with that, let's dive into the action, and let's kick things off with a fireside chat. Let's cross over to our reporter now, Luke Brown, to get a deeper look at security for your AI agents. Luke, over to you.
Yeah, hi Olivia, thanks for coming over to us. Of course, the motto here in the tech world is move fast and break things, but of course the speed of innovation, which of course is very much celebrated in places such as VivaTech, it does sometimes raise ethical questions, and those ethical questions about how to reliably trust AI agents. Now, we're joined now by Rodrigo Fernandez of Neural Trust, a Spanish startup which has been addressing those issues. Tell us a bit more exactly how you're addressing the issues of trust in agent AI.
Excellent. Well, trust is clearly in our name, no? At Neural Trust, what we do is cybersecurity for AI agents. So we work with some of the largest companies in Europe across sectors like banking, airlines, health, retail, energy, and basically we help to make sure that all of these agentic deployments are under control and they can be reliable, no? Because when you face this kind of technological revolution, you can either choose to block it or to enable it safely, no? And what we want with Neural Trust is that security teams can actually be part of this revolution without risking any reputational crisis, no, or any legal costs.
Well, without going into too much kind of secret detail, if you will, could you give us an idea of just exactly it is how you're addressing this problem?
Of course. So what we have is a security platform that is built specifically for security leaders, and what it does, no, through the gateway architecture. So basically, it's like a firewall built for the AI era, and what it does is that all the AI traffic goes through the gateway, and what we can do now is have full visibility and control over every AI agent and the actions that the agent wants to do. No? So the first step is clearly knowing how many agents you have and what they're doing, and secondly, enforcing some kind of controls over what do you want the agents to be capable of doing. Do you want the agents to access sensitive databases? Do you want the agents to be capable, no, of sending emails on your behalf? Or even in some cases, we're talking about agents that are moving real money. They're doing transactions with real money. So in this case, security is indispensable.
And of course, the innovation just goes so fast. Just a couple of years ago here at VivaTech, there was very little talk of AI agents. Now they're literally everywhere. How big a problem is it in 2026, the problems that you're addressing with your solutions?
Yes, absolutely. No, like it's a very fast-changing environment. A year ago, for example, we were mostly covering LLMs and chatbot security, which was the main kind of AI that was being deployed by enterprises. But this year, we've seen everyone evolving into agents, and it actually is a very big problem. We were talking with companies that are already deploying hundreds or even thousands of agents in different sectors and in different departments inside of the company. So this creates a very hard-to-govern security surface
for the security teams. And just a very important fact, a specific figure that I think gives a lot of light into the problem. We have identified that 1.2% of the agentic interactions are malicious and require some kind of intervention. And when we talk about thousands or even millions of interactions happening in a very short span of time, the problem can be very big.
And clearly, if the scale of the problem is very big, there is also an appetite there. Your company's only been going barely over a year, but you've already had some pretty big news just in the past couple of days. Can you give us a bit more detail about that?
Yeah, actually, we're here at VivaTech announcing some very special news for us. Yesterday, we closed our seed round of $20 million, and it's actually the largest seed round in the cybersecurity sector for a EU company. So absolutely excited about this moment in time that we're experiencing, and also excited to see so much attention growing into the security side of the AI revolution. Because it's true that AI is everywhere and is going to increasingly be part of our lives, but we have to make sure that it's in a safe way and in a way that doesn't have any negative consequences.
You yourself, you're a Spanish startup. You're based in Barcelona. You're very much based here in Europe. How do you perceive the difference between the market here in the EU and the markets outside, for the US, for in Asia, for example? Who are you playing to more?
Yeah, so being European, we adhere fully with all of the legislation that is happening here. For example, we help our clients to adapt and be compliant with the EU AI Act, the GDPR, ISO 27001, and all of these kinds of frameworks. And I believe that regulation is necessary in this context that we are living. And our goal is to help companies to be compliant without having to slow down their innovation and without having to say no to new products and new features in their roadmap. Also, we ensure the maximum level of data protection and data sovereignty. This is something that a lot of companies here in Europe precisely choose us for that reason, because we ensure that their data can stay inside of their private premise or their private cloud, and this is a lot of the times a differentiator for this kind of companies.
Staying on that issue of sovereignty, for you it is a selling point for many of your customers, your clients, the issue of sovereignty.
Yes, absolutely. Actually, we have been recognized by the EU through the European Innovation Council, and a big reason was that Europe wants to defend its data sovereignty and data protection. So a lot of the banks, airlines, health companies that we work here precisely choose us above other competitors because we can ensure that their data is not going to leave the EU.
And just one final question. We've mentioned over the past couple of years just the speed of the innovation where agentic AI has essentially emerged from almost seemingly nowhere. How do you perceive and how do you see the future for the sector? I mean, it's a fast-growing sector. What are the paths you expect it to follow?
I mean, it's always hard to imagine what's going to come next. What we definitely believe is that agentic AI is just at the beginning. Actually, we always talk about Gartner research for this, and they estimate that in a couple of years, every large enterprise is going to have thousands of agents running internally. So for this world, for this agentic future, we definitely need to keep security in the radar, or sooner or later we're going to be seeing some very scary and very dangerous situations.
Okay. I did say it was the final question. One final question. What were your expectations for VivaTech, and have they been met this year in 2026?
Honestly, it's been a great event. We had the pleasure to come thanks to Orange Cyber Challenge, and it's been a very, very nice experience. We've had the chance to talk with a lot of companies that are concerned about the agentic future and the agentic security. So it's very encouraging to see that the agentic AI cybersecurity part of the question is also important for so many people.
Okay, Rodrigo Fernandez of Neural Trust, thank you for taking the time to explain what is a key issue here at VivaTech 2026. I'll hand back over to you, Olivia, in the studio.
Now, AI is helping to bring clinical trials down from years to months by finding drug targets humans may have missed and catching disease symptoms before they appear. As the digital global health market grows in significance across the world, here's a look at some of the European startups from Paris all the way to Copenhagen looking to provide universal world-class health solutions. Let's take a look.
With AI drug discovery, algorithm-predicted disease diagnosis and biotech advance, healthcare is hurtling into a new era. Medicine is going beyond treatment towards prevention and even personalized enhancement. Paris-based Sanofi is one of the clearest examples of how this new era is taking shape. aiming to become the first biopharma company powered by AI at scale. They are applying it at every layer, from research to manufacturing. Meanwhile, supply chain management has been given a boost by the algorithms. AI has predicted 80% of low inventory risks before they occur. That's allowed the company to avoid a whopping $300 million in revenue risk. On the patient-facing front, Paris-based Nabla is tackling one of medicine's most stubborn problems, the all-consuming paperwork faced by GPs. The company's ambient AI listens to consultations and generates clinical notes, integrating into existing health records. Others are pushing the boundaries of what tech in healthcare can achieve. The latest frontier of personal enhancement is becoming visible. Longevity clinics using AI-driven biomarker testing, brain-computer interfaces for cognitive augmentation, and advanced gene editing. Yet one major question remains: who actually benefits from these breakthroughs? One company trying to address that challenge is Copenhagen-based Radiobiotics. The company's trained its AI on millions of medical images from more than 1,300 hospitals. Within seconds, the software can detect fractures or subtle injuries on an X-ray. AI's promise is not just smarter medicine for the privileged, but better diagnostics and care across the board, helping reduce inequalities in access to healthcare.
It's time now for a fireside chat. Our reporter Stacey is now in conversation with a leading think tank. Stacey, I'm going to hand it over to you.
Thank you, Olivia. Yes, I'm here for a fireside chat with Simon Radford, who is the Director for Policy and Programming in Europe at the Milken Institute. Welcome, Simon.
Thank you very much. Pleasure to be here.
Pleasure to have you. Could you share with us in a couple of words, what is the Milken Institute?
Sure, thanks. So the Milken Institute is a non-profit, non-partisan think tank headquartered in the United States, but with offices around the world, including in London, which covers Europe. Essentially, we bring together investors and policymakers and others to make sure that capital flows to where it's needed to solve some of the world's biggest problems.
Okay, so there's a lot going on about where Europe is at the moment. We're on a bit of a tipping point, from AI to climate pressures and also lots of geopolitical tensions. Why do you believe this is such a pivotal moment for Europe's future competitiveness?
I guess, well, you summed up a lot of it. The old growth model that used to power European economies has sort of died, and a new one is yet to be born. So we know there's sort of 9 critical technologies that are key for the future economy. If you look at any of the kind of listings of critical technologies, there's 9 which almost everyone agrees with. And they're critical, not just in terms of, the technologies themselves emerging and all the rest of it too, but they're actually going to power both competitiveness in the future, but also Europe's resilience. So Europe needs to be in the lead or have a share in all of those if it's going to be powering their way into the future, growing and providing higher standards of living.
Simon, on stage at VivaTech earlier today, you presented a new patent-based map that you've developed of where the world's critical technologies are being invented. Can you tell us more about this research and what it reveals?
Absolutely. So it's a really fun, interesting bit of research which looks at, as you said, 2.1 million patents around 9 critical technologies, and that includes sub-technologies too. And what that looks at is a kind of a map. Who's dominating which critical technologies? What's the growth rate? So we've seen China emerge massively over the last 10 years, showing that they're specializing in more of these areas, and they're constituting a higher percentage of those patents. What's interesting, though, is that over the last 10 years, Europe has actually been able to hold its ground. It's been the United States that slipped back as a percentage of those patents, which might explain some of the geopolitical tensions at the moment. But then within those critical technologies, it's really interesting to see where Europe is strong, where it might be weaker, and where emerging hubs within Europe are emerging. And that's some of the areas which I think the research is really exciting. And where we aim to take it next is then to look at research and then how it's translating into the venture ecosystem. We might invent great technologies in Europe, but do they wind up staying in Europe? That's where we're probably going to next.
You mentioned the strengths and vulnerabilities of Europe. Can you detail us some of them?
Sure. So what's sort of interesting actually is sometimes that Europe's strengths are the United States' weakness and vice versa. So where we saw in our research tremendous strengths is in advanced materials, advanced manufacturing, and less at the digital front end. So, everyone knows about ASML and the fact that they're the only people in the world who can do those lithography machines that are important for semiconductors. Those sort of advanced precision manufacturing, Europe's really great at. We've always had high-value manufacturing, even as some other manufacturing is left to China and other places. Where we're less good is probably the AI, quantum, and the tech stack. That's where the United States has really taken a lead. So where Europe really needs to work out is, do we just double down on where we're great at, or do we start to try and claw back some of the advantages that other people have found in some of those other critical technologies where we're currently not as strong?
And where do you think is the greatest opportunity for Europe? Do you think we should double down on the European tech stack, or what do you think is the best thing for us to go for?
Great question. I mean, what's interesting is the United States has stepped away from clean tech, and that's obviously an area that's very aligned both with European values, but also potentially where we can have a real global impact. So I think doubling down on that, on energy and other areas in terms of clean technology, could be really, really interesting. I think the other part is solving not just the patent area, and definitely we need to catch up. Maybe we're not going to invent another frontier model. That race has already been run. But the application layer, connecting AI to real business problems, that's something that's still a race to be run. And Europe has an opportunity to be competitive there if it doesn't try to fight the last war, but tries to look at the next war. And the last thing, which I'd say is, it's not just about inventions. It's about that missing middle of the capital stack. How do we scale solutions? And that's creating a more single market in services and not just in goods. And it's about following the money so that people don't just look to scale and take money from the United States and go and try and scale products there. It's about scaling within Europe with European money, with European customers. So that's really the next challenge for Europe.
My final question for you, Simon. This is your first time at VivaTech. What have you seen? What are you most looking forward to? And what do you want to get out of it?
Well, there's a bit of a cliche right about drinking from a fire hose, and I am soaking wet. It has been fantastic. So much going on. I could have spent maybe, 10 weeks here at VivaTech and still not really done everything. There's been really impactful conversations, I think, on the main stage. Just conversations around some of the booths, I think. Seeing surprising things has been great. But what's interesting is the sort of where you hear echoes from time to time in some of the common policy challenges. That's the thing I'll be sort of taking back home with some of the conversations and the network I built here to be like, how can we solve for X? So when I come and speak to you next year, we can give you some progress and a bit of updates on some of what we've been talking about.
Sounds like some great collaboration is in the making here. Thank you so much for your time, Simon, and enjoy the rest of your journey here at VivaTech. Olivia, I'll send it back over to you in the studio.
Thank you so much. Let's take a look now at VivaTech on set. I'm joined in the studio now by Ash Puri, partner at the global investment platform LightRock. Welcome to our show, Ash.
Thank you. Thank you for having me.
Now, talk to us. Where are you seeing AI drive the strongest impact when it comes to climate and biodiversity right now?
I think AI is being applied at all levels of climate stack, because if you think about it, right now we're consuming more and more energy. And so if you look at the requirement for energy, data centers need green energy. But at the same time, when we talk about these large models that are being run, you need greener ways of making these models run. And so the whole data center is getting different levels of technology, be it on the electronics, be it on the way the data centers are being cooled, or the heat that's being produced in these data centers is being used. And we need AI for this to understand what are the patterns of how we can reduce the consumption of energy and at the same time make them greener. So AI is being applied at all these levels whilst we are building more and more data centers.
To date, LightRock has backed about 150 companies. So if we take a look at your portfolio, how do those companies marry positive impact with strong business outcomes? Because, of course, that's what everyone wants.
Yeah, that's a very good question. Actually, the first thing is, the businesses that we're investing in are real businesses which have real strong unit economics. So these are businesses which actually have built technology which can make money. But at the same time, the technology that they're building also has applications which produce green outcomes or sustainable outcomes. And that's very important, and because of which they actually are helping in sustainability. And this is by default. So we do two types of investing. We do what is called climate mitigation and then climate adaptation. In both these segments, the technologies that we're applying are by default helping the planet in one way or the other, but they don't depend on green premiums, they don't depend on grants. They're actually good quality businesses which can compete with their non-sustainable players.
If I may jump in here, where do you think we're under-investing in when it comes to climate, and where do you think we're in fact over-investing in? What are your thoughts there?
Fantastic question. I think the last 5 years has been about solar batteries, and you've heard a lot about that. But we haven't actually met our climate goals. And so I think there's a huge requirement for adaptation at the same time, and so climate adaptation technologies will become extremely important over the next decade. And this is where we have been slightly underinvested. We have to live with the same infrastructure that we've been enjoying for hundreds of years. But how do we protect it from the adverse climate events? This is very important. And so I think there's a huge amount of impetus now to put money into those domains. It's the buildings that we live in, it's the kind of electricity that we're consuming, it's the kind of food we eat. Everything has taken a hit because of climate. How can we protect that? That's one area where investors are looking at it very seriously.
On the other hand, you believe that being green just for green's sake is no longer enough. Why is that?
I think for the last decade, ESG was the way people thought about sustainability, but ESG was a checkbox exercise. I look at sustainability as a growth opportunity. The way the planet is throwing us so many challenges, but each challenge is also an opportunity. And so greenwashing, which was a way essentially people thought about sustainability, is no longer the norm. As I was mentioning earlier, if you can use technology to actually solve for some of these biggest problems that we have, but in a sustainable way, and you can make money from it, you no longer have the problem of green washing, but actually building businesses which are actually good for the planet. And I always say this, the Industrial Revolution was about how do you exploit nature. I think the next 100 years are how do you build technology which will help thrive nature.
Ash, just to wrap up quickly, what are some of the most interesting company profiles that you have on your radar right now? What's catching your eye?
I think space is an underrated area. Why is that? Because the world's changing too quick. We need information fast, and especially when it comes to climate, because of areas of microclimate and other requirements, we need real-time information. So I think space can be a very good help tool for helping us in this endeavor. The other areas I'm seeing is we need manufacturing because consumption is required, but can we make this consumption greener? It's another area which is hugely, hugely important. And last thing I'll say, because we have talked about AI, I think AI needs to become greener. And so be it the battery technology or be it the way data centers are run, this is another area which is extremely complex, but also very interesting from a green perspective, and so we're spending a lot of time there.
And Ash, I think we definitely need more than 5 minutes to cover that. So perhaps next year here at VivaTech, thank you so much for sharing your thoughts and joining us here at VivaTech News.
Thank you for having me.
Well, it's time now to take a look at Inside VivaTech. Once more, let's cross over to our roving reporter, Will Hildebrand, who's been busy catching up with all the action in the middle of VivaTech. Over to you, Will.
Yeah, Olivia, I'm at the India Pavilion. You can get lost here among all the amazing startups and technology. Right now, I'm at the stand of the E-Plane company, and with me is Vindu Ramakrishnan. He's a Senior Vice President of Strategy. Vishnu, you were telling me earlier about this amazing aircraft. Explain it to our viewers what it is and how it works.
Right. So we're from the E-Plane company. It's simply the electric plane company. We're in the pursuit of currently building a 3-seater aircraft. We are looking to solve for the problem of congestion in urban spaces. That's what we're going after. We'll go to market with this aircraft called the E200X. We have 3 variants of the aircraft. We start off with an air ambulance. It subsequently becomes an air taxi and eventually an air cargo variant. It's a fairly compact aircraft. Being full electric, it has a range of about 110 kilometers on a single charge. The reason we are going after 3-seater is because the larger market is, of course, the air taxi, and 70% of most Uber trips world over is a single passenger application. And for you to be able to operate over a city, you need a twin-engine helicopter. So we're essentially being able to bring in that level of reliability on the platform because we're full electric. We don't do one main rotor, right? We distribute that across smaller propulsion units across the aircraft, so we're able to give you more redundancy, right? So that's how we're solving for that particular problem, which is why we're also going after the 3-seater three-seater variant.
Yeah, and you mentioned this lowers the cost, this lowers the operating costs, and this is a look at those specific applications?
Yes. So it's the capex is lower because to begin with, this is a fully born digital aircraft, right? So there is no sunk cost fallacy in the way we're trying to design this aircraft, which means there's not a lot of sunk costs that we've put into the entire program. We've been fairly frugal in the way we've been able to A, ensemble the team, B, also build a lot of subscale aircrafts before we go into building the larger aircraft itself. We've been around since 2019 in India. We started with a 1.7 meter wingspan aircraft. We successfully sort of figured out how to take off like a helicopter, transition into a fixed wing. In 2023, we built a subscale with 3 meter wingspan. It's as big as a hatchback in that sense. Again, got a lot of test flights out of it. Essentially, with these smaller programs, we got a lot of data to validate the design of the larger aircraft itself. And that's what's leading us to now sort of go to market with the larger aircraft. So we're currently going through certification in India, and that sort of has large similarities with how Europe looks at the space as well. So in some sense, this is a European compliant aircraft that we're currently putting together there. So we start off with an air ambulance, subsequently an air taxi, and then eventually an air cargo, right? So like I told you, 110 kilometers in range, extremely compact, because in India there's not a lot of space for you to be able to land and take off, right? So we've actually been very conscious about making sure that the aircraft is compact enough so that you don't need specialized infrastructure to operate the aircraft from, because that adds to the whole cost component of the whole thing. So
about how large is the area that you need to take off and land?
You need about 3,000 square feet, roughly half a basketball court. That's essentially what you need. Fits in all existing helipads from day one.
Can we see some of the interior slides?
So this is what the ambulance looks like. So it's a patient, a paramedic, and a pilot. The exact same cabin then becomes an air taxi where you have 2 seats plus 1 passenger, 1 pilot in the front. So that's what it morphs itself into.
Anytime we have something in the air, one of the immediate questions is about regulations. How is the E-plane company handling?
Right. So we've been sort of closely studying regulation world over since the time we started. We actually are going through, so DGCA, which is regulator in India, has an MOU or a best practices exchange with EASA of Europe since 2023. So essentially they've exchanged notes on how to standardize or harmonize regulation, and we've now in 2024 the government of India, the regulators there, have put out a framework for certification. So essentially we're one of the first companies to ever put a civil aircraft through certification in India. So we're currently going through that certification, and at the end of it, it would comply largely to how EASA thinks about certifying a class of this aircraft, right? So we're in sort of following what EASA had put out, plus parts of what FAA, plus ENAC, which is Brazil's regulatory. So with aerospace, the interesting part is the supply chain is more or less harmonized world over, because these aircrafts will fly across country, across border. So it's very important to ensure that the safety regulations are standardized all throughout. So we are conforming to those standards of, that the global industries have put out.
Do you have any sort of like timeline for any key milestones coming up?
Right. So our full-scale aircraft is currently ready. It's just being rolled out to what's called a ground test, where we test subsystems on the ground. Subsequently, we will start doing the hover and the transition flight test. So we're looking at a certification-compliant aircraft early next year. So it's a year of certification with DGCA. So before we start commercial operations, it would be early 2028 calendar year. That's around when we look to do certain limited commercial operations with the air ambulance variant of the aircraft.
When you look at this sector, whether it's here in Europe or elsewhere, what are some of the trends you're seeing?
Right. So we've typically seen that defense becomes one of the biggest entities that would sort of go after technology like this. In India, the challenge is high altitudes. Defense looks at high altitudes. So, of course, we're not directly working with them at the moment because we are a lot more consumer focused currently. But if that avenue opens up, we would definitely engage with them, right? So, but world over, if you look at the West, a lot of the early sales have been on that front. We've been fortunate to find certain operators for the air ambulance variant, to the point where we actually have one operator who wants to sort of deploy 1 aircraft per district. That in itself gives us an order book of about 700 plus aircraft in the first 5 years of operation.
Wonderful stuff, Vishnu. Very nice to meet you. That's the E-plane company. Back to you, Olivia.
Thank you so much for bringing us all the action from the floors of VivaTech. Let's hear now from former Prime Minister of Italy, Enrico Letta, who is now the Dean of the IE School of Politics, Economics and Global Affairs at IE University and President of the Jacques Delors Institute. He advocated for the creation of a 5th freedom within the European single market, which is essential for competing with economic giants such as the US and China.
Market was these 4 freedoms. So freedom of movement of goods, services, capitals, and people. We miss something fundamental. We miss the intangible. We miss innovation, knowledge, skills. So the big point today is to add a 5th freedom, innovation, skills, research, knowledge, the union of skills, the possibility to have free circulation of that is fundamental. And may I say, for instance, Nick, this fifth freedom can be a bridge to restart cooperating the European Union and the UK. We started last year on defense, but I think we can do more than just working together on defense.
Tech. Follow us on social media as well as our website for all the latest content, session and interviews. Joining us now, we have plenty more action coming up. My name is Olivia Kinghorst. Stick around with us.
Scan badges, network, and do business. Use the interactive map to navigate the halls. Explore VivaTech tech trails for a deeper immersion. Consult the program in real time and catch top sessions. Live from VivaTech 2026. Jumpstart your day with Upton Saidi on Tech Early Birds. Stay ahead of the curve with Marjorie Payon on Breaking Tech. Gain insights with Olivia Kinghorst on Tech Newsroom. This is where business meets innovation. This is VivaTech News.
Welcome back to the Tech Newsroom, broadcasting live here from Paris. My name is Olivia Kinghorst, and we are bringing you all the action from day 2 of VivaTech, Europe's biggest tech and startup event. A very special year, of course, with the event is celebrating its 10th anniversary with plenty of new ideas, innovations, and breakthroughs. So we're following every moment here live on VivaTech News. With that, let's dive into the action. We're going to start with VivaTech on set. It's a pleasure to be joined now here on the studio with Dr. Tiffany Hughes, Associate Dean of Graduate Studies, Columbia University, and this week she's here at VivaTech representing Columbia SPS. Great to have you here with us.
Yes, thank you. It's great to be here.
Now, let's get right into it. How do you exactly prepare professionals for a world that keeps changing faster than any university curriculum?
You know, I get this question asked me all the time, and it's a very common question. We often are asked, how does a curriculum keep up with this changing world, this world that's changing rapidly every single day? And it's not an easy question to answer, because we often train our students to learn from faculty who are working in the workplace, who work on Wall Street every single day. We have a scholar practitioner model at SPS where our faculty are part-time lecturers, and that is designed intentionally, right? And so we want our faculty to be working full-time as full-time practitioners and then coming to the classroom on Thursday to teach our students exactly what they're doing in the workplace, so they're not learning from textbooks that are centuries old or decades old. We want our students learning exactly what is happening in the workplace today so that they are prepared for the evolving challenges of today's generation.
Let's talk about something that is changing from day to day, and that is AI, of course. Why do you think that this is more of a leadership challenge rather than just a technology one?
Yes, another important question. So I think a lot of people are asking that question, right? I think for the past couple of decades, we've been focused a lot, and education education has been specifically focused a lot on technical skills. How do we train students on those technical competencies? And I actually think it's flipped now today, and education needs to be more focused on training students on those soft skills. It is very easy for us to, right, in this AI, this generation of AI, looking around today, at VivaTech, I see these robots walking around, and it's really a values question. What kind of world do we want to live in? Do we want to live in a world where robots and machines are running our society, or do we want to live in a world of human interaction? So it's not a question of technical competencies, it's a question of how do we want leaders to work alongside those machines and act with judgment, act with ethics. And I think it's really a relational question and a values-based question.
So very concretely, how do you put some of these soft skills at the top of the agenda? How do you really teach people critical thinking, reasoning, judgment, all those things that AI can't replace?
That's a great question. So what we do at Columbia SPS is we have our students work a lot on team-based projects, right? These projects are not going away, right? So oftentimes we'll hear our students, of course, every student is using AI today. That is no question about it. And so we'll hear very often our students say, yeah, of course I'm using AI, and we want to be using AI. And we're hearing, for a while we were hearing universities and colleges really pushing back, saying, we don't want to use AI. We don't, AI has no place in the classroom. But what we do every day at SPS is we are encouraging the use of AI, and we're really training students on how to use AI in a reasonable manner, how to use AI in an ethical manner, how to use human judgment on the use of AI. And so it's not about AI ethics, it's about human ethics and the use of AI. And so we're really training students to work together in groups on teamwork, on those relational communication skills. But then again, as teams in a relational setting, using AI, let's say, as an assistant, as a part of their group to solve real world problems.
And what do you think current business leaders or even future business leaders are getting wrong about AI right now? What are they misunderstanding, and what should they focus on?
Yeah, that's a great question. I think what they're... a lot of companies years ago used to really rely on employees who were staying with them for years, right? It was, those employees that would stay with them for 10, 20, 30 years. I don't think that's not what we should be looking for anymore. We need to be looking for employees who are able to learn, unlearn, relearn, and constantly keeping up what's going on with technology. Technology, AI, is rapidly changing constantly. We see AI right now. Next year it's going to be something else. And if employees are not keeping up with training and learning every single day, your workplace is going to fall behind. And I think that's what companies are getting wrong today, is not investing in their employees and encouraging their employees to go back to school, right? You want to constantly upskill and have your employees upskill every single day, because guess what? If they're not using AI today in their current workplace, they're already behind.
Tiffany, some exciting news. Tell us more about this newly launched SPS AI Lab.
Yep.
How are you moving from AI awareness to really hands-on competency?
Great question. So we're really, really excited. At the School of Professional Studies, we just launched the AI Lab, and it gives our students, faculty, and alumni the opportunity to work on applied AI use. So we're not talking about, research based on theories. We're talking about how different industries across healthcare, across marketing, across the sports industry, how are they applying AI in the workplace? And so we will be working with industry partners to publish papers on how exactly that is happening. And so again, we're going to be focusing the first part of the AI Lab with working with those industry partners to do just that, focusing on those white papers on applied AI research.
And finally, I'm really curious to know, how do you yourself upskill or reskill yourself when it comes to AI? Do you sit in the classes? How do you do that?
That's a great question. So I have to practice what I preach, right?
Yes.
And if my students are the ones using AI, I have to keep up with it. And so myself, right, I manage a very large team at Columbia, and so I have to constantly encourage my staff to be using AI. And so every single day, as soon as a new AI tool is coming out, I'm saying, are you using it? How are you using it? Right? Like, I have a specialty area myself. My specialty area is education, and so my industry is rapidly evolving every day with AI as well, and so I have to evolve as well. And so we're constantly improving our industry as well with the use of AI, and so I need to constantly adapt myself. So if my team is not using it, I'm asking them, why are you not using it, and how can we use it to make our lives much easier and more efficient?
And to anyone who's watching out there who's interested and wants to join, when does the next cohort start?
Yes.
When do they apply?
Great question. So the wonderful thing about SPS, School of Professional Studies, is you can join us either online or in person. So if you're not able to join us in New York City, you can join us completely virtual from anywhere in the world, or you can come to New York City and join us full-time in person. Our applications will be launching this week for our Spring 2027 cohort, which begins in January, or our applications for Fall 2027 will launch later this summer in August.
Well, very timely. Thank you so much for joining us here, and to anyone who's interested and you're free as of January, make sure to sign up.
Yes.
Thank you so much. It's been a pleasure speaking with you.
Thank you for having me.
Now, earlier, our reporter, Stacey, spoke with Jérôme Berger, Head of Group Strategy and Venture Capital at Orange, and Gauthier Cloix, CEO of H Company. Let's take a listen now.
Thank you so much. I'm here on the Orange Lab. I'm joined by Jérôme Berger, Head of Strategy at Orange Group and Managing Partner of Orange Ventures. Under your leadership, Jérôme, Orange has unveiled a new strategic plan, and Orange Ventures has become a major investor in emerging technologies, helping entrepreneurs scale breakthrough solutions while fostering innovation across the broader digital ecosystem. And over here I have Gauthier Cloix, who's the CEO of H Company, a top-tier French AI startup specializing in agentic AI. Gauthier is currently leading H Company's global commercial scaling and transforming how major enterprises deploy autonomous AI agents to handle complex B2B workflows. Welcome to both of you. Jérôme, my first question is for you. At a time when LLM and agentic AI is becoming a strategic issue globally, what role can Orange play in this fast-moving environment?
I think the role of Orange is to be resilient and is to bring trust. We have a new strategic plan which is called Trust the Future, and precisely this is what we are going to do. So for Orange, trust can be summarized into 4 words, all of them starting with a C, like confidence. The first C is control. So what Orange brings is the control of your data, control of our infrastructure, controlling also the potential attacks with cybersecurity. Then the second C is about choice, and I think this is very, very important when it comes to trust, especially in the world that you describe, where there is a lot of volatility, a lot of uncertainty, including geopolitics. Having the choice of with whom you work, having the choice of potentially using open source solution is extremely important, because if you are locked in with someone and that someone suddenly decides no longer to provide you a service or to spy on your data or simply to increase its prices, that's an issue. The third C is about skills and competencies. At Orange, we try to always have, state-of-the-art technologies and to master them for our customers. This is very, very important. This is also how the trust can be established, is with reliable people mastering, again, all the processes that are needed. And finally, the last C is about scale. So it's about critical size, C of critical size. And that is super important also, because in Europe we need to build champions that have a critical size, precisely. This is why also we are here in this ecosystem at VivaTech with startups, trying to help them grow for our customers, obviously. And that's why also we are very pleased today to be with H, which is a scaling company, which soon will have a massive critical size like all the big tech giants.
Speaking of H Company, so Gauthier, how is H Company different from any of the other solutions out there?
Yeah, so H Company, we focused 2 years ago with a research team on what used to be a niche at the time called computer use, so the ability for AI not just to answer questions or do agents that are connecting to tools, but AI that is able to do like a human would do on a computer. So using the mouse, the keyboard, the screen, and doing all the things that we don't really like to do on the computer, all the repetitive tasks, and So that's what we focused on 2 years ago, and now it's becoming more and more of a topic. Everybody's trying to do it. We are very happy to be the leading model on the world ranking of computer use, so ahead of like the American models and the Chinese model, because we focus on that. And that niche, how do you use it in companies? Well, the real world is a bit different from our world, engineers. Like you have a lot of software, you need to interact with a lot of third-party software, third-party websites, and our technology enable companies like Orange and our partners to directly interact with these tools without having to build the plumbery, without having to spend months and months to put AI in, and we basically move AI from the assistant to AI at the core of the business.
And coming back to you, Jérôme, what would be the benefits for Orange to build synergies with a scale-up such as H company?
So the benefits globally, you can see them with the framework of our new strategic plan. The first pillar of the plan is customer intimacy. And companies like H, for instance, they have a very, very good knowledge and insightful knowledge of their customers. They are super agile. And therefore, for us, it's really important for our processes to better serve our customers. But also, it's important for our B2B customers where we can bring those solutions. So it's really something that we think fits the customer needs, and that is customer intimacy. The second pillar of our plan is innovative growth. So here, clearly, we have platforms at Orange called Live Intelligence, for instance. So for us, it's an area of growth to be able to propose the services of companies like H, again, for our customers, because this is one of the features we can put into our platforms, into our marketplaces, and for us, it generates revenues. And finally, the third element is excellence at scale. For that, I spoke about agility. I spoke about efficiency also. This is really, really important for us at Orange to be able to be efficient, and H can help us for our processes. Maybe Gauthier will speak about it, to be more agile by implementing and more efficient by implementing agents. But again, this is also a partner that can develop solutions very, very efficiently, much more efficiently than we could do ourselves. And this is excellence at scale for our customers.
Now, my final question is for you, Gauthier. What are the most efficient use cases that you've experimented with so far?
Yeah, so what we do is whenever you have humans clicking, scrolling, copying and pasting, going from one software to another, it means that there is an issue. Technology is very efficient. The way we interact with technology by doing that is very archaic. So use cases, you find a lot of use cases, but for instance in procurement, in finance, back office, we also have a lot of use cases on the legal side, on the compliance side. Basically every part of the company that has humans doing things that are repetitive, salespeople spending all their time in Salesforce, LinkedIn and Outlook instead of spending time in front of their customer. That's something that we do very well. I would add that there is an additional bonus if there is a need for trust, because we focused a lot of our models on security, making sure that the models are doing only the thing that they are allowed to do, so human is validating, basically. And there is also an additional benefit if you have software that is a bit old or that is outside of your website you need to interact with, because our technology is readily available on any software without having to plug them. That's a big difference. And maybe to give you a last example that is not a financial ROI, because we focus on making sure not only our technology is working, but it's delivering value. And that's the reason why working with Orange is really interesting, because they have customers that are also asking for value. But just to give you an example, sometimes it's not financial value. For instance, we deployed at a hospital, and the impact is reducing the waiting time at emergency room, just because the nurse no longer has to spend too much time in front of our computer doing manual things, but the nurse can spend more time in front of the patients. So that's these are a couple of use cases that we do.
Thank you so much to both you, Gauthier, and you, Jérôme. It was wonderful hearing about this collaboration, startup and corporate collaboration, which is pretty much the essence of VivaTech. Thank you so much for your time, and back over to the studio.
A big thank you to you, Stacey, for bringing us all the content. And now back to the studio. It's a pleasure to welcome back our Tech Trends editor, Rudy. Thank you so much. You're a familiar face here.
Hello, Olivia. Thank you for having me.
Let's get into it. A new theme for VivaTech this year is security and defense. What have you seen exactly out on the floors here at VivaTech, and why is this becoming such a critical issue right now?
We see some interesting companies here in AI used for defense and security purposes. Obviously, defensive measures against some of the things that we've seen in the conflict in Ukraine. Some of the French companies are developing there, have actually tested their technologies in Ukraine to defend against, for example, aerial attacks. So definitely technology helping protect the population in Ukraine. Potentially something that, as conflict might be possible elsewhere in the world, and we've seen that in the Middle East, that people are very interested in. In terms of what we've seen here, we had the Firepoint CEO, which is a Ukrainian company who basically the CEO was she was at the head of a company making concrete furniture. Then, like the day that the conflict broke out, she started thinking, what can I do to help protect my country? And now it's one of the biggest companies that's in drone technology and all that sort of thing in Ukraine and helping Ukraine defend itself. Some of the things that we're also seeing is that it's really an application of AI in very practical purposes. We've seen in the past, of course, that conflicts are a crucible of innovation. If you look at World War I, looking at historical conflicts, really that was where where the combustion engine, which had existed for decades before that, really, after World War I, we had cars and motorized traffic. After World War II is when aircraft took off. Lots of the electronics that we have today have their roots back in that time. So it's possible that, this new conflict, it's certainly causing a lot of frantic innovation because Ukraine has to defend itself, and there's a tremendous sense of urgency because of that. So innovation is happening very fast, not always using the most cutting-edge technology, but new ways of using it, and also using lots of software, AI, satellite space, new types of sensing. That's all being tied together, large World Wide Web, but then for conflict management.
Let's follow up there. I mean, when we talk about defense, naturally the conversation also leads to tech sovereignty here in Europe. Given all the discussions we've had, where do you see room for optimism for Europe?
In terms of, the EU is finally trying to, basically with its, tech sovereignty packages, trying to protect its industry, trying to provide initiatives for its industry. The question in Europe always is, how do you get 27 nations to go into the same direction? How do you get funding for that? Because funding is obviously often coming from the national governments and not from the EU. Whereas, and also one of the things that the United States has been very good at is funding early stage companies. We've seen that with SpaceX, for example, which has now been such a tremendous success in the IPO, but which has struggled for a long time and basically had U.S. government backing that tided it over, tided that valley of death, and made it into the company that it is today. So if Europe can do a few more of those things, that would be obviously very positive. One thing that Europe has, in which it's very strong, is industrial production, precision machinery, the whole manufacturing. Europe has been doing robotics for, they might not have the most robots in industry, but they've been doing robotics for decades. And if you think about what AI is, it is basically weaponized data, shall we say. If we consider that data is the ammunition for AI, Europe has a wealth of industrial data. So as AI moves more and more into productivity, and we see that, for example, we had Jeff Bezos here yesterday. One of his projects, of course, with Prometheus is to actually, get that AI into productivity. Well, Europe has a card to play there because it has all this data that it can use about how things happen on the factory floor and how to then, for example, get robots and automation in there.
So industrial data is where we're doing well in. Where does Europe fall short? What do you think is really going to be the trickier hurdle to cross?
The United States has some very, very large companies that would be hard to match for Europe, also because they're in place. If we look at, for example, the hyperscalers, the cloud, it's become so important for the modern tech infrastructure. But at the same time, there are things in Europe where we could have maybe smaller clouds, where we hold sovereign. There's been a lot of talk about having sovereign clouds in Europe, maybe some clouds for just defense data. And so it's not necessarily, the fact that we have Amazon out there, for example, as one of the hyperscalers, doesn't mean that there are no opportunities for Europe. We have some companies here like OVH that, and Orange that are also capable of doing these things. So there are models where Europe can do its own thing. And there are, of course, in some of the underlying technology, some of the hardware, there is a company in Europe that is called ASML. Not everyone knows about it, but every chip is basically being printed with ASML machines. So that is a tremendous card. And then the whole technology infrastructure requires electricity. Well, all these data centers, they're very good chance that they're going to have some French switching equipment from Schneider Electric in there, for example. So Europe definitely has its strong points in so in technology, the underlying technology that underpins all of this, definitely Europe can play its cards.
Rudy, let's talk about a final question, which is all focused on regulation. Of course, Europe has moved further ahead and quicker than other regions of the world when it comes to regulation on AI. Some people have welcomed it, others have criticized it. What is the sentiment really here at VivaTech?
It's a double-edged sword, I'd say. There are some executives and some investors that are saying Europe should not be moving ahead with the regulation because it's too early to know where AI is going. So how do you regulate something when you don't know the shape of it and what will it look like in 18 months? So that's very hard. There are others who say that actually regulation provides visibility because Europe is telling companies what is possible and what is not possible. That means that a company can plan and say, okay, we want to go here with our AI product. Can I do that in this market or not? You could have a situation where this is not regulated and where you find yourself in a situation like Anthropic, where all of a sudden access outside of the US to your most advanced models is cut off. So if you can avoid that by regulating, then that is obviously something very positive.
Well, of course, it's a delicate balance we have to strike there. Thank you so much, Rudy, for sharing your insights. Once again, a pleasure to have you always here in our studio. Well, that's a wrap on day 2 here at VivaTech News. Plenty of action here from the studio today with founders, CEOs, as well as investors. Remember, don't catch or don't miss any of the action that's happening on all the stages. Follow us on our social media as well as our website. We're going to see you tomorrow afternoon. My name is Olivia Kinghorst. Thank you so much for joining us.
Live from VivaTech 2026. Jumpstart your day with Upton Saidi on Tech Early Birds. Stay ahead of the curve with Marjorie Payon on Breaking Tech. Gain insights with Olivia Kinghorst on Tech Newsroom. This is where business meets innovation.
Remember when people used to ask, what do you want to do when you grow up? Not easy to answer. Today, the Bouygues Group has thousands of answers to this simple question. Bouygues Group, 6 companies and thousands of job offers worldwide.
The future of business won't wait. Join the VivaTech Exec program. Discover breakthrough startups. Meet the leaders shaping tomorrow. Build connections in exclusive executive lounges and the Business Plaza. For CMOs and tech leaders ready to turn disruption into advantage.
Power. Force.